Hello and welcome to the 91 podcast. Today's guest needs no introduction. If you watch the last episode of our podcast, then you will know him. There have been so many divided views about the things he shared in the last episode, and so that's why we brought him back here to answer your questions. So welcome to the studio, Mr. Kunle Aderemi.
Aderemi, yes. Thank you.
So Kunle, after watching the last episode, there have been divided views online. Mm-hmm. Some people have said, oh, thank God that you're sharing the information you're sharing. Mm-hmm. Some people have said that people have treated them like crazy people because they've been having the same thoughts and the same views that you've had.
Yes.
And they were so happy, to finally hear someone break down those views and explain everything. While some other people
skeptical
have said that you're twisting the scripture. Yeah. Even someone said that what you're doing is what Paul warned us about in the Bible. What do you have to say about that?
Yes, I saw that comment. I think it was on TikTok, and what I asked the person to do was to just pop out what that warning was, if they can bring it out, and we check it in scripture. But then what Paul said, or rather what we saw with the Berean Christians, was that whenever they were told anything, they went back home to check how true it was and things like that. And you would even see from a time when Paul went to some temples on the synagogue and was debating with them daily, checking scriptures. So there's always that room for debate and to open and to be open to ask questions and to have discussions. Yep.
Something I find interesting is that I don't think you said anything that was against anything in the scripture.
Yeah, no, I did not.
You didn't say Jesus wasn't God. You didn't say anyone should go against, the rules in the Bible that God has given us. You didn't say anyone should disobey.
Yeah.
So I don't see why so many people are taking what you've said negatively.
Yeah, I think I understand the reason. And the reason is because of the rapture part. And I think when you tell people to consider, could the rapture have already happened long ago, they get very defensive.
Yes.
And the reason is because they are afraid of losing their fear. And I'll explain.
What does that mean?
Because what motivates people to worship God most times and to live a right life, which they should, is usually fear. So fear seems to be the foundation. On that fear, they build devotion on it.
Yes.
And on the devotion, they have the expectation of God accepting them on the last day and things like that. So when you take that fear, you want to take it out, that fear of rapture, and you want to take it out, they're like, hey, don't touch that, So they're afraid of losing that. So that they get very defensive, and I think that's the reason. But they shouldn't have to be motivated by fear. And then judgment is still coming, even based on what we've seen. Yeah, so that white throne judgment is also still coming. And people die sometimes when they are not expecting. So if it's not like we're saying just go live anyhow because some events have passed and there is no sudden rapture in that sense coming. So that's it.
One of the biggest things you used to prove that the rapture had already happened was that scripture from, was it the book of Apollos?
Yes. That's reason 16 thereabout. But then we've had up to 15 scriptural reasons.
Yes.
But then when people, like we said already, it's just like a repetition. When people check the scriptures and they don't see the things they've read in scriptures, they try to explain it away. They look for answers in science and all that. So they try to modify the scripture to match their experience rather than checking what is around and trying to say, okay, this scripture, let's leave it the way it is and find explanations for it. Yes.
Some people wrote that the fact that you're using scripture that's outside of the Bible is why they're not going to believe anything you're saying.
Yeah, if they can stay with the scripture in the Bible, then that's fine. Even the scriptures in the Bible teach they teach that that Jesus said he was going to return soon. In fact, we've gone through that in the first part. He said that these things must happen shortly. He said the generation will not pass. He said the Pharisees will see him, that those that pierced him will see him. He said a lot of things that just in the scripture.
Which you talked about in the last episode.
Yes, but then present day science talks against that. Okay, present day mainstream theology or eschatology talks against that, or he gives them a different explanation to it. But the scripture is very clear. It suggests very strongly that these things have
already passed. Okay, so now we're going to dig into some of the questions that we saw online, because there were a lot of questions, a lot of questions based on the last things you said. So let's just pull up some of those questions.
Yes.
My first one actually has to do with the rapture. It says, if the rapture has already happened, what about the period where people will be forced to take the mark of the beast or face torture and death before entering heaven?
Yeah, it's just about the same thing. It would have been better if this person had quoted that particular part
From the Bible,
of the
yes.
Bible. Yeah. So, but then if that has passed, then it has passed.
You're saying that's happened too, that part.
So, but then just a memory refresher, or to form a kind of background, then people can watch part 1, check our YouTube page for the full 21-part series. But just like we discussed,
so you have evidence for that, is it?
yes, absolutely. So the first, most people, like we said, jump from rapture. They think after rapture happens, okay, what we call rapture is in quote this way because it's not literally like this in the KJV Bible. So they think after this taken away, the next thing that happened is just new heaven and earth immediately. So there's a lot of things. There's literally over 1,000 years between this time one
rapture and the new heaven and earth.
Yes. So it's a whole lot of things in between. One lady also asked that I can't even remember what her question was, but then I just told her, can you arrange the rapture and the millennial reign and white throne judgment in the right order? And she couldn't answer anymore.
Yeah, I think a lot of us don't have this information. Yeah, so I guess that's where the confusion is, why we have so many questions.
Yes, that's what it is. So if they read, and when you check the scriptures the way we've put it, this is Revelation 16:1, then verse 14, right? Then Revelation 16:17. It's kind of sequential. Revelation 19, Revelation 20, verse 1 to 4, Revelation 27 to 8, 27 to 8, 29 to 15, then Revelation 21. So it follows a chronology, a sequence, the way we have arranged it.
Okay.
Yes. So, but anyway, let's just read one of them. Revelation for chapter 20. We can have a look. Yeah, so Revelation 20, like we said, and I saw an angel come down from heaven having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold of the dragon, serpent, the devil. Okay, verse 3, cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal upon him that he should deceive the nations no more. Okay, till 1,000 years were fulfilled. So the 1,000 years that Satan was bound is the same 1,000 years that Jesus reigned with some saints, the same time superimposed over
that millennial reign.
Yes, the same one, yes. So after that he must be loosed a little season. So and all of this is after rapture. Rapture is in chapter 16. Yeah, so it says Satan will still be loosed after rapture, but people think that you just jump from rapture immediately to the new heaven and earth, and that is just not what is in scripture.
So you're saying all those things, Revelation 20, have already happened?
Yes, and we're just about here, this verse 7 here.
Short season.
Yes, that short season, which it says here. So and when the 1,000 years were expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and he shall go out to deceive the nations, which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, the number of which is at the sand of the sea. So, and that's why you have Gog and Magog here.
Okay, but Gog and Magog hasn't happened, so that's what we're waiting for next.
Yes, that's just about the next thing. So, and one of the things, because we have mainstream Bible, mainstream theology, and we have unconventional theology, like what we're showing now. The same way we have mainstream science and unconventional science. So mainstream theology teaches that Gog and Magog is Russia, okay? Russia and China. But then I'm beginning to see that it appears that Gog and Magog is America. Excuse me. So if you're someone that, if you're someone that knows eschatology, in fact, you will see from the comments, I can tell people who disagree with that. You can even check which country is Magog. You can see. Let's have a look together. Which country
is Magog? The name Magog doesn't refer to a specific country in the real world.
Look at it.
Communist Russia and China.
Yes, so that's what we know from those that are studying eschatology. Eschatology is the study of end time prophecies and all that. So they will tell you that Magog is Russia and China. But then in about a year ago, during this study and all, I was just studying the Chinese, China generally, and I was studying the Chinese language, and I discovered that the Chinese word for America is Meigo. Yeah, which suggests very strongly that America has to be the Magog. So America is here telling everybody that Russia is the Magog, and then in the Chinese language from the East, they say America is Magog. By the way, Magog is just the Chinese word. It's not theological anything. That's just the word for America. So, and then when TikTok blew up, when TikTok was going to be cancelled some months ago, right, like 6 months ago, when Americans began to see the real life of the Chinese, and the Chinese were saying, I don't know if you are aware of that time, maybe you're not so active on TikTok. So Americans, of course, always proud, thinking they're on top of the world. And they think that China is somewhere where there's Communist Party and people are on forced labor and people are suffering. But then they discovered that people are actually having a lot of fun in China, and things are a lot cheaper. Life is a lot easier. And you don't pay for a lot of things like healthcare, and public spaces are actually public and they're free. But here you have to pay in the Western world generally. Most times you have to pay to use the park, pay to use things like that. So, and that's part of why they wanted to ban TikTok then, because it was exposing the lies. So there's so many things in the world like that it's just switched upside down and left right.
I just want to ask you, what is supposed to happen during Gog and Magog? So you said we're in the short season, and what we're looking for next is Gog and Magog, then the white throne judgment, then new heaven and new earth.
Yes.
So what's meant to happen next? If we're not looking for rapture, what's happening next?
It's going to be a war. We can just read it from scripture straight away. So it's not. And it shall go out to deceive the nations, which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle. So that's the next thing. So the number of whom is as the sand of the seashore, as the sea. And they went up on the breadth of the earth and encompassed the camp of the saints about and the beloved city. And fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. So they went above the beloved city, which very likely is going to be in Africa, where they will try to attack. So, the people that are working to make this thing happen, there's 1776 people is what I'll call them. The people we have called the Illuminati. Yes. So there's one of them that their motto is to cause warfare by way of deception. Do you know, by the way, that 9/11 is said to have been a false flag operation? In the sense, have you heard
I've
that?
seen a lot of things online which have blown my mind on that matter. Yeah.
So there was some, I'll call them Revelation 2 people, Jewish people, okay, that are from that land that is not real, right? That I like calling it's not real, as against Israel.
I'm just trying to understand what the Revelations 2,
Revelation 2:9.
Yeah.
We could, it's a code really. So Revelation 2:9, look at it. 2:9, Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9. I know thy works, tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but they are signal of Satan.
I just read this morning when doing my devotion.
Interesting. So same thing with Revelation 3:9. So they say they are Jews. They say, behold, I make them
of the synagogue of Satan,
which say they are Jews but are not, but do lie. Behold, I make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
Wow.
So these people that say they are Jews and are not, whose name I don't want to mention so they don't flag your video, somebody from the billionaire from their side, okay, Zionists, basically, they bought the Twin Towers, those Twin Towers, just a short time before that false flag operation took place. And the false flag operation, for someone who may not know, is when it's like a military strategy, but it's a deceptive one, where you attack your own land, and then you plant evidence to say country B has done it, to justify you invading them. Yes. Yeah. So it's a false flag operation. So part of their motto is warfare by deception. Warfare by deception. So and that's literally exactly what you have here. So the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, and they would gather around the beloved city, which would very likely be in the place where the real land is, in Africa. And fire will come down from heaven to devour them, is what the scripture says. So now, and the devil that deceived them would now be cast into the lake of fire. Yes. So what we should be looking out for is maybe some wars, okay? But there have been a lot of wars, but looking at the timeline, some wars around God's people, But he says God will defend them. The way it's going to be done, I'm not very sure, but this looks like something supernatural. And the devil would deceived them was cast in the lake of fire. And after that, and some false prophets, which the beast and the false prophet, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. And I saw a great white throne. So that takes us, yes,
the white throne judgment.
Yes, great white throne. And all of these things were after the saints were taken up in Revelation 16. So people think it's just after rapture, then that's the end. No, there's quite a lot of events that still follow.
I guess the confusion there is like it almost looks the same. So the rapture,
yes,
and then the Armageddon.
Yes.
So that's why, from what you're saying, it's not the rapture and Armageddon that we're waiting for next.
Yeah.
It's the, what was it? The Gog and Magog, then the White Throne Judgment.
Yes.
So, it's still a war in a way,
yes,
Gog and Magog.
Yes.
And that's what, maybe that's the confusion.
Yes.
Confusing the Armageddon war
for
with
the
Gog and Magog.
Yes. And then the rapture, because it takes away the saints at that time from trouble, as it were. They were in the middle of trouble. So it looks like something good is happening and they were taken to a good place.
Yeah.
So they mistake it for new heaven and earth.
Wow.
Yeah, so... But then it's always going to be on earth, even when it's going to be there. Because this new heaven and earth is really the good place, perfectly good, where there will be no more sin, no more destruction and things like that. And then in that land, new earth also, there will be no sea. Yeah, from what scripture says. So that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me go on to the next question. If the rapture has already occurred, what happens to our faith when we die? Do judgments still apply?
Yes, apparently, yes, from what we've discussed. So, yes, there's still judgment. So we're not saying that people... Because the first, like I said, people think we're saying, oh, just go ahead and do anything. And people don't want to sin, they don't want to go to hell. So they're like, no, I don't want to listen. So there's still judgment. And in fact, judgment starts from the earth altogether. Because when people do wrong things and bad things, they get judged on the earth. There is this, just things happen. People reap what they've sown on the earth. So it's there's still judgment, yes.
The next question. After the rapture, scripture says Jesus would return with the saints after 7 years to fight Armageddon. Where is the evidence that this has happened?
Yes. We can look at the city called Herculaneum. So there's a city called Herculaneum, and this is it. You see the bones. So these are cities things that happened. Let me just read it from here. Now, this is book 66, paragraph 22. Where are we reading from? So this is Cassius Dio Roman history. It's not even a religious book. It's just Roman history. So this is the book we're reading from.
Okay.
So when you read the book 66, paragraph 22, okay? So it's literally on page 305 to page 307.
Yes.
So it's saying there's some phenomena that occurred, and these things occurred around the same time when the temple was destroyed. Okay. This apparently must be the time when Jesus returned, okay, from things we have gathered from the many sources. So such is Vesuvius, and these phenomena usually occur there every year, but all the other occurrences that had taken place, there is there in the course of time. However notable, because unusual they may have seemed to those who on each occasion observed them, nevertheless would be regarded as a trivial in comparison with what now happened. So he's trying to describe what happened. So it says with what happened, okay, even if all had been combined into one. So to paraphrase this phrase, what it's saying is describing, this is literally describing the Armageddon. There's another word for apocalypse, yeah, something like that. This is basically describing the apocalypse. So this is the apocalypse from the point of view of the Roman history. Now, many of these books, by the way, Cassius Dio Roman history and Tacitus Roman history, those books are literally tattered in the sense that they were not completed, and where they were found, they have been burnt, and it literally like you could tell that something terrible happened where the books were kept. Okay, so he's telling us that though this thing happens almost every year in Vesuvius, but he's saying that this one that happened that he is writing about is so bad that it's like all the past events were condensed into one.
Combined in one,
yes.
yeah.
So now let's read the next one. So now he said this was what befell. I mean, in other words, this is what happened. Numbers of huge men surpassing any human stature. Such creatures, in fact, as the giants are pictured to have been appeared, now on the mountain, now in the surrounding country and in the cities, wandering over the earth day and night and flitting through the air. This is not Bible. This is Roman history. It's not a religious book. It's just Roman history. Flitting through the air. And when you check the time, it's about the same time, somewhere between 40 and 70 AD, when the temple was destroyed. Is when this happened. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and this is what people should do. When scripture says this thing happened, then you go check, do we have anything that happened around then to justify and align with scripture? You see, rather than trying to topple the thing.
And to understand it better.
Yeah. So, and that is why we're reading from outside scripture, by the way, anyway. So, So day and night, he said those giants were moving and flitting through the air. In other words, some of the giants could fly,
That's scary.
That's scary. So, and after this fearful drought and sudden and violent earthquakes occurred, so that the whole plain round about seethed and the summits leaped into the air. So the mountains were literally jumping. Let me look at this. Then suddenly, let's read from here. Then suddenly a portentous crash was heard, as if the mountains were tumbling in ruins. And first, huge stones were hurled aloft, you see, rising as high as the very summit. And there came a great quantity of fire and endless smoke. Okay, so that the whole atmosphere was obscured. The sun was entirely hidden. It's getting familiar, isn't it? As if eclipsed, the day was turned into night and light into darkness.
That sounds like Book of Revelation.
Exactly. And this is, look at it here. It is Cassius Dio Roman history we're reading from. You see, book 80. You see. So, where did we stop?
Light into darkness.
Yes, light into darkness. Let's continue from here. So some thought that the giants were rising again in a revolt. For this time also, many of their forms could be discerned in the smoke. And moreover, a sound of trumpets were heard. You see. Because in the Revelation, there is 7 trumpets, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, and 7 vials. So there were 7 trumpets. The 7th trumpet opened the way for the 7. There were 7 seals rather. The 7th seal, 7th one, opened the way for the 7 trumpets, and the 7th trumpet opened the way for the 7 vials that were poured on the earth. So there were trumpets being heard, so they could hear it literally. This is not a scriptural. It's not a biblical thing at all.
It is
history. Yeah, you see. So sound of trumpet was heard, while others believed that the whole universe was being resolved into chaos or fire. You see. Therefore, they fled. Some went into the houses. So those that were in the house came out. Those who were outside came in.
And it mentions that in the Bible,
yes,
the book of Matthew, that you run to the hills, run out. Yeah.
Yes. So in their excitement, they regarded any place where they were as not as safer than where they were. In other words, you think that where you are is not safe, just go somewhere else. Meanwhile, where you're running to, someone is running from there. So that's total chaos. So what else? An inconceivable quantity of ashes was thrown into the air. Okay. And it was blown out.
Which covered both sea
and land and filled the air. So it destroyed, now look at this, it wrought much injury on various kinds as chance befell to men and farm and cattle. And in particular, it destroyed all fish and bird. Furthermore, that's all is a very strong word, by the way. All fish and bird was dead from this person's history. Furthermore, it burned 2 entire cities, Herculaneum and Pompeii.
Oh.
That's why I mentioned those 2 cities. So the later place, which while its populace was seated in the theater. In other words, they were still seated in the theater when that happened. So they could see the bones literally still in the theater today. They could still look, and that's the picture here.
Yeah, when you go to Pompeii, you still see
those. So and this is it.
But the funny thing is, when you look at, when Pompeii is a historical incident.
Yeah.
When you look at that, nobody mentions
connects it with.
Yeah, nobody mentions giants. Nobody mentions any of that.
Yeah.
It's just the ashes and Mounts. Was it Vesuvius or?
Yes. So and it's connected, and that is when Jesus came. And I'm speaking just trying to marry it with scripture.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
marry history and scripture.
Yes. So that's when Jesus came to judge, because he said he's going to judge that country, right? The people, which is the Roman Empire, really, which eventually were oppressing his people at that time. So the bones are still there. And but then we have fabricated history today that makes it look as if the Roman Empire just continues to exist after
that there was never a pause. They just took over everything.
Yeah. So, but then those that may be watching, we have resolved all this in our 22-part series. They can go watch it. So, indeed, the dust was taken all together. It reached Africa, Syria, Egypt.
That's what.
It also reached Rome. So, this book 66, still page 309 now. So, terrible pestilence. So, and look at this is another part of all those destructions that have taken place in those places. So, and here I said you can compare Revelation 16, 1 to 21. You see? And it says the vials were open, grievous sore came upon men. He mentioned sore somewhere on the top there. So, like that.
When you were reading that, it just, sometimes when we see things in the Bible, we don't believe that those things can happen. So when the Bible talks about, the mountains,
leaping. It's literal.
When I read it, I never...
leads us to one of your questions.
Yeah, I'm only just you reading this making me think that could have actually happened.
And people would, if that lands on somebody, that's the end. They're dead.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
So it's in history.
Wow.
It's in history.
Let me go on to the next question.
Yes.
So the next question says, if Christ's millennial reign has already taken place, why is the apocalypse ongoing and the new earth not yet established?
Yes. The apocalypse ongoing is just what we've been told.
Yeah.
Because it's not a hard question or a trick question. Let me ask you, in what way is the apocalypse ongoing? Because I don't want to preempt. That's what I think. But no, you can, just from a layman. I know you're not an eschatologist or
a theologian.
But from what you have even heard from people, how is the apocalypse ongoing? How can you tell? Any telltale signs? Wars and rumors of wars, maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
For me, it's mostly the wars and rumors of wars.
Great. And maybe famine. Some people are hungry.
Yes.
So, but then there have been multiple times, and these are things, sincere questions I ask myself that led me to the answers that we've got. So there are multiple times that wars and rumors of wars have happened in the past 2,000 years, at least by conventional timeline, even though we know it's about 1,300 years for real. So there's been multiple times. Another thing that is causing the problem is because of the deception. Most people, when they want to check Bible prophecy, they look at a wrong timeline, apparently, but also a wrong location, because the space and time has been messed up. So they look at, they just open the newspapers or they turn on the TV and they said, oh, something is happening that is not real land. And they say, oh, you see, they're about to build a third temple. They have just killed
the
a
red
cow.
calf. All those things.
So, but that place is not the place, first off, and the time is off. So for people just pick, a prophecy describes 10 things, and for you to confirm that this is the prophecy playing out, those 10 things, all of them, or at least maybe even 8 of them, must be true. But people pick just one of them or two of them. They just watch the news, something comes up, and they come online and say, hey, you see that is happening that way, and the end is near. And after that, they just go back in, you see. And they don't merge all those evidences together with the timeline. So they just pick it randomly. So wherever you are looking at for something, you would always find something there that looks like it. So whether it's in space or in time. So in time, of course, if you think that this is the time when Jesus wants to return, you would always look for something, one of the 2, 3, 4 evidences. Meanwhile, there's like 10, 20 of them that you should consider at once. The same thing with the locations. People go in the Middle East there. If the idea you have is that is where the Israel is, then you'd always see every Calvary, you always, like I said, I don't know if I said it on this show or some other interview where some tourist guide was taking some people.
Imagine
So, and they just say, oh, that's the burning bush. Come on.
Oh, wow.
So the idea is that when you're looking for something, if that's where it is, then you begin to extrapolate from there. Some did it
you try and make sense of what you're seeing there to make it look like it.
Yes, but then when you come to the right timeline, then you see more evidence. So I wasn't looking at, and that's how I saw this, for example. There's no, I don't know of any news in the past 10 years, to draw a parallel, by the way, that mountains were leaping like that.
No, not in the last 100 years.
Yeah. So there's no other news where it says the whole sun was darkened. Not regular eclipse when sun, but the whole sun was darkened. No. There's no time when they said all fish and bird died in the news. No. There's no time in the news apparently when they said there were giants flying in the sky.
No, never.
So people just pick one of it. And this, the Revelation writes about 10, 20 things that you should consider at once. But they just pick just one of it, and then they're using the wrong land. And they say, see, that means the end times. No, it's not so. There's no mountain jumping. It was a very terrible time. In fact, the Bible says that there was no time like that, and there will not be
Never
a time
be a time like
after
that again.
Yes. So it's not going to be that bad anymore. So that's it. So the apocalypse is not, it's not happening. No, it's something else. Things are just bad.
I think, like, the confusion is people just not understanding that timeline.
Yes.
You know what you had put on the screen before. I think if we have a better understanding of the events, that rapture is followed by the Armageddon War, and that by the millennial, then the short season, the Gog and Magog, the white. If we understand
that sequence,
these periods, this sequence, I think we'll get more, we'll be able to understand the Bible more.
Yes. And then the thing is that what we are trying to show people is, an updated version of history and what is really going on. But then there is a false narrative out there such that if you're even searching for the truth, that is what you've found. But the problem is even the people are not even aware of that false narrative, first off, you see, because you have to tell them what is out there first. Like this now is literally in the Bible. And then, for example, Adam from mainstream, like I said, there's mainstream science, there's mainstream Christianity. So even mainstream Christianity teaches that it's 4004 BC that Adam was formed, and then like that, up until now we have 2000 AD. But then people don't even know that timeline, first off. That's even the wrong one we want to correct them from. They're not even aware of that. You see, something as basic as this. People have not read the book of Revelation to see that is rapture, Armageddon. They don't understand this sequence.
Yeah, even me.
Yes.
I didn't understand
So because we don't read it, then we have heard, then they've watched a lot of movies. What's that one? Left Behind movies, and they've heard a lot of things from maybe sincere preachers, from the pulpit that have just said things the way they understood it. But most Christians don't even understand this sequence, not to talk of whether one is past, one is future, just that sequence. So,
like I told you, I was reading Revelations this morning, and I would never have understood, okay, some of those things could have happened. Because I always read it as, this is what is to come. This is what's to come. And that fear thing you mentioned before. We're driven by that fear. Okay, this is coming, so let's act good, let's be good. But you're saying, we should still be good, still do what is right, but just remove that fear and remove that false understanding.
And it helps people to plan, honestly. And you wonder, the fathers of faith, especially even in the land of the real Hebrews, which is West Africa down into Southern Africa like that, they are doing a lot of big projects, you see. And I'll speak in parables this time. There is one of those fathers of faith that by the way, the top 10 richest pastors, although it's not about money, but money is a good indication of somebody that God is helping. So, and God brings resources to people. But one of those fathers of faith in that part of the world, in Western Africa, in their ministry, they don't preach rapture. Now, people have criticized him. They have said all sort of things about him. They don't preach rapture. Secondly, when you check his logo of that ministry, they have the orthogonal projection of the world map. What we have normally is the Mercator projection that makes the Africa smaller than the other continent. But what he's got is the azimuthal projection, that puts the whole thing in the proper size. Number 3, he said God told him that when he wanted to build the land, he called the name of the land. I think he literally called it the name that we have here. He literally called it Canaan land. So he was told that this is the land, build here. He was told that, you see. And they got those things by revelation. They might not have known these facts, but by revelation, because the fathers of faith were describing Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, etc. These are the literal fathers of these people, literal descendants of those people. So from their DNA, from their spirit, they could pick those things up. And he told him, build here. And some of them called their land Canaan land. Some of them called their land Promised Land. Some of them call their place Shiloh, and Shiloh literally is in the northern part of Israel, which basically, like we read in the book of Josephus, is Guinea up until Accra, up until Benin in Nigeria, all through that place. That's where the northern kingdom is. So they pick this thing up and they keep doing projects. They're not. Even some of them that preach rapture, they still do projects, and they don't stop those projects. So it could be their spirit instructing them that, okay, they think rapture is coming, but they just keep doing things, They're not quite waiting in that sense.
So we're going to go into historical and archaeological evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the questions we got is, if Africans are the true Israelites, how do you explain the archaeological finds in Israel, such as Solomon's Temple Wall and the City of David?
Yeah, so that's a very important question. So first, when people just Google these things, they see, 4K videos, wonderful scenery, and a well-explained documentary. This is the City of David, and this is that, and that's
even Jesus's tomb. All those things are
they
there.
have everything. So I wish we could analyze one of those videos. Okay, I would analyze two of them.
It's a dry riverbed.
Okay.
And it's called a wadi, W-A-D-I. If you went into that wadi, you would find there are rocks all over the place, but they've all been pushed out of the way to make a path.
Now, what he's describing is the path that they've gone through, supposedly, because these are very impressive videos that people are going to see online and go say, that's a professor speaking, that's such and such speaking. So it's good we look at those videos. Now, we are saying that what they crossed is this Red Sea from the east to west. But what he's showing us is somewhere around here, that they crossed from here into Israel. Okay. So he's trying to show us that there was a path there, just somewhere within this river that is not so difficult, not too deep to cross. Okay. So that's what he's saying. Let's keep watching.
Somebody pushed all the rocks out of the way to make a path for wagons, apparently. That dry riverbed, the wadi, ends up at that white dot, which you can barely see on from this satellite map. That white dot is actually this giant beach. Off to the right, you can see where that wadi comes into it, that dry riverbed. And at the bottom of that beach, way down there, which would be the south end, at the south end, Ron Wyatt found this pillar. It had fallen down, half in the water. He and his sons dragged it out, scrubbed it off. A lot of it was eroded, but part of it was still readable. And it basically said something to the effect of, this pillar was erected by King Solomon to commemorate the crossing of the Red Sea. So they went and did some research. The National Geophysical Data Center in Boulder, Colorado has a map showing the depth of the water. How deep is the water? Above this red arrow, you can see where it says the Elan Deep, or Elat Deep. It's nearly 5,000 feet deep. The Gulf of Aqaba is. Incredibly deep water. South of there is the Aragonese Deep, which again is nearly 5,000 feet deep. But right where that arrow is, there's a shallow place. It's only 900 feet deep, which is still pretty deep. But 900 foot in 8 or 9 miles is a nice gentle slope down and a nice gentle slope up. Easy.
So he's suggesting that must have been placed across. Right, so let's just keep watching.
Yes. There's an underwater land bridge right there. He says they walked across on dry ground, 900-foot wall of water on both sides. He went out to as deep as they could go, 100 feet or whatever, 150 feet with the scuba equipment, and found all along, as far as they could go, chariot wheels with no chariots attached to them.
Wow.
Great. So they also found chariot wheels there.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
And chariot bodies, crumbling, badly, poorly conditioned, with no wheels on them. They found horse skeletons and human skeletons crusted over with coral.
So chariot wheels, horse skeletons. So shadow path that they could have crossed. Then horse skeletons, then chariot wheels. Let's keep going.
The chariot wheels, you can see one here in this picture. It's kind of hard to see, but it's gold-plated wood. But the wood has rotted out. There's only one Egyptian dynasty that used 4-spoke, 6-spoke, and 8-spoke, all 3 types used in this one dynasty. And all 3 are found down there, or something like that. If you look at the far right, this arrow is pointing to a mountain in Saudi Arabia called Jabal al-Laws, which means Mountain of Laws. It's been labeled that for centuries. Could Mount Sinai be in Arabia? Well, let's see what the Bible says. Galatians chapter 4. Which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar, for this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia.
Of which the real Arabia is different from Saudi Arabia, which you have mentioned before. The real Arabia is actually, way out of, let me show you what we've got here. The real Arabia is in the north here. The same place here. Okay, which I think we showed in the last part, but let's just keep going. So it's different from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So that's why the scripture is it's telling the truth, but then that Arabia is different from Saudi Arabia. Let's keep going.
Hello, it's been there all along, folks. Why have they been looking at the Sinai Peninsula? That's not where it is. This is a picture of the mountain that apparently is Mount Sinai. The top of it is still black. Right here where this
Great.
valley comes up.
So those are the three things he's pulled out from this video. Number one is that there was a shallow place they crossed. Number two, first, in fact, four things. Number one, a pillar that commemorates the crossing.
By King Solomon.
Yes, by King Solomon. Number two is the shallow water passing. Then number three is what's the next one?
You mentioned the chariots.
Yeah, chariot wheels and
horses,
skeletons. Then
yeah.
number four is a mountain that has a burnt. The reason why it's showing a mountain that has a burnt cap is because fire descended on Mount Sinai, and then the top was burnt. Now, those four things, they looked somewhere around this whole area. Where is it on the map? So they looked around here, as wide as this whole area, and they were able to find those four things.
Yeah.
Right. But then, like I said, when you're looking for something, and this is the area you think it is, if you look long enough, you will find things like that. But then I challenge these same people to come here where the real thing is. I'm sure they will find somewhere along the Red Sea, which is the way they really crossed, that is shallow enough. They will find some other commemoration here because these people had a relationship with the Hebrews, so there would be stones around here that would show you some writings of what happened, of whatever king of the crossing of the sea. They will find that also here. Number three, check along the line. The Nile River is literally the longest river in the world, maybe the second longest. So if you're looking for chariot wheels, you are definitely going to find chariot wheels here.
Sure.
You're going to find horses here that have rotten or whatever you want. Then number four, what's the last one? Check around here, you will find a mountain that's got some blackhead. But the whole problem is that you're just not looking at the right place. But if they come to this same place, they will find just about the same things. Like I say about the timeline also, if you're looking for end time signs and you just pick 2 or 3 of them, right? You could still find some around. But if you take them in the holistic way and check it from a broader view, and that's always the problem. They check just from a narrow view and they pick 1 or 2, 4, 5 symptoms and then they conclude that they've discovered something. But then if they look at the broad view, like we've said, that this land cannot be east. The land is absolutely too small. They could not have crossed from here to here. And the scripture says Red Sea, not Red Sea, right? It says they crossed from east to west using the east wind blowing here. So and many other things like that. And then when the earth was also divided, it says that the land between Euphrates, which is they said is here, and Tigris is here, was given to Aram. So how can you give one land to Aram, which is one of the sons of Shem, just this tiny place, and then you give the whole Africa to Ham, which is a son that his grandson was literally cursed, by the way. So the problem is they don't check the whole thing, just pick 1 or 2 or 3, 4 things, and then they conclude from there.
So what about the temple that's there?
Yes, there's no temple there, by the way. Can you describe the temple? Yeah, there's no temple in Jerusalem. Can you describe it? I want to show you the power of media. Tell me. Describe the temple there. No,
what the temple looks like?
Yeah, no, generally, if you have an idea at all. The temple in Jerusalem.
I don't have an idea what it looks like.
But I think, is it this dome thing? Have you seen this golden dome thing? Is there a temple in Jerusalem now? Boom. Google. No. There's no Jewish temple. What people see is this shiny thing.
Wait, so there's no...
As we speak, there is no temple.
There's no temple in Jerusalem?
No, there is none. So what you have is this rock of the dome, dome of the rock rather, okay, which is a mosque, okay, and they are trying to tell the world that under that mosque is where the real temple is, and they need to dig it. They want to bring it. And this thing is important to the Mecca people, to the Islamic world. So they're saying, no, that is where it's as good as a false flag operation, just to justify destroying that place and to cause war by deception. They're saying there is something under there that we have checked it. We want to check more. That's where. So Christians are sentimentally attached to that. Let's quickly, so I don't miss. So now, it's easier to capture this from 1776.
Okay.
There was, let's do it from present back into the past. So, like I said, there's no temple there. What you have is that mosque, and they're trying to force things. Now, the Israel we know today, the Middle East, modern day state of Israel, was formed in 1948, right? But before that 1948, there was what is called the Balfour Declaration. So the Balfour Declaration was a foreign minister from Britain, from England, writing a letter to Rothschild. Have you heard the name Rothschild
Yes.
before? What do you know about Rothschild? So
A lot of money, a lot of incest,
Yes. Oh, incest. Yeah. Anything else?
a lot of control over the whole world.
Okay, great. So we'll just call them Red Shield.
And they also appoint presidents, don't they?
Exactly. So, but then we are going to call them Red Shield so that it doesn't get flagged on YouTube, etc. Okay. So this Red Shield family, that's what Rothschild means, but Rothschilds mean, by the way. So, England in Balfour Declaration, have you heard of it before?
No.
Okay, let's just type it real quick. Just to let you know how Israel happened to be in Israel today. Okay, because that's not always been that way. So the Balfour Declaration. So the foreign minister, which I'm sure you can still pull up later if you need to. So the foreign minister, the Balfour Declaration was a 1917 statement of the British government expressing support for the establishment
in Palestine
for
of a national home for the Jewish people.
Okay. So so it was Arthur Balfour. He's the one that did it. Now, yes. So so the way it is, that is the declaration, and let's just have a quick look at the letter.
Okay.
Open in new. Okay, so a quick look at the letter. So this is the letter, 1917, 2nd of November. Okay, so it's written by Arthur Balfour as a signature. So he's saying, I have much pleasure in conveying this to you on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. In other words, Britain has approved what the Red Shield brought to him. Which really is really the other way around if you understand how the power dynamics work. But I'll show you that proof in a moment. So he's saying His Majesty's government, in other words, the British government, they have viewed with favor that establishment of that to happen there. Now, did you know that this Palestine mandate was going to be a Ugandan mandate?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Check the Ugandan scheme. You can also check Uganda scheme.
So you're saying they would have established Israel in Uganda instead of establishing it in Palestine.
Exactly. So literally all the wars you have in that Middle East now would have been taking place in East Africa today. So they just picked it. So, and in fact, Uganda was their earlier choice. It was when Uganda didn't work that they went there.
Let me see the proof.
Great. So Uganda scheme, look at it. Let's see. Look at Moses Gaster and Lucien Wolfe strongly opposed the plan, believing it went against the principles of Zionism and was an unwise experiment with the Jewish government. What is the Uganda scheme?
Yeah. The Ugandan scheme was a proposal put forth in 1903.
When was the Balfour Declaration?
That was it, 1917. Yes.
So that's like 14 years after.
Oh, so they had actually thought of the Uganda scheme before?
Yes. So, and of course, whatever you consider earlier was probably a better choice for you.
Yeah.
Which confirms to you that they wanted somewhere closer to the real land, which is Uganda is in East Africa, closer to the real land.
So just for our viewers to hear the whole thing. So it was a proposal put forth in 1903 to establish a Jewish homeland in a portion of British East Africa, present-day Kenya, as a temporary refuge for
anti-Semitism in Europe.
Anti-Semitism in Europe.
Yes. So, and of course, that's what they have told them in Palestine. So it's just temporary, just take us for a while. From there, they kept taking grounds.
Or taking over the whole place.
So they were going to put them in Uganda, but that didn't work. So all of that fight would have been Uganda, and it would have been more real because it's closer to the real place that we're exposing today. See? So it used to be, and if you understand the power dynamics, let me show you if I can still find David Redshield.
By the way, he keeps saying Red Shield instead of the name, so it doesn't flag up. But you can see it on the screen.
Yeah. Red Shield. Born. Let's just say born and died. 1777. Okay. So this is the person, this bald-headed person that made that statement.
Okay.
So look at the statement, just to let you know. And the Balfour Declaration is in 19-something.
Yes.
1917. So this is 200 years ago. They have been having that much power. Look at how much power they have in 1777. By the way, that's very close to our 1776, by the way. So he was born just 1 year after that, when that
Illuminati
nothing was
formed.
Right. So look at this. I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England to rule the empire on which the sun never sets. That's talking about the longer day that England usually has.
Wow.
UK. Look at this. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply. And then you're telling us that you were waiting for the British Empire to write a letter to say, oh, we are giving this land to you. No. You are the one that must
You're
have
the one that's
instructed.
controlling it.
Yeah. But then they're not going to come out in the open to say that. But you see the letter from Balfour saying, okay, we're giving the Jewish land to this Rothschild because you go take that over. But then apparently, if you understand the power dynamics, you know that they are the one really
controlling everything.
So it gets surprising when people look at the current Prime Minister of England, of the of Britain. They're like, oh, what is he doing? Why is he acting like that? Those guys are hardly ever in control.
They're just puppets.
Because it's like Rishi Sunak, I think, is one that just left, who's an Indian. So it's surprising. It's funny how you would think that Britain would take an Indian national, essentially, to go to the world stage to talk with Donald Trump and the Ukrainian president to discuss matters that could literally escalate to Third World War, and they will send India to represent England. It's not likely. The guys just going there to basically read scripts. You know what I'm saying? So and that is just talking about the prime minister. And then even King Charles acts like he doesn't know what's going on. And these people are saying that they don't care what puppet
sits on the throne because they are the ones in power.
So imagine how far this person is from that kind of Sunak or what have you, the prime minister. They are quite far. And let me show you one picture. Rothschild and Charles. Rothschild and King Charles. Picture is what I want to show. Look at this. This guy is one of the Rothschild, one of the Rothschild.
And he's poking the king in his chest.
Do you understand? So tell me who look at the body language, look at the look on Charles's face, like his boss is talking to him. How many people in the world can just touch King Charles on the chest like that and say, I told you to go to Ghana and destroy the place. Why is the place? Something like that.
Power dynamics is really...
You understand? So now you tell me that this Charles then wrote a letter to say, oh, now we are approving. No, you're not the one approving it. He's told you to write that because you're the one on the front. But now, of course, maybe the royal family generally has gotten wiser. So the more powerful you are, really, the more in the shades that they are in. So you've got, of which even these Red Shields people, they've got some bosses, I'll call their bosses entities. I'll just use that word. They still got bosses that they are answerable to. So imagine how far, what's the name of Keir Starmer is from the real power. He's basically just acting.
Wow.
So, but I said all that to say this, that was the Balfour Declaration, okay, that was put forth to say that land Palestine. And before then, there's also another, which was going to be in Uganda, by the way, and that did not work. And also, there was this time when Queen Victoria also launched the Palestine Exploration Fund in 1886.
So it says Queen Victoria created Palestine Exploration Fund.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So in 1886, and this was just about the time, just a few years, maybe actually like 2 decades before the Scramble for Africa. Do you know what the Scramble for Africa is? No idea.
When I don't know, I think of when the main powers wanted to each get a bit of land to own.
Yes. So there was a meeting in Germany, interestingly, just about the same Germany, Berlin, Germany this time. So to basically part Africa into pieces like that and then to start colonization. So by that time, it's just a transition from slavery. They abolished slavery, but then it moved to colonialism. And colonialism has ended now, supposedly around 1950s and 1960s, but now there's neo-colonialism, you see. When they're speaking about Ibrahim Traore is a dictator, is this and that. They just want to invade because of the gold. And then you see the power outages happening in Europe, you see.
Yeah.
So they try to tell us that it's because of... they just use some jargon to try to explain it away. Well, apparently, Russia has blocked off the oil coming from Nord Stream 1. They've blocked off the gas coming in because of the wars and etc. And then another option they've got, other than trying to use their own mines, coal mines, etc., is to come to Africa, and then the Sahel is also blocking them off. So you see why there has to be some power outages in Spain. But they can't come out to news and say, you know what, actually, Russia has blocked off our power and Africa is not letting us listen. You don't say these kind of things in the news.
No, you can't say that.
So Queen Victoria started the exploration fund, and they sent, when you want to excavate a place, what you should send should be scientists and all that. But one of the main people she sent was a soldier.
Oh.
And even in that same place where the excavations was going on, there was wars going on there. So there is this history, almost hundreds of years of history, where there's always diggings going on and extractions going on along with wars and unrest. You see, even in the North Nigerian today, you find a lot of unrest going on there.
Yes.
There's peacekeeping forces there. But then anywhere you find peacekeeping forces from the United States and from the UK, just know there's never going to be peace there. It's always been the case. So once you see and hear you this AID, you that AID, they're the ones funding things. And international people are going to come there, go in for free and come out safe. They won't be kidnapped. Nothing will happen to them. They get what they're looking for. So soldiers were sent there to do it. And definitely they were just getting things and, whatnot out of the place. Yeah.
Let's go on to the next question, because I know we've got a lot of questions. You claimed manna fell in Angola. What evidence do you have to support this?
Yes, it's literally on Google. And it's in a place called Namba in Angola. So we've popped on Google, where in Angola is manna falling? So in Angola, the area is known for falling manna. Okay.
Oh, it's even public knowledge.
Yeah, this one is public knowledge.
In Angola,
so you can imagine if by any means you see any white thing on the road in Israel, you can imagine how viral to go, oh, we have found manna. But this is happening in Africa almost every other week.
But why is it not on news?
Because it's not packaged in that sense, you see.
Because even AI is telling us that in Angola, the area known for falling manna is the Namba Mission, a 7-day Adventist mission station in the central region.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if this by any chance, even if it's a coincidence, if it happens once in...
Oh. It even says the phenomena of falling manna has been reported there since 1945.
Yes. You see.
So since 1945, manna has been falling in Angola.
So look at it.
Wow.
And that's it there. And they've tasted it. We can watch the video.
They eat it.
Yeah. So they said it's sweet. Very similar things to what you find in...
That falls every Wednesday and Friday at the Namba Adventist station in the southern part.
There's a documentary on it.
Manna has been falling in this drought-stricken area since 1945. And we praise God for providing to his people.
We have always had a poor harvest in this area, but God has always provided for his people. My sister can testify that they survived on manna when times were hard at the Namba Adventist.
Wow.
So if just a little comment. So if this was anywhere close in the so-called Middle East, oh my God, we're not going to hear what.
No, but
they would have...
I'm surprised nobody is talking about this. Even us Christians, why are we not talking about it?
So do we need to play this whole video?
No, we don't, because it shows that what happened was true. Because if it's still happening now.
Yes. And then they even mentioned that when there is conflict around that area, the church or things like that, they're not doing fine, the manna color will change. Literally. And when they resolve and they begin to walk in love and things like that, and the manna turns white again.
This is some crazy stuff.
And then confirming that with the map we have, which is why, this is an ongoing research, like I said. When they came out of Egypt, they went into the continent and they kept going round because they couldn't go straight into the land because it starts from Guinea, like we said, we read in the book of Josephus. So they couldn't go straight in because Edom stopped them, which begins to suggest to you who Edom is. That's the brother of Jacob. So he stopped them. Then also some other people, Monsieur also stopped them. But while they were trying to go around is when they must have encountered that manna, which tells you where the Israel is as against where the other nations are, which are still Hebrews, by the way. So, and this is where that Angola is, you see.
Wow.
So just around there, they keep going around these mountains. And it tells in the, let me just... Manna was found, Exodus 16, I think. Yeah, look at it. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation
of the children of Israel came onto the wilderness of Sin.
Yes.
which is between Elim and Sinai.
Yes. And where does it talk about the manna? Then, verse 4, that's Exodus 16:4.
4, okay.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and
all the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
Yes. And where did that happen? In the wilderness of Sin. Now, I had not known about the Angola thing. I don't think so. I've known that yet. But even if I did, this was not based on the Angola. But look at where we placed the wilderness of Sin. Just here.
Okay.
Not too far from Angola, but just around here.
Around the area.
So they keep going round about those mountains, just round about. And of course, the journey took 40 years. It makes more sense that the journey from Egypt all through here, going round.
Because it's such a big area.
Yes, than just from here to here to take 40 years.
And that's a small, yeah.
Very, very small.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me just go on to the next question. But that's really mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's public knowledge.
That no one's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So my next question is, if the lifespan of Adam, Methuselah, and Enoch were altered, does this mean biblical chronology is unreliable? So I think this person's question is based on what you said about time being changed.
Okay, yeah. We didn't say that their ages were altered. Their ages are still accurate the way it is.
Okay, because time wasn't changed then. It was
it was changed much further in the future. So the chronology is still okay with it. In fact, it's the ages of those patriarchs that helps us know the times.
The right times we're in.
Yeah,
okay.
So that's still correct.
So he's clarified that. The Bible mentions synagogues so many times, and I don't believe we had synagogues in our culture or recognized Sabbath. So how can we be the people of the Bible? So this is based on your claim that we Africans are the people of the Bible, the real Israelites.
Yeah.
So, the people in the Bible, they talk about synagogues a lot, but we don't have synagogues in Africa. And they talk about Sabbath, and we don't observe the Sabbath. We didn't used to in history. Yeah,
but then it's public knowledge also. And I'll show you two things. In fact, the synagogue you mentioned reminded me of something. But then before that, Africans observed the Sabbath, first off.
Where's the proof of that?
Let's say... so let's see. He says, yes.
Historically, Ethiopia and many other parts of Black Africa have observed the Sabbath. The Church of Ethiopia, including the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, has a long tradition of Sabbath observance.
Yes.
Often including both the Jewish Sabbath and its Christian counterpart. This practice became a distinctive feature of Ethiopian Christianity.
Yes. And he also says here, let me read it from what we have copied off of the internet. So he says, the isolation for centuries from Rome, etc., allowed Africans to maintain much spiritual independence. But look at this. He said, Kung Fu followers gravitated towards the American revival of 1880 of Seventh-day Adventist movement because it observed Saturday as God's day of rest. This was shared Aboriginal belief of the Akan people, which is in Ghana, as this was too was the day of the Akan god Inyame, which this is akin to Yahweh, by the way.
Rested after creating the earth.
Exactly. So this is so that's an Akan god. And Akan is a Ghanaian people. So they have it in their culture already.
So they believe that their own god, the Nyame, rested after creating the earth on the seventh day.
Yes. So that is literally Yahweh they're talking about. It's in West Africa, of which Akan, of course, who are the Akan
So
people?
they were already observing the Sabbath.
Yeah. Right? It's Akan people Kwa speaking in Ghana.
Wow.
You see. So it says here they have been observing that. So they're like, when they saw the Seventh-day Adventists, they are open to it. You see. So they were quicker to take that. And that's why when they bring all the Christian missionaries, etc., they resonate more with people in the southern part of that Sahel, you see. So most of them, southern Nigeria, south of the Middle Belt, southern Sudan, most of those people are Christian-like. So because when they brought Christianity or even Roman Catholicism, they can relate with it more because it's something they already knew, you see. So even the Inyame they have is as good as saying Yahweh, you see. He said he rested on the seventh day. So they definitely, in fact, Kwame is a name given to somebody born on the Sabbath, which is a Ghanaian. Kwame is an African name, Ghanaian name. So
okay, but what about the synagogues? We never had synagogues in Africa.
Well,
the Bible talks about synagogues all the time.
Yeah, the biggest.
So if we're Africa, if we are the people of the Bible, we should have had synagogues.
They must have in the world. They must have had things like which could have been destroyed, but then the biggest basilica. Let me see if Google is gonna lie. Let's hear what AI is saying. Look at the way they twist things. Well, anyway, I've not read it. Let's read it first. St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican is widely considered the largest basilica and the church in the world, both by area and volume. It is also one of the 4 major basilicas in the Catholic Church. The Basilica of Our Lady of Peace, Ivory, is another significant basilica known
in
for its
Ivory Coast.
But then that one in Yamoussoukro is actually bigger than St. Peter's. Just for the sake of argument, is St. Peter's bigger than Yamoussoukro Basilica? Let's see.
No, St. Peter's Basilica is not bigger than the Basilica of Our Lady of Peace in Yamoussoukro. Okay.
Of which he said that St. Peter is the biggest just now. But now we're saying, is it bigger? And he's saying, no,
so
it's
you're
not
saying
bigger.
there's a big basilica.
Yeah, in Yamoussoukro, in the Ivory Coast.
But then who made it? Isn't it the colonial people?
To be honest, we consider it very likely to be one of the... First off, it was official narrative. It was made by the Ivory Coast government. Okay. And in 1989, thereabout. But then with the knowledge of the past kingdom, millennial kingdom, which they call the Tartarian kingdom, we are saying that it's more likely that they just discovered it and pushed the narrative that they built it. Because during that time, there was a lot of poverty going on in Ivory Coast that they literally could not have funded that. In fact, maybe what they could fund was to wash up the place after it's been old for a long time. So, but then officially it was built by, that's the official narrative. But then the building it's just too magnificent. And they said they've borrowed money for it, they've done this, they've done that. But the country was going through very terrible times when it was built. And it doesn't make quite sense. But then official narrative even confirms that it's built by.
But this doesn't show that we had synagogues. In Africa.
Well, it depends what a synagogue is. We need to define what a synagogue is. But then, but if a synagogue means a worship place where they meet, for example, you could check maybe where they met for their Jewish, what's it called? Sabbath observance that we saw that they were doing before even the colonialists came. I mean, that potentially could have been their synagogues in that sense.
Could have been any place. All right, let me move on to the next question then.
But then, by the way, how does a synagogue look, by the way? Can you tell me?
My only understanding is when when you watch all these movies and then you see how a synagogue looks.
Oh, I see. But I don't know. But if a synagogue is a place where they gather to, because all we need to do to know how a synagogue looks is to check, like this African tribe that is saying, people that are saying they've been observing Sabbath before the colonialists came. You just need to check where they met. And they could have called it any other name, just like they called Yahweh Inyame.
Yeah.
Right. But then that would have been their synagogue in that sense, is what I believe.
Okay. So, so if we are the true Israelites, then why does God allow prolonged suffering? So this was a question we got on TikTok.
Yes. It was very surprising to myself also how there are so many things that don't change because of Jesus' coming to someone's life personally, for example, or even coming to the earth. At least everybody knows, generally speaking, that Jesus came to this world. Okay, so it was very surprising that there are some very important things that don't change, even though Jesus has come, and which are saying that he has even reigned and is still reigning, which we sing in church, that Jesus reigns.
Jesus reigns,
yeah, either in your personal life or in the world or in even a country or whatever. It's surprising how many things don't change, even despite that. One of them is the law of cause and effect. It doesn't change, at least not at the moment. Another one is your free will, which is a very big one. It still is not taken away. So most of the suffering we're seeing is literally self-induced, in the sense that we are the ones allowing it.
Causing it.
Yeah, God does not stop. The wars going on in the world, people say, I preach to people, evangelism, literal on the way and things like that. And one of the questions people ask is that if God is real at all, why is there so much killings in the world and things like that. And I tell them that the wars that we're seeing in the world is not done by God. It's people that are doing it. So it's like that scripture in Psalm 82, verse 6, that says that I say unto you that you are gods. So God puts so much, scarily so much in our free will, that if you know the real impact of it and the real gravity of it, the best thing you want to do with it is just to hand it over back to God. Because it's like putting a moving truck in the hands of a child, So if one has any smarter, you want to hand it over to God and follow his word. But then most of the sufferings we see, if I bringing it back to the people of West Africa, it's is literally, even from the slave trade, they couldn't buy slaves except the people themselves sold each other, onto those people. The neo-colonialism going on, it can't be possible if, despite the external influence, they've got some accomplices inside of the people. Yeah. So it's largely a self-inflicted thing. But then it's very surprising, despite Jesus' reign coming on the earth, coming into your own personal life, you still need to be responsible for some action. Very, very surprisingly. But then it makes a lot of things possible and accessible. But then a lot of responsibility still falls on humanity. Yeah.
Let me move on to the next question. So, do you think that maybe you're taking scripture too literally? Because some viewers have said that you're taking the scripture too literally, or you're twisting it. Or
yeah, it's more of a literal thing, because it's the person that is interpreting in a certain way that is maybe trying to twist that or interpreting in a certain way. So what we are doing is just to interpret it literally, and people are used to figurative interpretations and metaphors and things like that. But we are taking it literally. But then I understand that it's literally a requirement of faith that
to take it literally.
It's a requirement of faith that there are some things you may not understand. It's literally the rule of the game in that sense. So, but what we are saying is that the more we understand, I have found, the more I understand the scriptures and begin to see things, the more literal I'm seeing the word. I found the word to be. So, but then there will still be parts we don't understand. There's still parts I personally don't understand. But then when, like the scripture says, when that which is clear comes, then that which is unclear needs to be done away with, you see. So, the more you understand it, the more you see that it is literal what it's saying, just like we saw the mountains leaping and things like that. So it's because we have not found it, we find ways to explain it away, which is understandable, what people do when they are in faith. When they're past, they don't understand, they try to explain it away, but when we now have an understanding, we should be able to take it literally if we have something to support it. Yeah.
So on to our next questions.
Yeah.
So these are questions about racial identity.
Okay, yes.
And your claims. So you linked vitiligo to biblical leprosy as proof of Black Israelites, but vitiligo affects all races.
Yes.
So how do you reconcile this?
Yes, that's true. Vitiligo, I've discovered that it doesn't only affect only Black people. I think I've said it once that it only affects Black people, but it's only more evident in Black people. Okay, dark skin people, because it's a loss of skin pigmentation. So the less skin pigmentation you have altogether at all, the less obvious it is. Okay, then we have confirmed it's not, the chopping hand, because we have the Naaman situation. Then it always says leprous white as snow, so he describes it with a color. So he also talks about, there's this, did I show you that video of the woman that was describing leprosy, that was saying that the Igbo term for leprosy?
No, you've not shown that.
So we could just have a quick look at that. Look at this. So to form a quick background, this is a woman trying to narrate a novel written by a Nigerian, which called Things Fall Apart, which I'm sure you've probably heard of before. Yes. Definitely. So she's just describing it chapter by chapter. It's just a narration. So she's describing one part of something happened between Ikemefuna and whatever characters in that novel, and how Europeans came into Africa and they were seeing them for the first time. So they were saying that the African people described Europeans as leprous men, you see. And let's just listen to that narration.
Discuss customs of other clans that they consider outlandish. They laugh at the stories of white men, beings with skin white as chalk, who walk on feet with no toes, referring to their shoes. The men doubt the existence of these beings. They've heard of them, but have never actually seen them. One jokingly compares white men to lepers because the Igbo term for leprosy translates to white skin. This chapter deals with the emotional
You see that?
aftermath of Ike.
So he's saying that the Igbo term, and we know these Igbo people are part of the real Hebrews, the real Israelites, you know. So he's saying the Igbo term for leprosy is just white skin. So that is just one of those things that makes it more difficult to see the people. But when we understand that leprosy is a skin-related thing, not necessarily this thing that chops off the finger, then it helps people to understand that, okay, leprosy must have been something that makes people look a certain way, and they were asked to move apart for spiritual separation purposes in that sense, even though it's not necessarily contagious.
Okay.
So that's that about vitiligo.
So basically, you think that the leprosy in the Bible is not, the leprosy that we're seeing today.
Yeah,
it's probably just a term that was used to come.
Yeah.
Okay. So if Africans wrote the Bible, where are the pre-colonial records of our literacy?
Yes, important question. And like I think I mentioned in the last interview that the English language we're speaking now is largely gotten from the Greek, and the Greek is gotten from the Paleo-Hebrew. Okay. And if you check the script comparison, there is this insipid script.
Because the idea we're giving also is that we Africans were not, we could not read, we could not write before they came to save us.
So,
Insipid.
look at this. Insipid is an ancient Igbo system of writing and communication. So it's even from your people.
That originated in the Igbo region of southeastern Nigeria. Whoa. Oh. An ancient Igbo system of writing and communication. How old was it?
5th century.
Existing back in the 5th century.
See? So you've been writing before?
The Igbo people were writing even in the 5th century.
Before, yes. So that's fairly public knowledge, actually, to be honest. Yeah. And then let me show you. So they've been writing long before then. So this is Paleo-Hebrew, the way you write A, the R sound, the bar sound. But you see the A is literally just like the English A.
Yes.
The B is just like a B that is lying like that. Yeah. So the D is a delta. That's where Greek got their delta from, by the way. The E is just like this, inverted to the left. Look at the K is still the Ka sound, like that, just inverted to the left. That's the lay sound, just the same. This is the mime sound. It's just the M. So, and this is Paleo-Hebrew, literally the writing that we have in Africa before then. But then this is still too deep.
This is writing in Africa. The Paleo-Hebrew is African writing.
Yes, with this understanding now we know it is, of which, even if people don't believe this is African, then how about the hieroglyphs, you see? Hieroglyphs has been there long before. That's Egyptian. They call it hieroglyphics, but it's hieroglyphs. So Egyptian hieroglyphics. So, but then even at that, we have that insipid script, so
From
which has
the 5th
been there
century. Wow.
before the king. So they are not illiterate. It's just that people think illiteracy, they define it relative to the English language, and it shouldn't be so. So it's just the ability to write, communicate with each other.
Which we've been doing for a
which
long
they've been doing
time.
before that.
Wow.
But of course, all of this has been literally wiped off.
Wow. Let me go on to the next question, because of time. Could the Tower of Babel linguistic diversity point to Africa?
Not exactly, really, because I checked one time the place in the world where you have the most language diversity, but I think it's somewhere in Indonesia also. Yeah. But then there's this thing they say in Africa, I think they said it's Yoruba people that would understand it or that would know it. They said, Akoko lolonti de deru, or something like that. And it means that Akoko is a place in West Africa, in Nigeria, okay, in Yoruba land. So because literally from street to street or every other street, just small communities, you have different languages and they're not so connected. Okay, and you have them concentrated there. But then that in itself is not sufficient to say that. So, but we have deeper evidence to show where the Tower of Babel is, okay, which is not necessarily in West Africa. It's more towards Sudan.
Okay.
Yeah, we have China, just about that area. It's all there in our website. So that would not necessarily prove that in itself. Yeah.
So another question that came in on TikTok was, you claim the Euphrates is in Africa, but critics note 2 distinct rivers with the same name. What is your response? Because I think the text you brought up
Yes.
showed that there were 2 distinct rivers with the same name. So I think what this person is saying is that your claim might be wrong because they might just have the same name.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising that they're using my own references against. But then what that writing is saying is that there are 2 of them. But then when we checked, like I said, it's always good to zoom out and check. So we checked the closeness of the common Euphrates we know with that of the Tigris, and they're just too close together to be a region where God has given a certain people. Okay, and we checked other references like that. So what that writing is just saying is that yes, there is an Euphrates there, which has been named that, but then we have found another Euphrates here, which is connected to River Pra. We've got a Pra like that, of which the real name of that land is more of that Phrates end, not just the Euphrates, because the U was made basically added. So we've got a Pra in Ghana, we've got Tigris showing there, and that distance between the Niger and the Nile, which is the real Euphrates and the Tigris, fits much better in the bigger picture when you check the Book of Jubilees and all of those writings.
Okay. A next question. How do pre-colonial African clothing, food, and traditions align with biblical Israelite practices? Because, when we look in the Bible, we see the way the women were dressed modestly with long gowns. But in Africa, we wear a rapa, the top, or some people might say we were dressing indecently in the past.
Yeah.
So if we're the true Israelites, how does that?
Yeah, the dressing part is also a little dicey, slippery, because dresses can change just like that. People change dresses by weather. You can change your dress by event or occasion you're going for. But one thing you can easily change is circumcision or foreskin. That's literally on the person's body. You understand? So things like dressing are a little all over the place to work with. You understand? So, and it's true, there were parts of Africa that the ladies don't wear a topper. They just don't wear anything on the top.
And we don't see that in the Bible.
Yeah, and then, yes, and that's not in scriptures. So, but then, and that's probably in Southern Africa, by the way. But then the people, because lust is more of a psychological and a spiritual thing, you see. So even the men there would say that when, especially in mid-recent times, that when a lady wears a cloth that is covering a certain way, okay, or maybe exposed a certain way, but they use African fabrics, it doesn't suggest to them that anything seductive in that sense. But the moment they wear something Western that it's not exposed to anything more than it used to, but then it just brings that idea because it's connecting to what they've watched in the movies or to the ladies' dressing they've seen on Western movies and things like that. So, but then the dressing part is a little difficult to nip on because it can change even within one day. The person's dressing can change and all that. So that may not quite.
So beyond prior arguments, what distinct traits prove Africans are the Bible's Israelites?
Yeah, so I think it may be sweeter to do a quick run on the list we already have. Yeah, and this would be because there's maybe some things we could not mention the last time.
Yes,
which we just touched on.
I'd love to hear this.
Yeah, so we've put it in a list. Is it 18 things? 14 thereabout. So, but then some of them we've mentioned before, so it's easy to. So first is circumcision. We've mentioned that.
Yes.
Okay. Then payment of bride price. There's something called virginity in Yoruba land. It's called ibale. Okay. So when a lady is getting married, she takes a white cloth into the marriage, probably in the Igbo culture also. And then if it's not blood stained, then they say she has played the harlot. This is the way the scripture calls it. But then it's the same thing for the Yoruba culture, although it's not fully practiced now as such. But then if the hymen breaking, if it's not, there's no evidence of that because the cloth should be there. Okay, so if the cloth is not bloodstained, then I think they might potentially destroy that marriage because of that. They won't let it hold. So it's still in the Yoruba culture today. There's this kinsman marriage. That scripture that says that when a woman gets married to a man and they don't have children together and then the man dies, the brother should marry the woman. Have you read that in scripture?
I think so.
Yeah, it is in scripture. So, but then people know this. It's in scripture so that we don't take time checking it. But that's literally in the Yoruba culture also. That when people, I think it's probably in the Igbo culture also, That's
think
why,
so,
yeah. So when they don't, they get married to their brother, they don't have a child together, they ask the sibling, to marry, which may even be a second wife or third wife or something like that. Of which polygamy is another one, which is not even on this list, by the way. Polygamy is literally in African culture, and it's there in Hebrew culture also.
Yeah, so you don't really see that in the Western culture.
Yeah, it's not in the Western culture. So the Western culture tried to force monogamy into Christianity. They tried to force the thing together, but then Jesus said that man and wife, they have made them. It was not so in the beginning.
Even when you look at their kings, when King Henry
Yes.
had was it 6 or 8 wives he married?
Oh,
Those were
yeah.
at different times. He didn't marry
yeah.
all of them at the same
once.
time. But an African king could have married
Once.
30 wives
Yes.
together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even the guy does not even need to be
Just
a
like
king.
Solomon married so many wives.
So many.
Yeah.
So the guy does not even need to be a king to even have multiple.
More than
so
one wife,
That's
yeah.
another one, polygamy. So then twin fertility, you see a lot of twins in Hebrew culture.
Okay.
Esau and Jacob, even Cain and Abel potentially, Ephraim and Manasseh, and all those with their twins. And the highest twin fertility is in a place called Igbora in Nigeria. So that's where you have highest twin fertility in the world. So another one is naming on the 8th day, okay, which they do also in scripture times. Another one is giving children names that are connected to God, okay, like Isaiah, okay, Jeremiah, okay, he's saying Mathat Yahweh is Matthew, okay, it's gift of Yahweh. Okay.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yahuwah Nan, that means Yahuwah is gracious. So they always, so that's why you have Oluwa Kemi, Oluwa, this Eloah, and that Eloah is the same word, by the way. That says Elohim in the plural. So Oluwa,
The
Eloah.
same thing in my own culture.
Yeah.
Our names are connected to God. It's Cheta, Chuku, Chuku. Names are connected to God.
Yes. So that God naming, you don't find that in Europe very much. You find fish, wood, stick,
Snake.
Snake. So that connection of a name to a deity, even if you call it a deity, it's there in the African culture till today. So, and then this Nazarite thing also, you don't have a Caucasian having the Nazarite hair. The dreadlocks.
Dreadlocks?
Yes,
Yeah.
natural dreadlocks. And there's this saying in the Yoruba culture that you should not and it literally means a razor should not come on his head. The same thing that was said to Samson.
Wow.
So they don't cut that as a, and it's not a colonialist thing, of course not. Okay, both the hair, having of the hair, and the cutting of it. So they don't cut the hair. They believe you cut it, the child might run mad, blah blah blah. Okay, but some still cut it. But then having of the hair, and then the instruction that follows the hair, which is to not cut it, is in African culture.
Wow.
So that's another one we didn't mention. The days of mourning after losing a loved one, or if your spouse is there, the 40 days of mourning, yes. Okay. And they bake these cakes, unleavened cakes, they or do akara or whatever, even in African culture. So, and then did we discuss the tribe of Ephraim being Yoruba here?
No, I don't think
we
we went into that. No.
So this might be one of the blockbusters for today, by the way. So this is From Babylon to Timbuktu.
Okay.
It's a book written in talking about 1930. So it says here, these are the black Jews. It's called Yoruba Jews of Nigeria. So these are black Jews in southern Nigeria who are called Emoyokwaim, or strange people, by the native Africans. But these black Jews call themselves the Hebrew name Benai Ephraim, or sons of Ephraim. You see, I say these Yoruba Jews lived in the Ondo district, you see, in 1930.
1930.
Yeah. So, and like I said, this is the same time when you were having the Babalola crusade, Babalola revival, around the same 1930. So this is a very strong indication of the Yoruba people being part of the tribe of Ephraim. And then we have another source in this other website, HebrewEagle.com. But then recently, I was checking something. By the way, let me add one more, which a brother showed me. I think his name is Adeola. He just showed me that literally like last week. So look at Judges 12, just to show you that Ephraim connection to Yoruba again.
Okay.
Judges
12.
Yes, you can also check it on your 12 verse 1. Or let's just do verse 6. Put KJV in front of it.
And this is the Bible, not a book that's not canonized.
Yeah. So
Judges 12:6.
verse 6. So just before that, let me open the table of nations here. So we are saying that the Yoruba people, from what we have been seeing, are from this tribe of Ephraim.
Okay.
And where is Ephraim? Joseph. Ephraim, right?
Joseph, yes.
Ephraim and
So
Manasseh.
Joseph had Manasseh
And Ephraim. So there was a time when there was a battle between Ephraim and Manasseh, and Gilead. And Gilead is from Manasseh. Okay, and we're saying the Igbo are from the tribe of Gad.
Gad.
Yes, G-A-D, you see.
Okay.
So Gad and this Joseph tribe.
These are all the sons of Joseph.
Jacob.
Jacob.
Yeah,
okay.
sons of Jacob, Israel. So we'll still touch on Gad just a bit.
Okay.
So now, Ephraim now, look at, so there was a kind of civil war that took place. And a brother just showed me this like last week, you know. He's also has been doing this kind of research for probably 8 years. So look at what it is. And have you heard of this? Have you heard Ibadan people speak? Do you know they can't pronounce their S correctly? Look, I think we were discussing on TikTok.
Yes, I think.
But you have not encountered
The main thing I know is that the Yoruba people have a H factor.
Yes, H
That's
factor.
what.
Yes.
That's
There's another one, which is the SH.
Okay, like is it like when you have the name Shade?
Yeah.
S-A-D-E.
Yeah, no, not just the spelling. When they want to say, especially the Ibadan people,
Okay.
they don't know how to pronounce. If you want to say shoe, they'll say su. Let me bring my su. Yeah, so they can't pronounce that SH well. Like
Okay.
we jokingly said on TikTok that one of them was saying suku suit. Meanwhile, I was trying to say chuku shoot.
shoot.
Yeah. So look at this. So there was a battle that took place. So they wanted to find a difference between the Ephraimites and the Gileadites.
Okay.
So, and the Gileadites took the passage of Jordan before the Ephraimites. And it was so that when those Ephraimites, which is Yoruba people, by the way, that we're trying to claim, which were escaped, said, let me go over. That means they want to escape. So then the men of Gilead said unto him, are you sure? Are you an Ephraimite? And he said, no, I'm not an Ephraimite. So they then tested him. Verse 6. Then they said unto him, now say Shibboleth. And the guy says Sibboleth. You see, for he could not pronounce. He could not frame to pronounce it right, and they took him and slew him. So that's how they. And if you find even in that some battles, some actually civil battles that take place, they just ask people questions. They can ask them a Christian question. You know, if it's a Muslim Christian clash, so those kind of things still happen. You know,
because the people probably look the same.
Yes,
but the only
exactly.
distinction was
from the words,
the
or
way
the
they
knowledge.
speak.
Yes, in this case. So, and that's another thing. And one of the few people in the world that can't pronounce that SH sound like that is just the people of Ibadan.
Wow.
But then I was still searching, and I found this. Now, let's just go to that and look at that Ephraim. Ephraimites. So Ephraim, I'm looking for the actual word Ephraim. So 4. Judges 12:4. Interlinear Bible. Judges 12:4. I'll just put interlinear here. So that's it. So I was looking at, let's even check this Ephraim.
I can't even read this. Okay.
It's from right to left. It's another thing. And gathered Jephthah and all the men of Gilead and fought against Ephraim and defeated them. So now let's look at this word Ephraim. Yeah, just to check, is there any connection? So it says here, now, the first thing I noticed with the word Ephraim is that it is a plural in itself. Because in Hebrew, when you want to pluralize something, you put im after it, just like Shama, Shamaim. Eloah, plural is Elohim. So it must have, from vision, where I say it must have been a plural of something. So then I just checked and said, okay, so it's a plural of what? And it says that it's a dual masculine form. Oh, of course, yes, it's a plural of something. Form of Ephrath. So this is the feminine form, but the masculine form is Ephraim in plural. So what's the singular? The singular is
Apha.
Same as Apha. Okay, interesting. Let's check this Apha. So it's from, and it's the same thing. This Ephraim, because he's just defining it, he's saying it's this from, and it's the same thing as Apha. So just check this Apha. And it says it's from, and the same thing as Epher. And have you heard of great Epher?
Yeah, I've heard of Epher.
Now, it's sounding still like a coincidence. Now, someone might say, why are you doing that now? No, it's just a coincidence. How can you? Because, by the way, that's the same thing they do in the Middle East, because that's the information they have and they want to work with it. But I'm like, okay, That's very close. And there's this saying that life started from Ile-Ife. They call the place Ile-Ife, right? They said life started from Ile-Ife, although it has been turned into a lot of myths. And they say, okay, someone was descending from heaven and he had a chicken and all of those kind of stories. So I'm like, okay, maybe that's not good enough. So I thought about the Igbo equivalent. Did we talk about Obugad?
No, we did not.
We didn't talk about Obugad in Igbo land?
No.
Okay, fine. Like we said, the people of the Igbo ones is even stronger. Okay, so look at Obugad.
Who is Obugad?
Yes, House of God. Idu Eri.
Wait.
That's in Igbo land today. There's Obugad to look at, and they have a statue of God.
God from the Bible?
Yes, literal one. And that's why you have them having that agitation, that they're from Israel.
House of God.
Yes, they have a statue of God literally in Igbo land. And they still have it there till today. And of course, it's a brown man. You see. Have you heard of Obugad before?
No.
You have not lived in the eastern Nigeria before?
No. I've not heard. Normally, when people, we Igbo say we're Israelites, I don't just see it as, talk.
Okay.
But I didn't know there was this kind of
there
evidence.
is. There's even this saying, then when a child does something that is not right, they say, Chineke Umu Israel. It's a saying for those that understand Igbo and that are, they say it. People think maybe they got it from the colonialists. No, they've been saying it before then. That is, my God, child of Israel, why are you doing that? You see, just to call the child to order. You see, so they literally have an Obugad and they have a statue of God in
the house
Igbo
of
land.
God.
Yes, they call it House of God.
Wow.
And
Like House of Jacob, House of
exactly.
David, House of...
And again, there is a place called, because when you already know how this thing is and you're like, this is the people, so you begin to look for things and see if there's if there's no connection, you drop it. By the way, we have many other things that are not quite tight, so we don't see them in public like this.
Yeah, you're waiting
until it is real clear. Just like the Ife, which I'm still going to link soon now. I mean, to justify why I even showed it in the first place. So this is Obugad. There's a place called Owerri, of course, in Nigeria.
I know.
Some have said that's more of Unwa Eri, and Unwa means child of Eri.
Okay, but who is Eri?
Good question. Look at this. Eri is a son of God.
Eri is also...
You see, one of the children of God is called Eri. So someone might still say, no, you're still trying to make things look like it. So how was Owerri formed? You mentioned the name of a guy, Okwe Oha. Good. So Owerri was founded in the 14th century by Ekwem Oha, who fled Umori village
due to threats from his brother.
Yes. So I've tried to look for the etymology. Etymology just means the source of words, to break them down. There is no other etymology that fits other than that Unwa Eri, which means the child of Eri.
Yeah.
But check, this guy was threatened by his younger brother and he left Umu Ori. Now, in Igbo, when you say Umu, it means children. So he left Umu Eri and formed Unwa Eri. He left a place called the Children of God and he went to form a place called the Son of God. Children of Eri, and went to form a place called the Son of Eri. So you keep seeing that Eri in the names you see. Now, this is the one that links to Ife. Yes. So Obugad is called House of God. That's the meaning of Obugad. And we saw here that I'm saying that Ephraim is very akin to the Ife, and it says here Ife, but you're thinking that's like a mistake. I mean, that's just like trying to form things. But the full name of Ife is called Ile Ife. It's Ile Ife. And what's the meaning of Ile Ife? House of Ife. And then in Ugad, the Igbo have their own
House of God. Obugad, House of God. Ile Ife, House of Ife. But who is Ife?
Ife is Ephraim. You see,
you've just seen that's the same name there,
Ephraim, yes. So I've read from Babylon to Timbuktu that says Ephraim, they found some Yoruba people there. I've seen it in a website called Hebrew Igbo that says that the Yoruba people are the Ephraim, tribe of Ephraim. I'm like, that's not strong enough. We found that Shibboleth, the SH, they couldn't pronounce it. The Ibano people also can't do SH. They can't pronounce it well. That's 3 already. And that's not strong enough. I see check Ephraim. I broke it down. We found Ifa, Ife, Ephraim. Okay, that's not strong enough. Maybe it's a coincidence. That's 4. The 5th one that confirms it for me, for now, is that you have Ile Ife, and you have House of Ife, and you have Obugad, House of God. So Ife, and I know Yoruba will not like this. Those that are still trying to dig their ancestry, they have only dug halfway, but we went to the start. So when young people are saying that we want to go back to our ancestry, we used to do juju. Like, I'm going to be having an interview tomorrow with this juju guy. He thinks he has found his ancestry and he's calling himself Omoyaje. And Omoyaje means the son of a witch, literally. So, because he thinks, yes, that's our culture, is voodoo and things like that. But if you really want to return to African spirituality, you need to go back to the spirituality of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. That's the real root of it.
It's the Bible.
Yes, because it's just halfway discovery that, you start finding some myths and all that, you see. So people from Ife may not like this, but they can check those 4 things that we've mentioned and think again. Wow. So Ife is literally Ephah here, which is Ephraim, from what we have found. So they can be.
So this is the final question because of time. So we're just rounding up with this last question. So someone sent in a question that they didn't want to comment because you know how rude people can be on TikTok.
Okay.
So they were asking for us to explain Enoch 105, Book of Enoch 105, verse 102's account of Noah's birth.
Okay.
And they're arguing that Noah was the first light-skinned person.
Okay. Did we read the Book of Enoch the last time?
No, we read the Book of
Jubilees.
Jubilees, yes.
Okay, let's read Enoch 105. I think Enoch 105 is the last chapter of Enoch. So, but it's not as long as 100 verses. So maybe they made a little mistake, but then we'll sort that out in a minute now. So, it's just about, let's see, it's just about 27 verses. So it's not 205. But I know what they're talking about. I think they're talking about,
because I didn't understand it. Yeah.
So now this is a proof that, which takes us to another very dicey area, which a lot of people may not agree with, just like the rapture part. So he questions the source of this kind of skin. Okay, the white Caucasian skin,
which is actually lighter than that, to be honest.
Yeah, actually. So it describes the birth of Enoch, right? The birth of Noah, rather. Now, Enoch is the 7th from Adam. Adam is the first. We're counting from Adam to Jesus Christ, about 62 generations. So Enoch is the 7th, Noah is the 10th, Abraham is the 20th. But the birth of Enoch of Noah is what is described in the 10th person. Apparently, when Noah was born, Enoch was still alive. Okay, so that's what he's talking about. So look at this. So after a time, my son Methuselah, it may be easier to pop on the table of nations as we describe this. So this is Enoch the 7th and Noah the 10th, okay? So he says here that after a time, my son Methuselah, which is this guy. So Enoch is the one speaking, apparently. So took a wife for his son, Lamech. So he took a wife for this guy, okay? She became pregnant and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was white as snow. Very similar to that leprous thing. Do you see it?
Yes. And red as a rose.
Which whitish and reddish is pinkish. And you know the people that look pink. Great. So, and the hair of whose head was white like wool.
And
so he still had that wool part. But then he said it was long. You see? Oh, this wool is not the texture, but it's the color.
Okay.
Right? So he says white like wool, but it's a long hair. It's not locks, because there is still locks, which is the dreadlocks you have described, and that's right. Locks is different from long hair. So he's talking about long, straight hair. So white skin, reddish skin, or pink skin, and long hair.
And
those eyes were beautiful. This is a little shady. We can't tell what they mean by beautiful, but let's just keep going. So some say it's albino, You know, the way the albino eyes are like that, you know.
Yes.
But that, you know, but most dark-skinned people have brownish eyeballs
Yes, dark brown
as against the gray you have with, or blue you have with maybe Caucasians or something.
green,
Yeah, or green. So when he opened them, illuminated. Now, this part is supernatural, okay? When he opened them, he illuminated the whole house like the
like
sun.
the sun.
So the whole house abounded with light. Okay, that's still not where we're going. And when it was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and spoke
Newborn
on,
baby spoke.
on the same day. So that's also supernatural. Although that's not the part we want to hit, but keep going. Then Lamech, his father, was afraid of him, apparently, and flying away, came to his own father Methuselah and said, I have begotten a son unlike unto other children. So he's talking about not just the actions. That's not his worry, really, although that's also very surprising. But his concern is more about the way the child looked. Let's keep reading. Unlike the other children, he is not human, but resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven, fallen angels, Nephilim. Okay? So, why? Because of what? The resembling. He is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike us. He didn't say being altogether acting unlike us. He's talking about the appearance.
It's not like us.
You see?
He even said he's not human.
Altogether unlike us. So he's talking about the likeness.
Yes.
You see? So you will see that. But then the scary part for me personally, I wouldn't say I'm scared in that sense. But then the dicey part, which may be very controversial, is that first, how did the child looked? White skin, long hair, right? And who did he compare that to?
The angels.
Yes.
Fallen angels. Nephilim.
Perhaps. So it suggests very strongly that people that, the trait rather, of having that kind of color of skin and that texture and length of hair, not the locks, is, as far as they are concerned, is like the trait of those angels that came at that time and was having relations with the daughters of men. So that part is very, I know it's very dicey, you see. So, so then, just to add to that, you will wonder, if you look in history, what race of people are bent or have been bent on proving that the people of God that have this kind of skin are subhuman. Because in school they told us there's Caucasian, there's Mongolian, there's Caucasoid, Mongoloid, we're talking about Asians, and Negroid. You see, and they're trying to tell us the Negroid is the most stupid, the most useless, and that theory came from Europe. So why were they so bent on trying to teach,
That were not.
that Negroid is not human? Maybe because they are the ones that are like angels.
Wow.
So that part is quite something.
Yeah,
But then, I hope that doesn't make me come here a third time.
Wow.
When questions start popping up.
So
So that's what we have.
that's some crazy stuff.
I know. That's scary.
So just in closing, right?
Yeah.
I just want to ask you one final question.
Okay.
Okay. So many people have heard everything you've said. And like I mentioned earlier, some people strongly believe that what you're saying is not of God, is heresy, is contradicting the Bible.
Okay.
What do you have to say to those people out there?
No, incidentally, I think you were very lucky on TikTok. But then generally there are a lot of people that know these things. And many of them know it just in patches and in tranches. So we have not provided the full picture. It's like having a puzzle that is maybe 1 by 1 square meter, but most of it has been covered already. So what most people are concerned about is just a tiny part, like, hey, this part is still missing.
Rapture bit.
Yeah, maybe like rapture, okay. If you're saying that the millennium reign happened, how about the history that we know about? So there's some parts like that. But if they zoom out and check the whole picture, it is clear that some things need explaining, and we have done a very big piece of it. We don't know everything apparently.
We can never know everything.
We know in parts. That's what Scripture says. So, but then that it is not Scripture, that is not true. We have used Scripture for almost every other thing, that we have that we have shown here. But then if they're not ready for it, they can just leave it at the moment. Okay. And that's what you get when you give evidence, when you give something valuable to someone who's not looking for it. So just like that scripture says in Matthew 7, I believe that don't cast your pearl before swine. If it's bad enough if the swine don't accept it, but it says they will trample upon it. That's as if that is not bad enough. It said they will turn again and rend you. You see? So it's bad enough. That's what happens when you give value to someone who is not looking for it at all. They're not looking for the questions. They're just doing that. They're just
don't want
random
to know
comments.
anything.
So, but if someone is looking for it, it is pure gold. But they can find all these things on our website, on the YouTube channel.
Thank you so much, Kunle. Thank you for coming back here
Same
again.
here. Thank you.
for your time.
Thank you.
And for you guys out there, I'm sure you've heard everything that he said. Kunle has not said that Jesus is not Christ. He has not said you should abandon your Bible. He has not said you should throw away all the laws of God. No. All he has said is that you should look deeper, and that there might be things out there that we don't know and that we can know better and understand and interpret better with a bit of research. Obviously, it's taken him 5 years to do this, and it's such a blessing that he's made out time to be here to share it with you guys out there. So thank you for watching, and God bless you.
Thank you.
The real Tigris is this Nile here, and the real Euphrates is the river Pra in Ghana, flowing into Niger Benue River.
Wait a minute. We're back up. Hold on.
You see,
Reverse. Say that again.
the river
The real Tigris
is the Nile here, the rivers of Egypt.
is River Nile.
Yes, and the real Euphrates is these rivers in West Africa, flowing into Central Africa.
You called it River Pra.
Exactly, the Pra.
So when Euphrates gets into Ghana, the name for it is Pra.
Exactly. When it gets to Nigeria, they call it Niger River, of which it was some European guy who came there and called it Niger River. Niger does not mean anything. It's just the Portuguese word for black. Look at the word Euphrates. Euphrates is a Greek kind of thing. This U is a Greek word. See, the real word is the Pra there, or the Fra. Look at it, Parat. I don't know if you can see this. Euphrates River. That's Judah there, Kingdom of Judah. Right in West Africa.
Ask yourself the questions that you've been told not to ask even in the church. It's questions that make you learn. So welcome to Answers today. I mean, it's completely different. You know, sometimes we just get out of our comfort zone to do, other things than what you normally see. And usually we speak Tree, but today we have to speak English again, just like when Dr. Damina was here and the House of Israel of Jesus when they were here and all of that. Today, I'm introducing to you one amazing man who knows so much that I feel like we should all share in the knowledge. So, Kunle, I want you to introduce yourself to my viewers, and then we can actually tell them what we're discussing with them today. If I should give them a snippet of it, have you ever wondered where the real Israel is? People are flying to this place they call Israel, but is it truly Israel? Now we're going to dig deep, go into the Bible, look at our landmass of Earth, and locate the real Israel that the biggest history book in the world talks about. I'm making reference to the Bible, that is. Welcome, Kunle. How are you?
Yes, I'm great. I'm doing fine. So I'm Kunle Aderemi, and our ministry is known as Kunle Ministers. That's the name you'll find on the internet, yes. So like he said, we have been on a 5-year long research, and one of the things that started this research was I began to wonder, why is Africa the way it is? Why does the people seem to be backward? Where was Africa when the rest of the world was making progress in the 1400s, 16, 17, 1800s? So this began to lead to a lot of research. I started wondering what's happening in history and things like that. And that led to literally a lifelong research. But then the last 5-6 years have been the most intense of it. And yes, and we've come to very amazing discoveries, which we thought is worth letting the world know. Yeah.
You know, it's for the same reason that I started on this program, but tonight is not, the spotlight is not mine, it's yours, so I'm not going to get into it. I asked the same questions and I had an encounter, which actually started this platform. Wow. So, and I've not told anybody that yet, so we are just going to leave that for another day. Oh. But today, Israel.
Yes.
Please, tell us where it is.
Yes. So one of the major research, we've put it together in 4 sections in our research. We have it on our website. It's literally a 22-part series we put on our website, and it's also on our YouTube channel, Conley Ministers. So we put it in terms of languages, in terms of the people, in terms of the land, and the timeline. But we'll just talk about the first 3 today. So we found out that the languages, the people, and the land of the real Israel, the real Hebrews altogether, is in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, and we can start off with the language. We found out it's starting from Guinea up until Togo, up until Ghana, Benin, Nigeria, Cameroon, all the way down like that is where the real land is. And we know that this might be a surprise.
The real land of Israel.
Yes, the real promised land. That's the real land flowing with milk and honey. And that's why the Europeans don't want to leave the land.
So, that is the promised land.
That is the promised land. That is the land flowing with milk and honey, you see. So
basically West Africa,
yes,
is the promised land.
Yes, all the way into Central Africa like that, into Cameroon.
All the way into Central.
Yes.
By the modern day demarcations of the earth.
Exactly.
What the white man has made it to look like, you mean.
I understand, exactly. So, okay. I mean, let's just jump straight into it. Most people are looking for evidence, they're looking for maps, and that's exactly what we're here to show.
So before you get into that, based on this claim, what you're also telling me is the people in this enclave that you just described are Israelites.
Yes, exactly. They're Hebrews. Israelites. Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So we want to start first from the language. Like I said, the languages, the people, and then the land. For the languages, we'll touch on some few words that we can find in the modern day Hebrew, which is known as modern Hebrew, by the way, and we'll touch on a few words that we found to be just about the same thing. Then we'll touch on the cultures of the people, and their customs, and then we'll now touch on the graphical location. So anybody viewing should wait and stick till the end to see the interesting, the juicy part. That's the location part of the things. But let me
just go ahead.
Great. So let me just share my screen and let's get into it.
Awesome.
All right. So first we have found 25 words. In fact, more than 25, still counting. Can you see these words on your screen? Can everybody see that?
English, Hebrew, African, Yoruba, and others?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Then scripture, and then strong, what?
Strong's number, yes.
Strong's number, okay.
Yes. So we've been able to find about 25 words, still counting. Now, the reason why I've picked the Yoruba language, can you see the cursor of my mouse so that we know everybody's seeing that? Yeah, great. So the reason why I picked Yoruba language because it's the language that I speak. I speak it natively, just probably better than I speak English. Okay, so I've picked that to be able to pick out this word. So we've been able to find 25 words and still counting in the modern day Hebrew that you find to be the same in the Yoruba language. And
you're not kidding.
I'm telling you. That's in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And within those 5-6 Hebrew words, we find at least 4 or 5 of them that are same. Now, the first is the word Bereshit, which means in the beginning. And when you want to say in the beginning in Yoruba, what you say is Ni Bere. Okay? And then...
Ni Bere.
Yes, Ni Bere. And the modern Hebrew says Bereshit. God, you say Elohim for the plural. In the singular, you say Eloha. Okay? In Yoruba, you say Oluwa. Okay? Which means Lord. For heaven, you say Shamayim. That's the plural. The singular is Shama. You say Sama in Yoruba. In Amharic, you say Sama. Or Samai in Amharic, you say Sama in Hausa. And when you say and in Hebrew is et, in Yoruba you say ati. You say, when you want to say earth in modern Hebrew, you say eret. And there's this word in Yoruba that says ere, which means wetland. And then there's another word inos, which is a word for person in modern Hebrew. And you say onye in Igbo, you say enio in Yoruba language. There's a word for okele. You know, we have a lot of swallow meals in Africa. So when you say okele, in Yoruba language, that's the exact same word for food or for eat in Hebrew. You see, and
in the Hebrew.
Yes, and we've put all the Hebrew Strong's number on the extreme right here, so people can go have a look at it. So this father and mother is very common in most languages, but it's the same word, baba, abba. There's part of Yoruba that literally say abba for father. Ima, you have mama. Then you have malak, you have malaika in Yoruba language. You have the word ba or bo in Hebrew. In Yoruba, you say bo to means welcome or to say when somebody's arrived. That reminds me of akwaba.
Kaabo.
Yes, Kaabo. Do you know akwaba? Akwaba is the way you say, is that language chi?
That's chi.
Great.
Means welcome.
Yes, great. So akwaba like that is in Yoruba you say ekwabo. Okay? Yes. So you say ekwaba.
Great similarity right there.
Yes, and the reason that's why I was confident of picking the Yoruba language, because it's so connected to the other African languages. Yes, so that akwaba, that's ba. What does come mean in Ghana? Just curious.
Bra.
Sorry?
Bra. You mean come?
Yes.
Come in the local dialect in Chi.
Yes.
That is bra.
Wow. And how do you spell, if you want to spell it, how do you?
B-R-A?
Yes. So in Hebrew it is ba. You see what I'm saying? In Yoruba it is bo. And in Hebrew it is either ba or bo. So you begin to see those similarities all over the place.
Even in Ghana, which is another local dialect, it's the same as the Hebrew. Ba.
Yes, exactly.
Ba. Because the guy will say ba, bawate. Come, let's go. And the Hebrew will say boite. Come, let's go.
So those are the similarities we find in all those languages. Let's still check a few more while we. And by the way, they can check these things on the website. They are all there. They can just have a look and see. So we have a lot of words like that. The word for bad is ra in Hebrew. In Yoruba, you say ra for something that is rotten or that got bad, like a fruit or something. Yeah. So you have
ra.
Yes, ra. So the word for onion is batsal. In Yoruba, you say alubosa. When you want to say shout, you say ruwa. In Yoruba, you say ariwo. You have nabi for Hebrew. In Yoruba, you say anobi. By the way, there's this word nubia. You know, I don't know if you have heard that word nubia.
It was used to describe black people.
Exactly, just and the southern part of Egypt. You see, yes. And then that nubia is almost like you're breaking two words down. You know, it's almost like you're breaking two words down, which is the nubi, for example, means prophet, just like we have it in this. Yeah. So nubi means prophet, and then Yah is the word for God, right? Like Yahweh, you say. So Nubia is like saying the prophets of God. Nubia, straight up like that. So that's why African people are almost always spiritual, and everything that they do is literally in their DNA, because it's literally who they are. It's literally who they are.
Ours is not religion, it's spirituality. Exactly. Nobody teaches you spirituality. You're born with it.
Yes. It's literally with the DNA like that.
So nobody contaminates your spirituality. And that is what even the Bible states. It's religion that actually allows somebody to have control over you because of doctrines and set rules and all of these. I get you. I get you.
Absolutely. Let's touch on a few words before we start touching on some of the cultures. So we have, like I said, people can go have a look at our website. It's all there on the channel. So
what's the website?
Yeah, it's kunleministers.org.
.org, okay.
Yes, .org, yes. Just that.
And these documents that you are sharing with us on screen, I think if you can give us a link to them so we can post under this video,
yes,
so people can just click and it takes them there so they can reference them.
Yes.
Because I realize it's more than what you just mentioned. You just want to brush through.
Absolutely. So those are just the words. There's another word for see. You say roa or re or re. In Hebrew. In Yoruba, you say ri. When you see something, you say ri. So you have all those words there like that. And the same thing across all other African, many other African languages like that. So I want to jump to the peoples and the personalities. Now, there are there are some practices that we have in Africa that that are literally Hebrew, and it's not something we are trying to do in order to be religious. It's what we do as part of. One of them is circumcision. In Europe here, if you want to circumcise your child, you have to pay for that. Especially, they normally don't circumcise children, and some people like to say that maybe we copied that from the Europeans, but that is not so. It's absolutely, if you want to copy someone, you don't do that by cutting off the foreskin of an 8-year-old boy. I mean, that's not what you copy. So circumcision has been here before colonialism, before Christianity in that sense, okay, before the missionaries rather came around. So it has always been here. Another one is the
so it's more traditional of the people of Israel because it was an instruct from God
to
himself, and that identifies Israel like Israelites.
Yes, absolutely.
I was going to say Israelis. Yes. The contamination.
The Jewish people. So,
I know.
Yeah, so another one is payment of bride price. The other one is, have you heard of Nwato? That's a Ghanaian thing.
Nwato?
Yes.
It depends on which culture that can be found.
That takes red sand from the ground and paste it on the post of their lintel, and they've seen it as a fetish thing. That's what people say. But then it's been said by one of these Hebrew, real Hebrew rabbi from Ghana, and he said that is literally the Passover.
The Passover.
Yes.
Then it must be Gan. Probably is the pronunciation that is making me miss it.
Yeah, but then the actual
the Gans are predominantly diviners, and the Homoa festival. That's where you see the signs of Passover and everything.
Exactly. And of course, even in the Bible days, these things have slightly, always been adulterated here and there with different kings that ruled over the people. So that's, what you mentioned is another one of that, where they paint, this particular one I can remember, they paint the lintel with the red mud. But then a rabbi was making us understand that is exactly what the Passover is. And it's their culture thing, not even more of a religious thing, but a culture thing. That it's
and even to add to what you're saying, comparatively in Israel today, in what is termed Israel,
the Middle East,
when you become a widow, you're collected and put, extracted from society for 7 days. They're going to cut your hair.
Wow.
And that is a wide practice amongst Asantis and other tribes in Ghana.
Yeah.
We do the same.
Exactly. And it's not a colonialist thing, it's something that came...
No, they came to meet it. In fact, they bastardized it.
Exactly, you see. So it was when the people could not afford killing lambs for the, that's the instruction for the Passover, was to kill a lamb and kill an animal and use the blood on the... But when they couldn't afford lambs is when they reverted to using the red muds they have to paint that. That's literally there. So another culture, there's a man whose name is Olaudah Equiano. Okay, he's I can just pop up his picture here. So he's a Nigerian who long ago he was kidnapped, and then somehow he was eventually saved and brought to England. And he started sharing his story, and he was mentioning how their cultures is so similar to the Jewish culture, so similar. And in that talk, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can.
Yes. So, and in that talk, he wasn't trying to convince anybody that he was a Jew. He was just giving his own autobiography. So, he mentioned one thing about the purifications, that when his mom will be menstruating, she will be taken to a different apartment, during the time till when she's purified. And when he himself will be spending so much time with his mother, okay, he himself will have to stay with his mom there, because just for the purifications to be completed, so it's in this book, The Interesting Narrative of the Life of Olaudah Equiano.
And that is a practice in Ghana as well.
You see,
we call it fiche.
Fiche, you see.
Yes, when a woman menstruates, she's extracted from society and placed somewhere that nobody interacts with her because of Leviticus and all the instructions and everything that is there.
Exactly.
And she's going to stay there throughout the period that she's going to be bleeding. And I think 4 extra days, even after she stopped bleeding, to be completely clean.
Purified, cleansed.
Purified, I should say, before they are introduced back into society.
Exactly. And those are just Hebrew practices that are literally part of the people's culture. Let's move ahead. Let me see if we can pick one or two before we get to the sweet part, which is the location which most people will be waiting for. So so bride price, polygamy, greeting elders. You know, this greeting of elders in Europe, you don't you just call your dad, hey, what's up, dad? In Africa, you don't do that. You know, you don't. So that worshiping of
and they wonder when you're an African and you tend to greet everybody, they're like, why are you greeting everybody you see?
I know.
What? I'm like, that's culture. Yeah. That's me naturally.
Exactly. So so those are the things about the peoples and the culture. And there's something I need to mention which I didn't put here, should have been here. There's something called vitiligo. Did you know that the real meaning of leprosy that we know in scriptures is not that disease that chop people's hands off? Yeah, the real Hebrew meaning, even in Igbo land till today, the real meaning of leprosy is vitiligo, when a person loses their skin. I don't know if I can pop it up here. Vitiligo. That loss of skin coloration. Vitiligo, let's just have a look at it. I'll share my screen images. I'll share my screen just a minute. So is that loss of pigmentation that vitiligo is? That is why Naaman, that captain of the host, can have leprosy and still fight battles. If it was somebody that lost his fingers, there's no way you lose your fingers and you still fight battles.
How could you hold the weapon?
Exactly. So this is what leprosy really is. But then the meaning of that was changed over time. The same thing with the meaning of wilderness. When people read wilderness in the Bible, they immediately think a desert. No. A wilderness is a wilderness. It's a place where you have wild animals, where you have greenery, you see. So they are saying, well, is it wilderness? There's no way God will take his people and take them to a barren land. Enter a wilderness and make the place, just cultivate it, then you have a fruitful field, literally. So this is the real meaning of vitiligo. That is why they say it came back leprous, white as snow. If you remember that term. They're always saying leprous, white as snow. It's because the skin become whitish. And tell me, if you're already whitish, if you're already a white person, like the people in the Middle East today, you cannot be affected by vitiligo because there's no pigmentation to lose in the first place, if you get my point. So the darker you are, the more vitiligo tends to be obvious to you. And the same thing with Moses. When he put his hand in his vesture, it became leprous. In other words, it became whitish, you see. So, and that's what vitiligo is. So, but then they would change a lot of those things and make the whole. And by the way, the Gadambes, did you know that they are a mixture of the Gad and the Dan tribe? Have you heard that before?
No, you just opened my eye to that.
Yeah.
You said a mixture of what and what again?
The tribe of Gad and the tribe of Dan is why they are called Gad Dangbe. And even in the Igbo land today, you can still find where they call Obu God, where they have the statue of God literally in their midst. Yeah, in Igbo land. Let me show you that picture. Obu God. Yeah, there we go. That is that's a statue of God they have that they call.
And who is God?
I'll just show that to you just in a minute. Table of Nations. Yeah,
so this is the family tree of the Hebrews.
Yes, literally the whole world, really. But then it's like what we have is the whole world is the big bracket from Adam. Then we have the Hebrews. The Hebrew was gotten from this man. His name is Eber. He's about the 14th from Adam. Can you see that number 14 there?
Yeah.
Yes. So everybody from Adam is from the whole world, the humans in the world. And then here you have Eber. Is from him they got the name Hebrew. And yes, and after that you have the Israelites are the children of Jacob. Okay, Jacob.
Descendant of Abraham.
Yes, Isaac, Jacob.
The son of.
Yes. So Eber is the 14th.
Jacob is the son of Isaac.
Yes, son of Isaac. Yes, that's why I have Isaac here as 21. And all these things, like I said, are on the website, and we'll put the link in the description. So Jacob there, and then you have Gad. So Gad is the son. So the Jews is just people from Judah. Yes, so let's see where Judah is. So that's Judah there. You see?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the Jews from Judah, from tribe of Judah. These are the Israelites, just the father of the Jews, literal father. And then the Hebrews go all the way up to a wider people from 14 here. So that's the world, the Hebrews, the Israelites, and the Jews. So just a big bracket into smaller brackets. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah. So this is the person called Gad. He's one of the sons of Jacob. So the people from Gadambe are a mixture from this Gad and the tribe of Dan. That's why they call them Gadambes. You can go, anybody can go research this. I mean, people can drop questions in the comment sections.
And the tribe that's called Dan, they are also traceable to which figure in the Bible?
Yes, Dan is just here. Dan is a son, one of the sons of Jacob. That's him here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're literally brothers. And of course, their families mix from their intermarriage and all that. You see. So, but then that's Nwaneri in Igbo land. And the Obugad, they're talking about the house of God. You see, and this is God here, son of Jacob. You see. So,
Gadambe.
Yes.
God, Dan. God and Dan. And I bet the Bay will mean people. It's time to be corrected, though. The God Dan people.
Yeah. Exactly. So they have, let me put that up on, yeah, there we go. It's a little smaller here. So they have that picture there, you see. And it's, of course, it's a brown man we're looking at. So
this is
that's in Igbo land.
Okay, this is standing in Igbo land as we speak.
Yes, it's still there till now as we speak.
Okay.
So the people from the Middle East try to go there and try to mix the thing up, but it's not working. The people know who they are. Some of them know that they know who they are. But these things need to get in the open so the people can know. So we're going to be showing this in a minute. Just to have people have a context, we'll be moving to the locations shortly. But the Igbo people that we just spoke about are here. So what we are saying the land is, we are moving into locations already, is incidentally is all this green part into the south like this. You see, and the Igbo people we spoke about are somewhere around here, southeastern Nigeria, eastern Nigeria here. The Ghanas are here, Ghanaians, you know, the Gadambes are from here. So all these people, in fact, the capital of Cameroon is being found that even this Yaoundé is talking about Yahudi, which means Jew. So, but let me see if you're following order so I don't get ahead of myself. So that's it. But let me read something from this scripture, the book of Jubilees. The book of Jubilees. A lot of Christians don't like to touch on that, you know, they have different reasons. Some of them say it's not canonized, but then I believe.
But that book is available in the Ethiopian Bible.
Yes, it's literally on the internet, so you know you can.
Yeah, so anybody can make reference. Yeah. If you know about the Book of Jubilees, it means you're serious enough to really discover who you are.
Exactly.
So yeah, we use that as a springboard.
So I want to show you something from the Book of Jubilees, and when you begin to see some of these things, it make you begin to wonder. I mean, could that be the reason why these books were just taken off? And they were not enlisted in that, you know, that canonization and all that. You see. So let me just read a few scriptures. Jubilees 8:12. Yep.
And they came forth on the writing?
Yes, on the writing as Shem's lot, the middle of the earth, which he should take as an inheritance for himself and for his generations for eternity. So, and of course, if you pop here, it's not difficult to find out where the middle of the earth is. That's a no-brainer. The middle of the earth is literally Africa, even after they would do all their
the middle of the earth is basically in Tema.
Exactly, just that middle.
The meridian where the latitude crosses the longitude at 0 degrees. This is in Tema. It's in Ghana.
Wow, you see that? And that's using their own reference, by the way. I mean, using the Western European reference, they still.
They couldn't take it away. Any one of these foreign huge presidents, when they come to Ghana, that's the first place they want to go to. They want to go see the meridian, the center of the earth.
Exactly. So even from this Google Maps, which is just what we know today, if you try to look at the center of the earth, is literally in Africa. That's where the center of the earth is. By the way, this has been made to look smaller. You see, this Africa has been made to look smaller than the rest of the earth. You know, just so the middle of the earth.
From what I've been told, the map itself is upside down, just so it looks smaller.
And because the rivers of Africa flow from the south here towards the north. You see, because the elevations here in the lower side are higher than that of the north. You see. So let's just read a little more. Let's go to verse 16. Let's check what verse 16 is saying. 8:16. Have you heard of the word Akaboland?
Akaboland, which is the original name of
Africa.
Black people.
Yes.
African actually is a Greek word.
I see.
Africa is a Greek word meaning the dark people.
And look at this, Akaboland. Akaboland is an indigenous term meaning mother of mankind or Garden of Eden. You see. And that's
the garden.
Yes.
The Garden of Eden.
Yes. And that's the original name for Africa, used by the Moors, the Nubians, and indigenous people, you see, before the European arrival. And that name is so perfectly what it is. Look at verse 16 here. And it extends towards the east, talking about the land given to Shem. It reaches the Garden of Eden.
Eden.
You see, and it continues to the south. Let me read another.
This is all in the book of Jubilees.
Yes, verse 22.
That is why they didn't canonize it, because you will know where you're from and who you are and what you possess, and it will distort what you're looking for.
Exactly. Let me read another one. Which will be much interesting. Verse 29. Now, this is the land which came forth for Japheth and his sons, as the portion of his inheritance which he should possess for himself and his sons for their generations forever. 5 great islands and a great land in the north. And that is why we have it here, that the land of Japheth is in the north here. Japheth is in the north. So this is where the land of Japheth is. And you know there's Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The land of Ham is around here, where you have Egypt and Ethiopia. Land of Shem is here. This is the land of Japheth. So, and 30, but look at this. Look at what it says about the land of Japheth. But it
is cold.
Cold, exactly.
And the land of Ham is hot.
Yes. And
the land of Shem is neither hot nor cold, but is of blended cold and heat.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me?
So that is why the land of Japheth, where I am right now, is so cold. So they try to squeeze everything here, and they tell you everything is in the Middle East here. Brother, you cannot even see is this so-called Middle East Israel here, except I zoom my map to the very end. Do you see? They are trying to they're trying to tell you all the whole world was divided here. I mean, come on. And everything happened here just in this tiny land. This land, by the way, is 40 times smaller than Egypt. There's no way their God takes them from here and move them over here.
And they will fit into that little spot.
It's not possible. And the land is a desert, by the way. It's just It's just a desert, is what it is.
And that is the modern day Israel?
That's the modern day Israel.
Oh my God.
And you would see it, and these things are all over the place, but mainstream will not let you see because it's in the movies. If you talk about it, you look like you're crazy. Genesis 13 verse 1 in KJV. Let's make the font size bigger.
And Abraham went up out of Egypt, right?
He and his wife.
He and his wife and all that
he had.
Yes. And Lot with him into the south.
Exactly. And he was going to the promised land. This up here means elevation because you see on our map here, on the second page here, the elevation of the south, just like you mentioned, and we've seen, this is a graph of elevation. The elevation down south of Egypt here is higher than that of the north, you see. So that's why even the Nile flows from the south to the north. So Abraham went upward in elevation out of Egypt into the land of the south. That's where the promised land is, where he came from. I mean, the source of the Nile is literally somewhere around Uganda, if you get my point.
Okay.
So the Nile
flows downwards.
Yes, downward in elevation. But if you look at it on the map, it's like it's going up. Yeah. So they took advantage of that and began to twist the whole thing. And they went all over here and started naming a land Negev, of which, if you check some translation, it will tell you went to Negev. Negev is just the Hebrew word for south. It's not the name of an actual place. It just says south, which means southward. But they go here and they name somewhere Negev. And I mean, Negev, by the way, is also the name of an Israeli gun, this NATO weapon, which they used to fight all those battles there and all that. You see, it says here the land of Japheth is cold. It's there. Land of Japheth is cold. You see. Let me see if I can read one or two more before we touch more on the scriptures. I mean, on the maps rather. Verse 30. Yeah. So that's all we just read. So let's just read a few more. Jubilees 9 verse 2 and 4 and 5. Let me just see. And Shem also divided amongst his sons. The first portion came forth from Elam and his sons towards the east of
the river
Tigris. Yes, as it approaches the east and the whole land of India unto the Red Sea on its coast and the waters of Dedan. You see. And verse 4 it says that, and the land for Arphaxad came forth the third portion of the region for the Chaldees to the east of the Euphrates, bordering on the Red Sea. And then those words like that you may not easily see, but then what they are saying today is that they try to tell you that the Euphrates and the Tigris is here. Let me, you can just pop that on. I'll just put that here. Tigris.
As you're finding it, so all this battle, all this silent war is basically about settlements, land possessions. They are disposing people of what is rightfully theirs, and they are owning it. Oh, Charlie.
So Tigris, I don't know if you can see what I'm saying. Euphrates. They are both in so-called Iraq. So they tell you,
Mesopotamia.
Yes, they tell you Tigris and Euphrates is here. You see? And then imagine somebody wants to divide the whole world amongst his sons, just 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the land he gave one of his main sons is supposed to be between Tigris and Euphrates, which is here, just this tiny bit here that you cannot even see until you zoom. And then and then he gave the whole of Africa just to Ham. That's not possible. I mean, by the way, Ham is the son that saw him naked, by the way. So how come that Ham son got the whole of this land, and then the Shem, which is the first son, got just Tigris between Euphrates here? It's not possible. It doesn't make sense.
It's not possible.
It does. He
wouldn't even agree.
Yeah. But then the real Tigris, which is where we're going to, the real Tigris is this Nile here, and the real Euphrates is the river Pra in Ghana, flowing into Niger Benue River.
Wait a minute. We're back up. Hold on.
Yeah. You see?
Rivers, say that again.
The river
The
Tigris
real Tigris
is the Nile here. The rivers of Egypt
is River Nile.
Yes. And the real Euphrates is these rivers in West Africa, flowing into Central Africa. And
you called it River Pra.
Exactly, the Pra.
So when Euphrates gets into Ghana, the name for it is Pra.
Exactly. When it gets to Nigeria, they call it Niger River, of which it was some European guy who came there and called it Niger River. Niger does not mean anything. It's just the Portuguese word for black. It's just the same word as nigger. And they called a whole nation here, you call a nation Nigeria. What does that mean? Nigger area, black people's area. And they even run out of names. The one on the north, they still call it Niger again. So what? Because they have to give them some empty name, you see.
Where is the source of the Euphrates?
The Euphrates flows from the south. Some of it flows and it empties into the sea here, you see. Some of it flows from here. And then all of these Western African rivers is the Euphrates all together. And let me show you that Pra that I mentioned. Let me show you something here. Genesis 2:10 thereabout. Euphrates Bible verse is actually in Genesis 2:10, but just to fully confirm, it's all over the place really. But let me just open Genesis 2:10 in Interlinear Bible. It shows you the Hebrew word
for Pra.
Yes. By the way, these are the rivers of Eden, by the way, because that is the real land of Eden.
When you go to the creation story in Genesis, it's talking about the Pishon, the Tigris, all of these, the names.
Exactly. Yes, Havila. I just want to show you the Pra. Look at it here. Can you see the screen?
I can.
Yes. And the third river is Tigris, which runs along the east side. This Tigris again is still that Nile River. The Nile River is literally about the longest river in the world, in Africa at least, by the way. It runs all the way from the south.
And that's Tigris.
Yes, that's the Tigris. And you see just here they call it Hiddekel again. So there's quite a few names it attains as it moves to the country. But look at the word Euphrates. Euphrates is a Greek kind of thing. This U is a Greek word. You see, the real word is the Pra there, or the Fra. Look at it, Prat. You see that? That's the Prat River.
Prat.
Exactly.
The Prat.
Exactly.
River Prat. Exactly. So it's Prat.
Yes.
And then it's been corrupted or it's been localized.
It's more notified to Pra. That is true. Let me show you something else. That may not be enough for our viewers because I know there will be a lot of doubters there.
Pra.
So yeah, and look at this. This map is on our website, by the way. They can download it for free. And let's look at some of these references for each of the locations we put here. For example, this Damascus is in Damasak in northern Nigeria, border between Nigeria and Niger. That's where Damascus is.
Oh my God.
So, but let me show people a map because they might be like, maybe this guy is just... Now, these references, you can always just check them at the bottom of this map when you download it. So this says I, S1, O, and P. So let's go look at that in our references. It's not something you need to memorize. You can always check it. I, let's look at the reference I here. Where does I go to? This way people know how to use the map. It took us years, by the way, to
master the usage of the map.
Yes, and to literally create this map, really, because we made this map actually. I made it during that research time.
Okay.
So look at this. O is Guillaume Delay map, okay, which I'm going to pop up shortly now. Okay, that's map O. So when you download it, they can get the package. It comes with all the other smaller maps there. So look at it here. So this map is from, 1707, by the way. I don't know if you can see this.
I can.
Euphrates River.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? And that's the kingdom of Judah. That's Judah there, kingdom of Judah, right in West Africa.
It is in West Africa.
That's Benin there. You see? This is what I mean. You see Euphrates there.
I'm shocked.
Telling you, it's real. They can download this thing. It's difficult. And like you and I was discussing.
I'm even seeing Tafo there. Tafo is predominantly, name of provinces in Ghana.
Yes. But here they've not started parting the lands here. That's Akam there. They've not started parting the lands here. That's Akani.
Yeah, but the name, that is even there.
That's what I'm saying. So they've not started naming you people Ghana, Niger, and all of those funny names at this time.
I know. I'm going back to the argument of the languages and, pronunciations and namings of things and how it corresponds to what is in the Bible more than what the English will ever do.
That's it. You see. That's the River Pra there. And so people don't think there's another reference altogether here. This is national. This is even using their own reference. This is a European kind of documentation. This is National Geographic Society, US. Okay, this is the National Geographic Society, Washington, 1888 to 1959. This is one of their writings, publications. This researcher was saying this. In the kingdom of Amenuan, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates. It tells you that river is the river Niger. The friar does not confuse this with the Mesopotamian Euphrates. You see, in other words, there's another one in the Middle East there. That's a different one. But this one is saying there's a Euphrates here that I'm seeing here. This is a European speaking. But assumes that two rivers with the same names. So I'm saying, and it differentiates it here. The Euphrates, the real one in Africa, it just spells it with an F. The other one there in their side is spelled with a PH, which is a Greek thing when you spell F with PH. See, and it even further tells here, is referring evidently to the river Benue, a tributary of the Niger River. You see, that's Euphrates there.
And this river forms 3 branches, blah, 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 just like it's in the Bible.
So, so we can have a look at the map, and so we took the time to create this map, and we just superimpose so people can see. They can see what is going on and understand that is where their land is. Let me just pick 2 more things before we begin to wrap it up. Now, people will have a lot of questions but they crossed the Red Sea. That's another thing. They did not cross the Red Sea. What they crossed is the Reed Sea. I don't know if I heard that before. Yom Suf.
Reed.
Yes. What they crossed is the Reed Sea, not the Red Sea. You see? They crossed the Reed Sea. And the Reed Sea is the Nile again. The Reed Sea is the Nile. You will check that. I don't know if you're seeing my screen.
I am.
Yeah. They crossed the Reed Sea. Let me pop that scripture to you. And another one I'm going to show. The east wind. So people can type their questions. Let me see. Let's see, Bible verse.
After the questions come, we're going to have to do another episode where you address the questions that come in.
Yes, because I know people are going to have a lot of questions. So Moses stretched out. Let's see. Yeah, Exodus 14:21. Let me just show us Exodus 14:21. Let's see. Exodus
14:21.
Yeah. So let's read what we have here. It just
Can
helps.
you zoom in?
Yeah, I'll do that.
And Moses did what? Stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind.
Yeah, that's where the point is. All night. The strong east
All
wind.
night.
Yes. So this east wind is what I want to bring out from there.
And made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided.
Yes, and waters were divided. So if an east wind is blowing, do you notice it's coming from where? From the east, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, if an east wind is blowing, it means the east wind parted the river from the east towards the west. And that definitely implies that's the exact direction of the people who are crossing the sea. They cross from the east towards the west.
The west.
That's it. Not to the northeast like this, to that tiny land. No. Another thing you will find is...
So where does the Reed Sea come in? Which sea is the Reed Sea?
The Nile is the Reed Sea. Let me show that to you also. And this is good we're asking this question so that can, just help those that are viewing. They would... they would reduce Reed Sea Bible verse. So these things are not things we just memorize. They are just there all over the place.
Oh, yeah. We are in 2025. Hello.
Yeah.
Chat GPT memorizes stuff for you, man.
Yeah.
You just have to make a reference.
So let's see. Let's see what's in the sea. So Exodus 14. Let's see if we can push it from there. Control F. Okay, Exodus 10:19. Let's see. So I'm going to show you in Interlinear Bible. Exodus 10:19. 10. So after this, we'll just wrap it up and let people put all their questions, and we'll do a part 2. So look at it here. So this is Hebrew is from right to left, the way the writing is. So are you able to see it? And
I'm looking.
Yeah, it turned the wind. That's the wind that brought the quails, by the way. That one came from another direction. That brought the locust, rather. Okay. It took away the locust and blew them into the Red Sea. That's what the English says, the Red Sea. Okay, and there remained not any one of them in the territories of Egypt. But look at that Red Sea here. It is Yam Suf. Yam Suf. Yam is the word for sea. There's no question for that. Okay, or the word is the word for sea or the word for west. That's it, yeah. But then the word for Suf is not the word for red in Hebrew. The word for red in Hebrew is Edom or Adam. But let's look at this red here. Let's look at it here. That's it, Suf. It means reed. You see it here? Suf. Definition, reed or rush. That's papyrus. So is a play, is what the English word tries to do with a play of words that started changing red to reed. If you try it in any other language, it's not going to work, because there's no guarantee that the word for red and the word for reed will be that similar. You just remove one E, one alphabet, and start confusing. And another thing is the Red Sea, the reeds cannot grow inside the Red Sea because it's a salty sea. You can't have reeds growing in it. It completely disqualifies that their Red Sea narrative completely. So they can go in here and they say they find some chariot wheels. Come on, this is thousands of kilometers. A lot of kilometers length here. You can find anything you want if that's what you're looking for. But I tell you, search along the Nile, you're going to find much more chariot wheels than you're ever looking for in your life. because they're going to come
and probably skeletal remains.
A lot of things. But the way this life is whatever you're looking for, if you have fixed your mind to a certain place, you will find what you're looking for there. Even if it's not it, you would make it look like it. You see. So this is the Red Sea. It's the same sea where Moses was caught from, and some of the reeds was part of the things that was used to make his basket when he was floating in that river. So English says Red Sea. There's nothing red about that sea. You can go to that red one, that's one. But the real Red Sea is not Red Sea, it's Red Sea, and that's the Nile.
Even at a point, didn't the Nile become red?
Oh yeah,
the plagues of plagues of Egypt.
Yeah, you see,
it became blood. So that actually confirms even what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's Yom Suf what we have here. Yom Suf, that's the Sea of Reeds.
The Sea of Reed.
Yeah. Sea of Reeds. So so people can go just have a look at that and drop their questions. And I was saying here in this my slide that the same way they have exported, taken resources from this part of the world and exported it and brought them back with poisons, with I mean, you take crude oil, you bring it back as petrol, you take cocoa, you bring it back as chocolate, take leather from northern Nigeria, bring it back and you're telling us it's Italian leather, you know, all the different stuff. You know, it's the same way that they have taken the story of the people and brought it back, imported as Roman Catholicism. Exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. So there are many people who are saying that, you know, they want to go back to their roots, start practicing, you know, some things, and they get in the wrong path. And the reason for that is because they just know half of the truth. They think this Christianity thing, this following God, Bible is something written by a European person. That's not true. That is not true, because that's just half of the truth. It came, the real story is really from here. It's really from here. So what they see is just the importation part. They think it just came from Rome. No, it was exported from here to Rome first before it was brought back here. You see. So I think people deserve to know the truth. People deserve to know the truth. The people of the book, they deserve to know the truth, so that they will stop supporting their own enemies. You know, they deserve to know the truth.
It's disheartening that when you try to wake people up and the kind of response they give to you, they paint you out to be the devil himself. Like, yo, what the hell is wrong with you? But I don't blame them. You know, it takes a minute for certain things to sink into the spirit of other people. That indoctrination, you know when they brought all of these. To confuse the indigents, the locals, the elders never agreed with whatever they brought. So they targeted children.
I see.
They targeted a lot of children and taught them these. And these children have grown into generations. So when you challenge the source,
they're not going to listen.
Oh my God. They will insult you, they will bastardize you, they make you feel like you are evil.
I see that.
But the evidence is too much.
There's a lot of evidence.
And anybody who starts on this tangent gets an encounter some way, somehow. Like I was telling you about mine. I have traveled. I'm first a musician, and I got, his songs very early in my life, and that propelled me to a lot of travels. If you look at the treatment they give you, just because you wear black skin, you are melanated. That is like a sin. So I started asking questions. What have I done? What did my ancestors do? Who did what? What warrants all this disrespect? And trust you me, when I started walking that path, I had to become a pastor. I had to teach at church. I had to learn the Bible. I had to read history. Eventually had to set the show up to open the eyes of people that, you know what? The worship of God, like you rightly said, it's not about going to evening service in the church. Because that is a system, that is the matrix. That has been created to contain you. But they wouldn't understand. But we are not, that's not going to deter anybody anyway. We're just going to, keep seeking the truth, sharing the truth, throwing the light, so we see where we go from here.
Yes, so people need to be changed really literally from the heart. And then I tell them this information is powerful, by the way. But then if they don't have a change in heart, because we people, the real people of the book, and really anybody, we need to begin to love one another. It's very important, because knowledge in itself can puff people up. I mean, the Bible has been here for ages, and people will still do what they want to do anyways. But then when people change in their heart, that's where the real change comes. That's the real thing.
Begins to take effect, yeah.
And hopefully we hope this information, let people begin to rethink, love one another, respect.
And I know a guy, after all of this that we have done, will ask me, Kofi, yes, that's great information. So now what?
Exactly. I know.
I should stop going to church, or I shouldn't believe that Jesus died for me. I'm like, okay, do with it as you please, but this is the truth. I know one day, somewhere, somehow, this information is going to come in handy.
Yes, and that's happening already. That's happening already.
Yeah. So, Kunle, let me thank you at this point, and let's run this. We're going to give all this information to my viewers, and I know they're going to ask you questions and all that, and I think that will be the foundation for the next recording.
Yep.
So that we can further teach.
Yes.
And open up some of these things to everybody's knowledge, because we're in the information age.
Yeah.
And this is the time Africans, as we have accepted to be called, our turbulence, will have to open their eyes and realize that they are the promised ones. Yeah. They live in the promised land.
Yes.
They have the chunk of the world's goodness.
Yes.
And they are targets.
And they need to begin to believe in themselves, believing in their God.
That's what I'm saying. You are targeted because of what you possess.
Yes.
So begin to believe and wake up. Realize who you are.
Yes.
Then only you can protect what you have, and then you can know what they came here
for
to take away.
Let's sell yourself cheap. Because I'm wondering, that brother who asked that question, that after all of this, then what? That's a funny question, because if United Nations and these European Unions, all these countries will come together to spend billions of dollars to keep that lie in the Middle East running, it suggests to you how important it is to keep that in your
How important it is. Yes. But you see, you cannot make a lie the truth given 1,000 years.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
It's not.
Last, I chanced on some information, great information that is. In the history of the world, no African country has forced any other country to speak their language.
Wow.
No African country has colonized any other people and taken their culture to them. No African country is producing stuff and creating avenues for certain people to buy their stuff in the wise of economics and commerce and all of that. No African country has enslaved anybody. So it means somebody is after the African.
So unity is very important. And one irony, interestingly, is that when you see a person that, because sometimes you find our people not liking, not loving one another, they just dislike. You see how women, sorry to say, they put on a European kind of looking hair and things like that. That's a suggestion they don't really like themselves. When you see someone that, even when you see another dark-skinned person like yourself somewhere else, you just try to distance from them, you don't want to associate with them. It's a suggestion of how you see your own self. Because if you can treat someone that looks like you like that, and it suggests you don't like your own self. That's why we're weak to try to look a certain way.
You see, it's part of the programming, and people do things blindly because they do not understand the roots of what they are doing. They feel like, oh, this is common fashion. They brought it, let me wear it. But you see, everything from the West is calculated, and it has gains for whoever came to market it. Education came to divide us. science came to confuse us. Politics, division. That is even worse.
That's a big one.
The main thing for the West on Africa is division. And they always bring it in different ways and forms to divide. Because like you said, if we learn to accept ourselves and come together,
yes,
it's done.
Yeah.
And that's what they are preventing.
They will prevent that with everything.
Look at all these borders within Africa.
Useless.
One nation, children of the same family, descendants of same source, and we have borders crossing from my part of the world into my brother's part, my sister's part. I need to go through what, immigration?
And someone with a French passport can go anywhere. The British passport can go anywhere within those.
And yet, people do not see what is being done. I wonder why it's so glaring in my eyes. Yet, people just cannot see that somebody is after you. Somebody is pulling strings so you don't function.
It's very simple to see. It takes.
Like somebody will put it, it's a saddest thing. It's a saddest thing.
So let's push this out to the people. Let's see how they react, how they respond, and we.
Yeah. So if you have any questions for Kunle, you just have to go down there in the comment section, put it there. We both are going to read, and that's going to necessitate another recording, and then we'll get to address some of the issues that you bring up. Let's learn together. Let's grow together. The time is now.
Yeah.
That $1 million question is being asked right now. The challenge. You see, I record some very short questions and I put them out for people to come to certain realizations. I call it ask yourself. I don't know if you chanced on any on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That ask yourself the questions that you've been told not to ask even in the church where you are getting all the teachings. It's questions that make you learn. It's not teachings. Because people can say a whole lot of things, but it is the question you ask that determines your understanding of what they have said. You get it? So let's learn together. Let's bring ourselves to par, because there's an underlying enemy. Even though we don't fight back, they fight always. And that's the truth. Thank you very much, my brother. And on to the next one. I see you.
All right, then.
Some brothers that came from the United States, and they were trying to tell the Kenyans, in fact, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, that we are the real people of God. That is absolutely true. Even the United in Christ brothers, what they think is that we came from that Middle East. They have not found that out yet. But the real truth is that everything is here in sub-Saharan Africa. It's written in the book of Josephus that Samaria, the land of Samaria, starts from a place called Guinea, and Guinea is in West Africa, and it continues up onto the Accra, Benin, Topaki, and it continues there onto the southern part of the continent. What they crossed was the Red Sea, and that Red Sea was the Nile. So those kind of things would destabilize the narrative. And you see what is happening with Ibrahim Traore and the rest like that. And that's why these people have been kept like that. And the same way that fossil fuel is taken from the continent and exported, brought back as petrol, cocoa is taken out, leather is taken out, brought back as shoes. It's the exact same way that their story was exported and brought back as Roman Catholicism. But the story is actually their story. But then what the devil wants to do, which is succeeding in some people's lives, is to get them so offended at that truth and get so many fake pastors, they are fake prophets and things like that. And I tell people the fact that there is a fake prophet and there are fake prophets everywhere confirms that there is actually a true prophet. You don't find fake South African rand. You don't find so many of it in China. Why? Because they don't spend rand there. See, you don't find fake naira in Venezuela very much, because who is going to spend it there? Where you find fake pounds is inside the UK, for example, because that's where the people need it and that's where the original is. So the fact that you have so much false prophets in Africa and all that, that is where the real thing is. And that's why the enemy keeps coming there. Have you heard of anything European spirituality, American spirituality? No. It's only African spirituality you hear. Yes, Nubia, for example, is the name of the dark-skinned people just south of Egypt, like that. And if you break that word down, it's like saying Nubi and Yah. And Nubi is the Hebrew word for prophet. Yah is the name of God, like when you say Yahweh. So it's as good as when you say Nubia, it's like you're saying a prophet of God. And it said in scripture that you are a nation of priests and prophets. The glory of an African person generally is their spirituality. It's built inside their DNA.
Another thing with us African is that we are trying so much to move away from the true sense of what God has intended us to be, and we're trying to mimic other nations.
So the people have seriously been hurt, even especially in their minds. They've been defeated in their minds. It's like this woman said, Arikana Chiombo-Ikwa, former ambassador, okay, of the African Union to the United States, if I got that right. So she spoke about the African person. Generally, they don't love themselves. So when you find out that you don't love people that look like you see an African lady, you see an African man, and you don't like them, you see each other in diaspora, and you hate each other, it's a very strong indication of how you feel about your own self. Very, very strong indication. It's the same story, is in the Bible, is in global politics, is literally everywhere. It's the same story that is just playing out before us. The video you're about to watch is a quick conversation between myself and a TikToker called Madam Speaker. So it's basically about what I can call a theory of everything, so to speak, of what is going on in the world and how it's all connected in literally one flow. Okay, how Bible prophecy and Bible reality is being played out in world stage, and not in some special prophetic explanation, but in actual literal terms. How the same people who are at the bottom of the socio-economic ladder of the world are the same people of God whom He chose from the Bible times as we know it. So our talk and interview is more like a build-up from a previous interview she had with a group of brothers from the United States that have actually found out, their ancestry by doing DNA tests and things like that, and they see and they understand that they're actually Israelites. Okay, but then most of the people from that group still think that the real Israel is in the Middle East. But in the reality of it, the real Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa. That's the real land where the whole thing is. So so that's basically the things that we were discussing and how that connects to global politics and geopolitics altogether, and how it's connected to what is happening in the Sahel and things like that. So that's it's a very interesting conversation. There was a few technical glitches and delays a little bit, but it's not too bad. I think you enjoyed the conversation. So I'll see you at the end of the video so we can have a wrap up. Thank you. Yeah, so straight to the point. I'll try to link it maybe from those that have watched, and those that have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, you can do that. So she had a chat with some brothers that came from the United States, and they were trying to tell the Kenyans, in fact, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, that we are the real people of God. So, and I have found that through a completely independent research that is absolutely true, And one of the ways I'm beginning to confirm more and more is by the number of people that are saying the same thing, and they are completely not connected to each other. So my submission to the people today is that the language, the people, and then even the land in sub-Saharan Africa is actually the real Israel, and not just in the Middle East. You see, so even the United in Christ brothers, what they think is that we came from that Middle East. They have not found that out yet. You see, most of the things they're saying, well, we are from there, we migrated from there. But the real truth is that everything is here in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's what I want to share with the house. Would there be any room for anyone asking questions, or they'll just type it?
Okay, the people can type, but if you don't mind, maybe somebody else joining in the panel.
Of course.
Then we can maybe accept one or two people who would want to ask you some questions.
Great. So let me just give a quick run of it so that we can prepare the foundation in the next 40 minutes or whatever for a round up.
So we have found, like I said, the languages and the peoples and the land are all from sub-Saharan Africa. So starting from the languages, we have found, I am from West Africa. I was born in Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian. So we have found over 27 words, still counting, in the Nigerian Yoruba language that is just about exactly same with the Hebrew. Okay, and then the Yoruba language is connected to Igbo, is connected to Xhosa, to all African languages are just connected. Sometimes they call them Bantu languages. So I picked the Yoruba language because it's just about the African language I can speak the best. So some of them is only, I don't know how much Yoruba people we have, but we have them also on my TikTok channel, those Yoruba words. For example, the word for God is called Elohim, but that singular for Elohim is Eloha, and in Yoruba you say Oluwa. The word for heaven is called Shamayim. The singular is Shama. You say Sama in Yoruba. In Amharic you say Samai. We have another word like the word for bad in Hebrew is called Ra, and the word for something that is rotten in Yoruba language is still Ra, or you say Jera. Different multiple words like that. Like the word for sea is Roy or Ray in Hebrew, and in Yoruba you say Ri, literally. Then secondly, about the peoples and the cultures, cultures and things like circumcision, okay, things like paying bride price, like people marrying their brother's wife if the brother is deceased, things like that. These are things we find consistent in the African culture, particularly sub-Saharan African culture. And so people try to say that, well, maybe the colonialists brought it, and I say, no, it's not possible. If you want to copy a colonialist, you can, try to sag your gene, try to act cool and all that, but you don't copy a colonialist by cutting off the foreskin of an 8-year-old, because that's when they circumcise the age. So things like the purities they observe when maybe a woman is menstruating, or not touching dead bodies, or if you have touched a dead body, things like that. It's deep inside African culture. Yeah, then.
Minister, let's start here. Let's start with you introducing yourself so that for context, because I don't think that everybody who's here actually watched that episode that I did with Israel United in Christ, right? So just introduce yourself to the people at home and tell them where you're from. Then we can continue from where you left off.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm Kunle Aderemi. I'm Nigerian. I'm a minister. We still did a conference some days ago. I minister in the gospel. Although, of course, my first degree was in physics and second degree was in engineering. Then I've worked in the telecom industry for maybe close to 10 years, before, I left that. Yeah. And so then my question that came to my heart, which is the question in many young African people's minds, is what happened to Africa when the rest of the world was developing? Is it that the race is cursed? Why are things backward? So this began to lead me to a lot of research. And I got very serious with the research, and God helped me from the past about 5 to 6 years. I got very intense with the research. So I started digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And gradually I began to see all these things. And it led me eventually back to the Bible and how all these things are before they got covered up by, the colonialists and the imperialists and so on. So that's basically the intro.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining in and wanting to share. I believe that obviously, even though you're not a member of the Israel United in Christ, you come with your own, what do you call this? You did your own research, and obviously because you're a minister, there's some more insightful things that you want to share with us, picking up from where the Israel United in Christ members shared with us, or do you want to emphasize on what they've shared with us?
Yes, I'll just pick up from where they stopped. And like I said, I advise everyone that is watching to go to your YouTube channel to go and check on that and, subscribe and watch the video and things like that. So I'll continue from where they stopped. What the brothers said, they are from the United States. They have found out that they are the people who are taken from West Africa, Southern Africa into the transatlantic slave trade. And they're saying those are the fulfillments of the curse in Deuteronomy 28. The blessing is from 1 to 15, the curses is from that 15 to the end. So they are saying that is the fulfillment of that prophecy, and that
They are the real people of the book and of the promise. And I'm coming to corroborate that is 100% true. And I'm also adding to it, like you said, that it's not just that we are the people. The actual land where these Bible occurrences took place is in sub-Saharan Africa. And we have proofs for that. I don't know how easy it will be to pop up these proofs, but maybe if we have another YouTube session some other day, it's easier to show maps, etc. So, the city of Samaria, starts from a place. It's written in the book of Josephus that Samaria, the land of Samaria, starts from a place called Guinea, and Guinea is in West Africa, and it continues up onto the Accra Benin Topaki, and it continues there onto the southern part of the continent, and that's literally the place where the Bible writing is. And another thing is that people say they crossed the Red Sea, but in the real sense of it, what they crossed is what is called the Reed Sea. It is in the English translation that they are doing that mix up. So what they crossed was the Reed Sea, and that Reed Sea was the Nile. You see, another thing is that you find out that the Israel that we know today is 40 times smaller than Egypt. Egypt is about 1,000,000 square kilometers, and Israel is about just 25,000 square kilometers. It does not make sense that they are gone. We take them from that land of Egypt, and he's saying he's taking them to a spacious land and take them to that small place. Yes. Another thing is that that place is a desert, and then what you have here is much much better. Same thing with Genesis chapter 13. He said that Abraham went up into the land of the south. So he went southward when he left Egypt, is what he said. See, but then in newer translations, they changed it to he went to Negev, he went to just change some of those things like that. So those are the kind of things that we want our people to know. Yeah.
The one thing that I would like to still ask, because when I checked the comment section on the previous video that I did with Israel United in Christ Brothers, I don't think I was clearly put to light when it comes to the issue of color. Black and white, to say when we say the people of God, the chosen ones of Israel, it's us, people of color. And now that we are in a place where we've got people who are mixed race, we've got people who the mother is white, the father is black. How then do we separate that? These are the people of God, these are not the people of God, these are the people that Christ actually died for, and Christ didn't die for this nation specifically.
Yes, like you said, I would want to go partly with what they said and shared in that program, which is that it's ultimately a thing of the heart at the end of the day. In fact, someone who is completely from another tribe, not the people at all, that is as white as snow or as the background here, and they set their heart to receive Jesus Christ, they are going to be accepted. And really, and that's the same thing that Jesus said, really, if someone who is 100% Hebrew, and he knows his tribe, knows everything, decides to turn away, that kind of person can be rejected. So at the end of the day, God is very just, and he eventually opened the door to other nations also and other peoples, or even the people that are not a people, as he said. Yeah.
Speaking of doors, when they mention the issue of 12 gates,
Oh yeah.
each representative of Israel, to say if we are from Benjamin, we're going to go through the gate of the Benjamites, and according to the tribe that is coming from Israel. So the people that are coming in who are not from either one of those tribes, gate are they going to go into when they have to?
Honestly, I'm not very sure. But then when you check that scripture, it says that there's 144,000 Hebrews, 44,000 Jews, Israelites rather, 12,000 from each tribe. But then after that, it said that there is a multitude that cannot be numbered. If we were in a YouTube mode, I would have been able to display those scriptures. So he said there was a multitude that could not be numbered that still joined those 144,000. Okay, so it lets us know that there's still other things, and then they can easily be grafted. If you think of it like a tree, he said that if the actual branches were cut out, you see, that how much more a grafted branch, and that was Paul talking to Galatians, Ephesians, those other nations, that if the actual branch that were meant for the tree were cut out, how much more, you that are grafted in can easily be taken out. So I can imagine that if you're grafted in, it depends on what branch you got grafted into and things like that. But those are just probably some details and technicalities to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm covered. I'm not seeing anyone with the question, but if maybe there's something else that you want to add onto what you've been sharing, because I've been interrupting you here and there.
No, it's fine.
Maybe then.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
So, like I said, and this knowledge is very critical to global politics because you want to begin to think that even if what these guys are saying is true, why then would the United Nations spend so much time and money to keep that story that way? You know, and that tells you actually how important it is for that story to be kept, because they know that if this story gets out, can you still hear me? Sorry.
Yes, I can still hear you.
So they know that if this story gets out, these people will know who they are, and that has very important implications in geopolitics. And one of the things that it will do is that it will remove all the sentimental attachment people have to that fake land of Israel, because those people are called Ashkenazi Jews, okay? And somebody from the tribe of Ashkenaz is from the tribe of Japheth, completely out of, yeah. So, and so those kind of things would destabilize their narrative. And you see what is happening with Ibrahim Traore and the rest like that. And that's why these people have been kept like that. So it's a deeply spiritual thing that when the people begin to understand, they begin to realize that they are special. As it is, they are still fighting that idea. They can't believe. They believe someone who is of the scripture, anything good must come from outside. Is how they have been trained. And the same way that energy is taken, like fossil fuel is taken from the continent and exported, brought back as petrol, cocoa is taken out, and leather is taken out, brought back as shoes. It's the exact same way that their story was exported and brought back as Roman Catholicism. So the same thing. So it makes you begin to wonder that these imperialists from the Western world makes you begin to wonder that what really do they have originally? You see, because just about most of the things that they portray and they show are literally from the people in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's it.
Yeah. Okay, and now with the issue of, I think I'm probably just asking some of the that I'm asking the same thing that I asked the brothers who are from the Israeli United Christ. Things like, I believe that also because you're saying that originally you're from Nigeria, you would probably relate to things like your African spirituality, where you have got witch doctors that they visit or witch doctors that come. Like for example, like a simple example, like when you buy a house, there's supposed to be a witch doctor that come and anoint that house or something like that, so that bad spirits won't come to that house. I asked a question that because African people say that before the Bible was presented to them, because according to my understanding, like I've said, that after I was educated, because I sat with Dr. Abel Damina, and as he was teaching us also to say that because originally the Bible was written in two languages, Hebrew and what's the other one? Greek, yes. Then the loss in translation of that to what it is today, because now we have this new international version and this, King James version and all that stuff. But we, as the people of color or the African people, we've got a mentality that the Bible came with the slave masters. They came with us, that we can focus on the Bible while they're taking our land, while they're stealing all these things from us. And because back then we are under the notion that we didn't know how to read or write, we feel like civilization actually came with these people. Actual fact, but based on the fact that we people can always argue that we had ways of doing things and ways to speak with God and communicate with God before all of that the slave masters came with. I just want to know your thoughts and opinion on that.
Yes, very, very important. So, like I said, or like I used to say on my channels and all that, the extent to which a lie can deceive a person is the extent to which that lie resembles the truth. So if a lie is too far from the truth, most times it's easy to detect and people knock it off. So what the devil did, and these things are organized by Satan himself, is to take what is so close to the truth, just like he did in the garden, to deceive the people. So it is very close, very, very close to the truth. And he used that as a tool against them. So some colonialists, some missionaries came with a pure mind, Some came with a perverted mind, like the letter we read of King Leopold to the missionaries to Congo. So that truth, even though it's the truth, had to be taken to the people to deceive them, is what actually happened. But the story is actually their story. But then what the devil wants to do, which is succeeding in some people's lives, is to get them so offended at that truth and get so many fake pastors, they are fake prophets and things like that. And I tell people the fact that there is a fake prophet and there are fake prophets everywhere confirms that there is actually a true prophet. You don't find fake South African rand. You don't find so many of it in China. Why? Because they don't spend rand there. You see, you don't find fake naira in Venezuela very much because who's going to spend it there? Where you find fake pounds is inside the UK, for example, because that's where the people need it and that's where the original is. So the fact that you have so much false prophets in Africa and all that, that is where the real thing is. And that's why the enemy keeps coming there. So it's the same way that they have exported so many things from this country, from this part of the world, is how they have exported and imported that back in. So they are the real people. It is their story. There are festivals like Omowo Festival in Ghana. They have the Ashanti people there. And by the way, have you heard of the River Pra in Ghana? The Pra River in Ghana. So that river, for example, that's the real river Euphrates, you see, and that's where the real people are, you see. So all through the land like that, it is their own very own story. If there is fetish things happening in Africa, it's always been like that. Because even when you read in the Bible, there are times when there are prophets of Baal and there are these other prophets. They built another temple that God didn't ask them to build in the northern part. So things like that have been happening up since a long time ago. It's just a perversion. You will see the same way they kill rams in the scripture, the same way the native witch doctors kill rams, they kill chickens like that. So these are perversions of the real thing right from the start, and they're still here till now. So those are it's their story. It is their thing. It is their thing. Yeah. So it's just been perverted.
Okay. I think you just, there's something that actually unlocked in my brain when you're saying that the closest thing to the original obviously hated within the, it makes so much sense because I don't think there's anywhere else in the world where you can find replicas of the truth like you can in Africa. You know, you want to talk to pastors, you will find them in Africa more than anywhere else. You know, that's just my observation.
Yeah.
Meaning that surely it says that even the real thing or the original thing is right here where we are. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So, and then if you check the first 10, just check the first 10 richest pastors. Although money is not always the yardstick, but check where the first 10 richest pastors come from. You will find out that a minimum of probably 3 of them come from Africa, maybe from even West Africa to be precise. Some from Southern Africa. They are not doing everything perfect. That's not the yardstick, but that tells you something. But for those that are Christians, they might say, oh, they are taking people's money, they are taking tithes and offering. But if they are the ones doing that, it shows there's something inside their DNA connected to that thing. They may not be doing it perfectly, but the thing is there. So that is where their DNA is called E1B1A, by the way. That's the DNA of the Hebrew DNA. So they are the ones that have that DNA. And that's why that thing keeps stirring up in their hearts. Check. Have you heard of anything European spirituality? No. American spirituality? No. It's only African spirituality you hear. Because have you heard of the word Nubia also, by the way? Nubia, yes. Nubia, for example, is the name of the dark-skinned people just south of Egypt, like that. And if you break that word down, it's like saying Nubi and Yah. And Nubi is the Hebrew word for prophet. Yah is the name of God, like when you say Yahweh. So it's as good as when you say Nubia, it's like you're saying the prophet of God. And it said in scripture that you are a nation of priests and prophets. That's why I check they are always spiritual about something, always spiritual. That is their pride. But then the world has turned that their pride has become almost like their shame. A Chinese can build robots, an American can tell you they've gone to the moon, they know how to do movies and things like that. But the glory of an African person generally is their spirituality. It's built inside their DNA. But their enemy has tried to use that to mock them. Even Africans mock each other. Oh, all of you pray. Oh, what you do all the time is you pray. Other nations are building robots. But those nations, they build robots. I was having a problem with my card, like a business, a credit card connected to a business account, and I discovered that for a while the name of the company has been spelled wrongly, and I thought it was something that was going to take my time. I decided to go into the bank app here in the UK, And I went in there, and it didn't take me more than 45 seconds to solve that problem. I just went very user-friendly kind of interface they built. Everything is simple to use. But then that bank, when you check their adverts on TV now, I don't want to say the full name, but they're doing an advert and they put a Gabriella instead of that. I don't know what the Gabriella is, you know. Just take the first syllable of that word, you see. So people who have, they have sexual feelings towards people of the same gender. So they are constantly pushing that in their narrative. Constantly pushing that in their product. And I wonder what is wrong with these people? You have such a beautiful product, everything top notch, but the spirituality is opposite. They don't have a sense of moral alignment. They don't know how to raise children, you see. And this is the part of the world, so to speak, that God has blessed Africans with, so that when we work together, as nations, that spiritual slash moral part of things supposed to come from Africa. But Africa is mocking himself, saying all you do is pray, all you do is you are too rigid. But that's where the thing. Try to see how they raise children in the UK. Their children are not doing so fine, stabbing themselves in classes, taking drugs, but then in Africa they raise children with much better standards. You see. So that's the glory of the people. They are really, really a Nubia. Prophets of God. Yeah,
and I think another thing with us African is that we are trying so much to move away from our the true sense of what God has intended us to be, and we're trying to mimic other nations. And when we get stuck there, it's like the people that actually discriminate us more than anybody else out there, we discriminate each other. You get what I mean? I would rather move away from being an African and try to mimic other people than me just embracing who I am. And I think because of I don't know, maybe it's got a lot to do with how it's more subconscious, because of all this slavery and all the stuff of Uncle being made to believe that we're not good enough, we're not beautiful, we're not smart enough, and all of that stuff. So much that even today we still try to run away from ourselves and try to be like other people, and we feel like what other people from other nations do is actually way better than what was us, which is what you are sharing with us today to say, listen, if you can have expertise, then we don't even have to worry much about us trying to be better than other people who have been designed from it, that what they can do best is just to create robots and all that stuff.
Yes, that's absolutely true. So the people have seriously been hurt, even especially in their minds. They've been defeated in their minds. It's like this woman said, Arikana Chiombori Kwa. She's the ambassador, former ambassador, okay, of the African Union to the United States, if I got that right. So she spoke about the African person. Generally, they don't love themselves. So when you find out that you don't love people that look like you see an African lady, you see an African man, and you don't like them, you see each other in diaspora and you hate each other, it's a very strong indication of how you feel about your own self. Very, very strong indication. She said there was a child which was about 5, 6 years old, and they put some dolls in front of her, basically a white looking doll and a black looking doll. So they asked the girl, just about 5, 7 years old, which of these two dolls is more beautiful? She pointed to the white doll. Which of these dolls do you think you want to play with the more? She pointed to the white doll. Which of these dolls do you think is finer and you don't want to give anybody and you want to hold on? She pointed to the white doll. Which of these dolls do you think is evil and maybe wicked? Surprisingly, she pointed to the black doll that looks like her. Why? Because of what she has watched so much. All those princess movies, of which, by the way, this thing is so multifaceted because even all these princess mermaid movies they watch have their own spirituality altogether on its own. Because we know that when you're showing a mermaid, for example, this Little Mermaid cartoon, a mermaid, we know what mermaids are. They show us cartoons where children one becomes cat, one becomes an owl, and they say, oh, PJ Masks or whatever they call them. And we know that this thing is witchcraft that these people are playing with, you see. So we know that spiritual thing, and so it's all multifaceted, you see. So the people don't love their own self, but that's where the work needs to be, and that's what part of what the church needs to begin to do, to teach the people. I think the church is doing so much of that work because that's the only place where people can be mended. Surprisingly, again, or well, not surprisingly, that's where the devil again hides to abuse some people and to beat them down. The last bus stop that they have, to have that console and that solace, consolation and solace he still goes in there and perverts that ministry. So the people needs to be healed right from their soul. They don't believe in themselves. They never can believe that that Jesus is really someone from their tribe. They can't grasp it. They can't grasp it. And also the European people keeps pumping information into their mind, doing movies to change the whole narrative and things like that. It's just like this Langley. I don't know if you've heard of Michael Langley, which is this African, the guy in charge of African Command, right from the United States. They are saying that Ibrahim Traore is using the gold in his country to defend himself and things like that, which is a lie. The same thing they did with Gaddafi, and they're trying to say he's a bad person. And they did that with Gaddafi. They were successful and eliminated him, even though he was a good man. But then they're trying to do the same thing with Traore now. So they keep pushing the people down because if Africa rises, France is gone, for example. England is also coming because you find England and France, for example, have one of the top 10 or even top 5 nations where you have the highest amount of gold reserves. And none of these two countries have as much gold reserves, if any at all. So where is the gold coming from? So if these people ever rise, they know that they are done for. So it's literally the devil working through these other nations, through their fear, through their pride, through their greed, through their desire to control, to keep the people of God down. The world does not know this information we're sharing, that these people are really the same. It's the same story, is in the Bible, is in global politics, is literally everywhere. It's the same story that is just playing out before us. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I believe that we still have a long way to go, but thank God that we have all these platforms that we are going to be able to share on a daily. I think we are probably going to do this again maybe in the near future. But I will also go through your channel and just see the stuff that you are sharing there. And maybe I think maybe going forward we can just have topics, that we need to cover, so that we can just focus on one specific thing. Because I feel like today we were just all over the place, just so that like relating to the brothers from United in Christ. But I feel like going for segments where we just really just focus on one thing and educate the people of God, because I really feel like it is our job.
Yes.
As long as God has given us.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking about platforms, there's this, this is a Chinese platform we're speaking on, which eventually got sold to United States.
Yeah.
And you remember, if you can remember, 3, 4, 5 months ago, they were fighting to bring down TikTok. And the main reason is because, there are Democrats and Republicans in the United States.
Yeah.
They disagree on almost everything, including this same sex blah blah thing.
Yeah.
But when the matter came as to if to let TikTok be banned or to stay, they unanimously agreed we must ban the TikTok. They did not disagree on that one. And that tells you that if this thing is this, if it scares them this much, it means it's very important. And the main thing coming out at that time is that their lives were about to crumble, which is still going to crumble at the end of the day. But anyway, they agreed on that because the African people, they're about to rise. I mean, getting uranium, some of those minerals for as little as maybe 80 pence, per gram or something. And now it's being sold for 200 grams. France basically just went to call the United States to come to the Congo and those countries to destabilize them. You keep, it is said that wherever you see these European people, and I don't have anything against people of color. In fact, I've got people that are my siblings that are literally light skinned. So, but then it's just their government. And some of these European people, the populace, are speaking up that you guys are being unfair to these people, you see. So they know that if these people rise, they are going to go down. They will have to respect us and deal with us. But that's not bad. They don't need to be afraid. African people are actually nice to the point of being gullible, if anything. And being, and we like visitors, we just smile. When they smile at you in this country, they smile. Most times the smile is very plastic. I don't know if you have lived in the UK before. Their smiles are very, very plastic, and you can tell this is a fake smile. But then if an African is smiling with you, generally he has a good heart with you. But they'll just smile at you like, just smile with you like this. Before you know it, you're reported and they've messed you up. So yes. So it's a cultural thing, it's a hard thing. And I can imagine that is why most of our people is the people they have directed towards their care work, to take care of their elders, because they know generally these people have a conscience, You don't see Chinese there. So they put them there to they know where the strengths are. So it's it's a very broad thing that covers the whole thing. It's in scripture, and scripture is what's playing out in all those things that we see in the world today. It's a very interesting. Anyway, talking about platforms, by the way, this ChatRod app, I just downloaded it. I discovered it's made by an African. So it's literally a Pan-African. It functions just like TikTok. They have live sessions and things like that. And they have been very kind of check them, they're consistent.
In our next engagement,
And
I'll be familiar with it.
yeah. Yeah. So whenever you're ready, pick your topics, then it helps us to be
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking
more
the time
focused and more
to come and
direct.
share with our people. I'm going to make this available on YouTube within a few days or so that at least people can have an idea when we now continue going forward to say this is where it actually started, where we can probably have like a segment of some sort. Because I feel like we need to get out there and for our people to know that we are one and we are still together, and we owe it upon ourselves to actually share the information amongst each other so that we can actually rise.
Yes, absolutely. So then we might just get some one or two guests to come up, ask questions,
for our
so
next
it's more
engagement.
interactive and things.
But thank you so much for today. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right then. Yes, so thanks for watching till the end, for coming till the end of the video. So you can drop your thoughts in the comments and things like that, and keep sharing, and let's watch it. It's such a beautiful time to be alive, so to speak, and to watch how these puzzles piece together and how everything is literally in one same canvas, and how God is doing more things than the deep state is doing with their 1,000 points of light. You know, God himself is the father of lights, and he's got everything covered. The whole answer is in the scriptures, is in his truth. So thank you for watching, and God bless you. Morning. How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to be off in about 10 minutes. Okay. I have to go get some things done, but I said I always like supporting your live.
Oh yeah, thank you very much.
I'm here to tap, and chime in the next 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So what's up with you? Yeah. Any questions for me? Any questions? We always ask you questions. Do you have any questions?
I already know what I need to do, which is to read, your book. By the way, you can look up his page and read his books. It's just what I need to do. I think it's the quickest thing, because I think there's at least 3 on the homepage of the website.
Precisely.
Thereabouts. So
the original Hebrews, 50 similarities, and the gathering, the scattering and the gathering.
Oh, I see. So I think that third one is talking more about the prophecy fulfillment, I guess.
Prophecy to be fulfilled.
To be fulfilled, okay. See. So
yeah, if you look at the prophecies very carefully.
Okay.
Apologies, go on. There's a delay here, so when I speak, it takes some seconds before you hear me.
So yes, I was just about to say that the first one is probably the one I will first read. That's in the order you mentioned it. So, but I'm listening to you saying something.
No, you've watched the documentary. The documentary is 100% the first one.
Oh, I see. But is it the first 100%. One that has? Is it the first one?
Volume 2 is good.
Okay. Is it the first one that has the Paleo Hebrew written out?
No, I haven't given you that one yet. I didn't post that one online because I wanted that one to come out in videos.
Okay.
But I have a book for it.
Oh, I see. I see. That's wonderful. All right.
But volume 2 does is it entrenches I apologize. This
No,
delay.
it's okay. No,
you
no, I'm
know,
used to it.
I
That's
think
how
it's like
TikTok
I'm
is.
continuing.
So that's how TikTok is.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is, volume 2 entrenches people's belief in the fact that we are the ones. It's impossible for you to have 50 similarities between two cultures that are the baseline or fundamentals of both cultures. And we do exactly what we used to do then today. We swear the same way. If a Yoruba person is going to swear, they raise their right hand to heaven and say, Olong. Now, that's how they swear in Torah. You know, and when you see, when they're having a covenant, the English language has destroyed a lot of things. Between Abimelech and Abraham, they said they cut a covenant between themselves. They used the word karath. But the word karath, if in proper Yoruba, is ikearato.
Okay.
Ikearato means to cut your flesh, which means you shed blood. So it was, in most cases, these things were blood covenants. Now, the big deal is this. The big deal, if you read the word itself, I would love for you to go to the Torah now. Look for the story of Abraham and Abimelech. And look for the word cut. Today, in modern times, the word cut a covenant simply means you guys had an agreement. So you and I can cut a covenant, but just write it down and just, yeah. But in those days, that wasn't what it was. The word is literally to cut flesh. Which means, and there's something called the mule, you see, which is the dynamism of the Yoruba religion, way of doing things, culture. Now, when two people sign an agreement in blood, there is always a third party in that covenant. Guess who the third party is?
Who is that?
The ground.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. That's why.
That's why they call it imule.
Ati dale.
Omashi. So entoba dale ma bale lo. So we are all going to end up in the ground. So toba dale, the ground is going to reject you because it's going to witness against you in the end of days. Now, everything that the Creator has made is a witness. Even the blood of man, Adam, is also a witness. Which is why the Most High said to Cain, the blood of your brother is crying unto me from the ground. So the air is a witness. That's why the Most High cannot judge us without witnesses. Because his standard is that at the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let everything be established. So if there are no human witnesses, he has created his creation to be able to be witnesses. This is where witchcraft got the idea of wargs from. So they can inhabit animals and see through the eyes of animals. And they use a lot of crows for that. Medieval Europe, this was rife in medieval Europe. So anything that has a presence or anything that he has made acts as a witness. So when he was talking to Abimelech, the conversation between him and Abimelech was sealed by the ground. In fact, if you go to Genesis 17, the interesting thing is this. When you circumcise, where does the blood land?
On
the ground. So the ground is testament to the fact that that person has been circumcised. So the Creator can say, all of creation is witness against a person.
Interesting. That's quite interesting.
So
So all these cultures
Yeah. Is this delay is not letting me speak fluently?
Yeah, you can. I'm still listening to you.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. So when you look when you see this, the way the prophecies are structured, no prophecy of the Most High will fall to the ground. The Bible says that he treasures his word. He has elevated his word above his name. Now, that means that every prophecy that he has given through the mouth of a prophet must come to pass. Ezekiel 36 will talk to you about it. Jeremiah 16 will talk to you about it. Jeremiah 24 will tell you about it. It speaks of a time when the children of Israel will be scattered into all the nations of the earth. This is beyond the Assyrian capture. This is beyond the Babylonian captivity. This is basically when they left the land in 135 AD. A lot of people left in 70 AD due to the General Titus ransacking the place. The Maccabees was in BC, I think 145 BC.
135 is back.
I'm talking about 145 AD, 135 AD. The Maccabees were brothers. Yeah, they revolted against the Greek Empire.
So 135 will be Bar Kokhba revolt, isn't it?
Well, yeah, precisely. The Bar Kokhba revolt, Simon Bar Kokhba.
Okay.
So that was when Emperor Hadrian literally bought half of his military resource to ransack Judea. Now, what happened was that if you look at Zephaniah, and this is, the funny thing about the Torah is it's a tapestry. If you know how to put the pictures together, you have the verses together, you're going to get one single picture. Now, when the Most High looks at all the children of Israel, he sees only Jacob, which is why when he complains sometimes in the Bible, he says Jacob has sinned. Jacob is the people that are forming Jacob that have sinned. They were putting Jacob in trouble before him. But so when you look at the entire scripture, especially something like Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 10, he talks about is migrating from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia or rivers of Cush. So the Nile River is the river it's called the Nile in Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt is more to the Mediterranean. Then Upper Egypt is more to Sudan, which is the land of Cush. So if you are moving from that land of Sudan and you're going far away, which is Oreku, which is where the word Iba, part of the reasons why you get the word Iba. There's also Iyabari. Abraham was called the Hebrew. Abari, I don't want to talk about that. I'll talk about it later. So they went far beyond the rivers of Ethiopia or Cush. That leads you smack directly to Western Africa. So the Bible now prophesies in Zephaniah 3. It says, from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, the daughters of my dispersed shall bring my offerings unto me. So that means that the people that are coming back from the west. There must be a gathering from the west to make that scripture fulfilled. And how were they dispersed into all the nations of the earth? Like I was saying to you before, 45% of the people in the transatlantic slave trade went through Badagry. That was why Badagry was known as the slave coast. Ghana was known as the Gold Coast because they traded gold from that port. But they traded slaves from Badagry. And those slaves did not go into West America alone. What people do not look at is that more slaves went through the Trans-Saharan. Yes. It went through the Trans-Saharan than it went through the transatlantic. So what he has said, it is for that prophecy to be fulfilled. Because if our people are not in China, the prophecy has lied. If we're not in Japan, the prophecy has lied. If we're not in Yugoslavia, the prophecy has lied. But what people fail to realize is that the world has been whitewashed. There's a word called aborigines. Luckily, there's a word called aborigines. The word has not been erased. Those are the original inhabitants of every land. They've been black people from the beginning. So what you would find ultimately is that there is a Hebrew, in truly a Hebrew in every nation of the earth, if you track it properly. But at the end of the times, their blood is going to begin to call them to come back home. He says he will call. He says, my sheep hear my voice, and another they're not going to follow. So there's going to be a call from heaven. Obviously, maybe not an audible voice for everybody to hear. But the human being's mind, when you look at your pineal gland, it's a transistor. It has the ability to vibrate. So it works also with frequency. So if there's a frequency in the spirit, those that are tuned in, that have an uncalcified pineal gland, will be able to receive that information. This is where people talk about, I had a hunch. But we're all coming back together. We all have to come back together, because Israel is supposed, I hate the word Israel, forgive me, but Israel is supposed to be a nation again, or Yasharel is supposed to be a nation again.
I see. And
that's prophecy.
And the 1948 is not it.
It's never been it. It couldn't be it. Okay, let me give you one of the major reasons why. It's just common sense. We don't have to fight anybody. I like debates. I like intellectual debates. I'm not disclaiming that you people are the people. Okay, you are the people. But what does prophecy say? Prophecy says that the entire tribes of Israel are going to be gathered. There are 12 tribes. You guys call yourself Jews. You're only from the tribe of Judah. That's an unfulfilled prophecy. Has he forgotten Naphtali? Has he forgotten Gad? Has he forgotten Judah? Has he forgotten Levi? So on a common sense basis, they can't call themselves the Jews, because the constellation is 12 tribes that make one. Yes. You have only one tribe. One tribe is trying to make 12. How does that make sense? So if we are diligent in our studies, and if you read Jeremiah 16, I think it's 14 to 16 or 14 to 18, it says when he's gathering his children back, he said, we're going to forget the times that he delivered the children of Israel through Moses. Please, if you can find it and read it. He said, we will not talk about it anymore. Which is the same prophecy as the woman who had 12 crowns, who gave birth to a child, and the child was caught up to heaven. But that the woman itself, what happened to her? She was encased by the moon and the sun. So while the whole world was in pandemonium and the devil was trying to catch her, the Most High did miracles to save her. The first exodus from Egypt, which Moses pioneered, is a type and shadow of the major exodus that is going to take place. So Pharaoh was a type of Satan. But this time around, Pharaoh is going to be Satan, because he's going to control the world. And Satan is going to be Pharaoh.
Yeah.
And what he will be challenging is the church, and not a church, I don't like the word church, is the ecclesia. It's called a called out people. Because we are not a church. We are an ethnicity. It's a bloodline. So that's why churches have as many denominations as their human cells. So ultimately, what we're looking for now, and it must happen, prophecy must be fulfilled, is the coming together of the body of the Messiah. He cannot forsake his covenant with Jacob. Oops.
Yeah, I'm still hearing you.
Apologies, please. Yeah. So he signed a covenant with Abraham. Apologies, sorry, my phone kept ringing. So he signed a covenant with Abraham. The covenant was not for a time. It was not for a period. The word olam is oloamo. Oloamo means for as long as creation in Kotamoyi, this creation, for as long as it exists. So that's why the Messiah says that heaven and earth shall pass away, but the words of the Most High shall never pass away. There's not one title, not one jot or title will pass from the law. That's precisely why he made that statement. So the Most High's covenant cannot be erased. For as long as there's creation, his covenant cannot be erased. Now he has signed a perpetual covenant with Abraham. What the Messiah actually came to do is to renew that covenant. He did not come to destroy that covenant.
Akaraogun, you're welcome. Sorry to interrupt, Ibini. Akaraogun is asking me to come do a second interview, but I'm struggling with the time. So I'm thinking if it's like I would dash you Ibini. I don't know if you see one Akaraogun. It's a Yoruba kind of group. So they are still staying with Yoruba spirituality, and they have not seen that connection. They think the reason why we are saying that this scripture is the same thing as Yoruba culture and extends towards some other sub-Saharan African groups like that. The thing is because there's a self-esteem problem, and we're trying to give ourselves some, some.
I've encountered him before.
Okay, you know Akaraogun, right?
I know him. I know him.
So have you been to
He's on a group by a lady called MD. Nice guy. But I think I think in time they'll understand our perspective.
Yeah, a group by what? Sorry. You said a group by a lady called something.
MD. There's a lady called MD.
Oh, okay.
So she has a group where the practitioners of Isheshe are.
Okay.
And I'm very fond of joining all manner of groups. If you are atheist, I'm going to join you guys. If you are Isheshe, I'm going to join you guys. If you are Krishna, I'm going to join you guys. The reason why is this: I believe that if your argument is strong, and if you know the tenets of your argument, you would stand in any situation in the world and you will stand tall. I think when people run away from arguments, especially arguments with atheists, I think they run away because they believe in God, but they don't know God. And the Bible says that they who know their Elohim shall be strong and do exploits.
Yeah.
So I like to be around these people.
So we can start requesting for those that are there. There are some people that have been chatting me up, sending me mails, and some have sent it to our official mail. They've got some responses from the official thing. So if I've invited you over from email address, or someone has sent a mail to you to join the live this morning, just request so that we can have a conversation, because it's the easiest time. So one of the people is, hey, clean your mouth. Don't clean it on that place. So one of the people is someone who has shot a video of a king in Idonre. So I don't know if he has joined now, and who was talking about a Jephthah story. We'll still try to research into that to see the validity. Another one is someone who is talking about Insibidi script, which I spoke about in one interview, talking about how it belongs to the Bibio people into Cameroon, partly Igbo also. The other person is another Ada like that. So if I have invited you over from one of those platforms, either on our WhatsApp or you have a mail is sent to you, just request, and anybody else can request. So what we want to do is we want to have a first set of guests. So when we have the first set of guests, then we will then go to some scripture reading. So Ibini is our first guest today. Usually it's like the first guest is usually timeless, which is great. So while people are gathering, So let's get this to 5K. We'll see how
Then
many
I
speak.
run off.
Sorry.
Really run off after
Okay.
like 15 minutes.
Yeah. So we'll see him speak maybe one more time before he leaves, because it's like he wants to leave us. So let's the request rolling now. We'll do a first set of requests, then we'll touch some scriptures. Then we have some more guests back and forth like that. So those who have been invited by mail or by WhatsApp, just request now so I can, because I may not have the time to maybe chat up or respond properly as I should online. So let me see. Fikayo, okay. Fikayo should be.
Can we do the Jeremiah 16?
Oh, if you have it there, you can read it while we're
When you're ready.
Yeah, you can do it while we're piling up the request. So Fikayo, you're welcome.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, so Fikayo, are you the one that I don't think you are the NCBD person. What did we have a conversation? I know I've chatted to you before.
Yeah, that's about Idonre.
Okay, yeah, Idonre. Okay, great. So you can push up your volume some more. So
Okay.
just hang on. We'll call you up shortly so we can have our chat.
All right.
Yeah. So Chikazo, you're welcome. So let's let me see. So if Ada is there, if the CBD person is there, whichever, you can join the request rather, not just stay in the comments. You can ask him to finish that. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's start the timer. So Ibini, please, you can do the Jeremiah you wanted to do so that you can tell us a little more about the prophecy that's to be fulfilled. Let me refresh that.
All right. So Jeremiah 16:14. Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yah, when it is no longer said, Yah lives who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Mizraim. That's verse 14. Verse 15 rather. But Yah lives who brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north and from the lands where he had driven them. For I shall bring them back into their land I gave to their fathers. See, I am sending for many fishermen, declares Yah, and they shall fish them. And after that I shall send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and every hill, and out of every hole of the rocks. For my eyes are on all their ways. They have not been hidden from my face, nor has their crookedness been hidden from my eyes.
See. Wow. That's interesting.
So he has to do that. That's the gathering. He has to bring us back together again. He's prophesied it. And he says that gone will be the days when people will be referring to, because the greatest story ever told is the deliverance of the children of Israel from Egypt, from Mizraim. That's the greatest story ever told. But he's saying that as great as that story is, it will pale in comparison to what he's going to do at the end of the days.
I see.
So I think that's where we are now. And I think that's why people like you are rising up, sending this information. It doesn't matter if people don't agree. It doesn't matter if people, for as long as they're listening, you're sowing a seed into their life. If you sow that seed, leave that seed, at some point it's going to germinate.
That's wonderful.
It is not to him that willeth, nor to him that runneth, but of the Most High that showeth mercy. And he says, I shall have mercy upon Jacob.
That's great.
We're coming back again.
That's great. That's wonderful to hear. So let me quickly have Fikayo. I may not set time for Fikayo because I've literally specially invited him. So Fikayo, good morning. Let me still set the time for you anyway. you get used to our timing. Fikaya, good morning.
Okay.
So tell us
Good morning.
how we met, or just remind me also, please. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me here. My brother sent me a link, a short Instagram post, an interview that you had granted someone some 2-3 weeks ago or so. And I felt, what exactly is this talking about? First off, I've had questions around that before, because I remember from the scriptures, the Ethiopian eunuch, that man was baptized immediately. The Holy Spirit orchestrated his baptism. And at that point, there was no conversation about the gospel going to the Gentiles. So I was like, so if this guy was not a Gentile, cross to the Gentiles, that means that there is something about that. So I've had that question for many years personally. So when I listen to that, it set up a chain of reaction in me. So the following day, I remembered an experience I had last year. I was at Idore, where I went on a field trip from my place of work then, and they have a bat festival. We were opportune to interview the king, and during the interview, the king told us that that festival, one of the things that they used to do was that virgin girls would take a bath to the top of a mountain around Daidori, and that they do it in remembrance of one of their ancestors who went to war, and when he was going to war, he made a vow to God that if he won in that battle, when he comes back, he was going to offer the first pin that comes out of his house as a sacrifice. Unfortunately for him, it was his daughter, the only child he had that came out. So that struck me, and I was like, what exactly is this? So I left it. I've been pushing it for some time. So 2 days ago, I just said, let me even check, where was Jephthah from? And I remember one of the videos that said, Yoruba people, they're Ephraim and the lives. So I checked, and I said, there was a conversation about Jephthah had issues with the Ephraimites. I said, okay, let me share this video. Let me just figure out. I don't know where this is going to, but then I shouldn't just sit down on the information and just share it. So that was why I shared the videos and the likes. I just sent another video not long ago too. So that's it. I cannot hear you, sir.
Yes, that story is apparently very close to the Jephthah story. It's literally just about the same thing. And the way I work normally, when I see things like that, I still check 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And truly, Jephthah is from Manasseh, if I got it right. And Manasseh is the brother to Ephraim. Okay, just the same way this other person that was having the fight with them, Gibeon rather, is also from. The Gibeonites are also close to the Ephraimites like that. But yeah, definitely is close. So we'll research that. And I mean, apparently that is quite close. We are not Hebrews. Okay, let's say we are not Hebrews. Our Yoruba ancestry is enough. Yeah, we'll bring you guys up over time. So I'm like, so we'll push that interview, check it more, and I'll check more of his videos. So it's nice to have you, Fikayo. So how much time do you have, Fikayo? You still have some time to still stay on?
Yes, I can still stay on for some time.
Okay, great. So let Mr. President speak for his own time also. Although he doesn't believe these things we're saying, it's not accurate. So Mr. President, you can unmute. Let's have you speak. Good morning, how are you? Oh, he's gone. Mr. President, you can come up so we can have a conversation. Maybe he left. unknowingly. Morning, Chika. Let me still see if he's somewhere there.
How is everything now?
Good. Let me still see if he's there before we continue. Did he leave? Mr. President, can you type? What happened? Did you leave inadvertently, or let me try to arrange these? Okay, Tiwalola, you can also come up so that we can have a conversation to see if we can update our knowledge, and these things can be they can be
Okay, let me just throw some light on some few things why a lot of people will not, mostly the Yoruba people will not believe they are Israelites. Now, the first thing is indoctrination.
Let me set your time, Chika.
Okay, yeah, set my time, no problem.
Yeah, let's go.
The first thing is indoctrination. What exactly they were told. You know, if I'm born into an Igbo family, it is the history they told me I will believe in. Just like everybody just believe, oh, I'll be Nigerian person now, I know we be Israelites. That's the mindset. But what were you before you became Nigerian? Nigeria is just how many years? Do you understand what I'm saying? You were once first Yoruba, and before they called you Yoruba, what were you back then before you were called a Yoruba? Do you get what I'm saying?
Surely not Israelites. I don't know why you people
now listen. Relax.
Why try and tag us with Israelites? Trying to use the Bible to tell our history. What nonsense is this?
Listen.
This is TikTok for
it's not about Israelite. Israelite is just a name.
I know you Igbos claim Israel. Please do not attach it to us, Yoruba. Don't try it. Okay? We are not from any Israel. We are from Ile-Ife.
We are trying to cook. We are trying to cook a soup. I discovered there's no pepper in the soup, so I just brought some pepper. That's what I did.
Now listen. I'm not telling you that Yorubas are Israelites, but I will still tell you the truth is the truth. Bring a Yoruba man and bring an Igbo man. Go and do DNA test. Go and check their genealogy of the both. They are the same blood. No matter the old tribal, this Yoruba, this one, sir. We are all one. Forget about the old Biafra, this one. Which year Biafra nonsense happened? Even if the Igbo cry from now to tomorrow, this and that, all these things started, is just an instigation of 50 to 70, 100 years stuff that happened. Yeah. What about years before that time when they were all living together? Even this problem, we are just inheriting people's problem because you are complaining. You were not there when they fought Biafra War. I was not there. So why am I taking the problem?
Please, what's the evidence that are from Israel?
Let me finish this time. I'll talk to you.
If you want to listen. I'm not telling you to force yourself. Just like my Yoruba friend, I have a lot of Yoruba friends. One day I spoke with them that I told them I'm an Israelite. One of my friends said, come on, keep quiet. You will be saying you be Nigeria. I said, yes, I'll be Nigeria because I did for Nigeria as a person. But that doesn't deprive me from me being an Israelite because I'll be Jew. It is my foundational level, my history, everything about us, Jew. It has been proven.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Relax.
That you're a Jew?
Now listen. In Nigeria today, we have Christian, we have Islam, and we have Jew too in Nigeria. Who practice the Jew? Just the Igbo. See, today there are Jews in Igbo land. See, today
as a religion, do you practice it as a religion or you believe it's your ancestry?
As a people, as a religion.
No, seriously, do you practice as a religion
or
as ancestry?
Listen.
Let's do it this way.
As an ancestry, as a religion.
Let's do it this way.
The thing is, the truth is just
Tikazo.
So you believe you are ancestrally linked?
They are linked.
Israel.
The truth is just that you know these truths are just coming out now.
Tikazo.
We've known that already. That we know that already.
Tikazo, let me give you one more minute so that you can wrap your. So that I'll give her time so that she'll do hers because she interrupted is what I'm giving. So do your submission. Oh, she's gone. Oh,
just,
should have stayed.
just like wetin I talk, I say wetin divide we Nigeria now. The day where they start to divide state to state, and I still tell person say if they divide even Delta State tomorrow in the next 4-5 years, somebody wey dey Delta go tell the next person say I'm not from this person. No, if they divide ordinary Lagos State into 2 tomorrow, in the next 3, 4, 5 years. Somebody go tell you say he no be mainland person, you know island person.
Yeah, and they say we have no connection.
Imagine, so that division has always been there. Every time they divide,
Chika, you never tell us how you take be a Jew. Tell us how you take be Jew. No just
all right. Time up.
See, just search Igbo. Just Igbo.
There is nothing like Igbo Jews. There is nothing like Igbo Jews.
All right, time up.
Government already debunked that Igbo Jew.
Government, which year the government they start?
Time up.
Government, what year the government?
Time up.
The foundation of our government started.
Time up.
No,
can government
stop propaganda nonsense?
Time up.
No. Stop propagating nonsense.
Can I ask for a favor, Minister?
Okay.
Can I ask for a favor,
go ahead, Ibini.
Yes. Can you ask the gentleman speaking about confirmation of who the Jews are?
No, it's the next one. That's Prince.
Ask them. What do they think? What do they think a Jew is? The problem is this: they don't know what a Jew is.
I've watched a lot of movies.
That's why they're saying they're not. Yeah, that's all. So ask them the question. To start to educate them, we must know what the meaning of a Jew is to them. As far as they're concerned, is the people in Palestine. And they cannot reconcile the idea that they're related to white people.
Exactly.
They can't stand that. So the crux of the matter is this: what is your knowledge of what the name Jew is? What is your knowledge of what it is? That's all. Let's start with that.
Let's move. Thank you so much, Ibini. Let's go to Prince. If you're not patient on the Elewedu, you're welcome. If you're not patient with the live, you just go back and forth. You're not going to learn from each other. So let's have Prince. We'll give Prince 3 minutes. After a while, after this first set, we'll reduce it to 2 minutes so that we need to be concise and move. Let's go.
Actually, I just came and I love the topic. That's why I joined. I have no submission yet.
Okay.
I will just be listening.
Okay, but I'm sure you are a little skeptical about what we're talking about, ain't you? It's a fresh kind of idea.
I want to know more. I know a lot of truths are coming up now. I've been to your page as well. So when I saw you live, I decided to join to learn more.
All right, you're welcome.
I'm open to to learn more. I don't want to be stereotyped like Jew is Jew. Let's see evidence, because a lot of things are unfolding these days.
That's true.
And then you have to open your mind if you want to learn.
Exactly. Thank you so much. So let's put you in the comment section. Thank you so much for that. So so Fikaya has spoken. Or I might still put Fikaya also in the comment section. So please, is it Lewidu? Mr. President, please come up. He has even shared the live. So Mr. President, come up.
Please, I just have a question for this this Igbo guy claiming Jew.
Just hold on. We'll give you the time to do that. So let's have Mr. President. Mr. President, counting, going. Let's see. Okay, so let's straight away take it to 2 minutes so that we can do that. Okay, so let me have where is this name? Opa, you're writing. Is this looks like Greek or Russian? So your name is Opafe, is it? What's that name? Opaf.
Ora, Lunife, Oramfe, Unile, no.
Okay, Oramfe. Oh, Omicron, Rho, Alpha, Eta, Phi, Epsilon. You're using Greek to write Yoruba. That's interesting. You'll be more accurate if you had used Hebrew. All right, Oramfe. Let's go 2 minutes. So ask your question I'll let you, but Chika, you need to stay with your time. I'll give you 2 minutes each, like for 2 sets before we move to other people.
I don't even need 2 minutes. I just only want to ask him a question. That's all.
Okay, ask your question and I'll give Chika 2 minutes. What's your question? Let's go.
Chika, if you are saying you guys are from the Igbos are from Igbos are Jews, can you also tell us who are your progenitors? And secondly, I have an evidence. The Israeli government carried they make a secret DNA test in Igbo land, and they found out that Igbos are not Jews, because there was a time in Nnamdi Kanu were claiming, oh, the Igbos are Jews, they are Jewish, the Igbos are Jews, and the Israeli government secretly came to Nigeria and they did their DNA test with the Igbos, and they found out that these people are not they are not Jews. And I want him to tell me how do I want him to tell me the Igbo people, where are they from? Because I have also studied that these people are from Bantus. I heard that the Igbos are Bantus. They are not Jewish people. And please, can you tell me your progenitor if you claim you are Jew?
All right. So, Chika, let's go. That's your 2 minutes. Try to condense it, Chika. Let's go. You can unmute yourself, Chika. You are muted. Yeah, let's go now.
Now, the people that is there in Israel, what year did they came as refugee in the year 1946? Now, listen to me. They were not even Jews. They were practicing Jews. They came to Palestine. That land belonged to Palestine. And those Palestine chased out the real Jews, which were blacks. Now, listen to me. If you don't know history, go and check your history. Now, these people, when we say come, they came as refugee. That was how they gave them that part. And because it was through the United States of America and other part like Germany and the rest, they brought in those white people. All those people you see, they have 2 passports. All the people in those Jews, they have 2 passports. If wala happen now, they go their own place. Now, 2 people will know they originated from that particular place. How would they get our genealogy? Do you know the deception is too much? How would they tell you that you are the true Jew? People will can't deceive the entire, this will come as a refugee. It just like somebody can't stay for Fulani can't stay for Ife land. Now, tomorrow, because they stay for there, they'll come talk say the Ife people are not Ife people. No, that's a lie. These people go and check which year that Israelite they come into Palestine. They get that position. It was in the year 1940 something. So if they tell me say I want to use through their own white man, the white people will come as refugee, where they want to define who we will be. Just like the white people go define us as black, say you are this, you are not that. No, they can't. Nobody can define us where we. Before Nigeria came, I will still tell you the same thing. Our foundation was based. In short, we having a black skin alone tells who we are. Black skin alone tells who we are. That's just the truth. There is no way you can describe us. You understand me? That's all I can say for now.
Thank you very much.
Are you saying
let's do it this way. Hold on.
Palestine chased your ancestors to Nigeria, to Africa.
Hold on, Orafe. Let's do it the style that Ibini requested. Ibini is the second person on the guest list. Can you try to, of course, you know the way I am. I don't ask people. I don't ask sarcastic questions. If I'm asking you a question, it's sincere. So if you don't know, you can say you don't know. Or who are the Hebrews? Well, what does Hebrew mean? Who are supposed to be the Jews based on your knowledge, Orafe? You are muted, Orafe. Orafe, can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah, so who are the Jews? Repeat? Who are the Jews? According to your knowledge.
To me, I believe the Palestinians, they are Jews.
Okay.
In my own view.
That's the people they show on the TV that are fighting, of course, Gaza, etc. Yeah?
And no, lastly, I want him to answer my question.
But you didn't answer mine.
Are you saying No. I'm throwing my question to Chika. Are you saying the Palestinians chased your ancestors to Africa?
You didn't answer mine.
And
Minister, just 1 minute. Let me just answer you. The first question, the question is that part you're calling the Israel, that Israel where you see, so that's not Israel. They just accept the fact. The Israel where they think say they chase us go, that's a lie. That place is never Israel.
Okay, then where is Israel? Where is Israel?
Listen to me, listen to me. Do you know, say, if you say the white people came to some parts in Africa and called that place Israel, do you know till today they will be calling that place Israel till today? As at those years in the early 1900s, there was nothing like Israel. There was no place on earth called Israel, but there were people called Jews. They have the Ethiopian Jews, they have the Bantu people, they have other people that has been practicing Jew. These are set of people that, or they are blacks. They all this they don't, just like the Arabs. The Arab, many of them are Muslim. You can't tell them the Arabic they speak. They influence those Arabic on people, and those Arabic they started speaking those language, reading the Quran. The same way the white people also came into Africa. They taught us how to read English in order to read the Bible, and that was how they started teaching us how to read ABC and the rest. That was how education came in. That was how they entered us and colonized us. But the real thing when we personally they do, it doesn't change you from being a Yoruba person. It doesn't change you from being
Chika, please, can you tell me the present day
the Jews
which place can you classify? Are you talking about
the truth is just that the Jews, no be one person, no be Jew. These people don't scatter all over. It just be like, if we see our air texture tells us a lot about who we are. We, the West African, if you check our air texture, is different from the people like the Somali. Check our air texture, is different from them. It's different from the people from some other African country like Egypt and the rest.
Orafe, let me reduce the fire. Let's mute. Orafe, let me reduce the fire on the live and to show something, so I'm not causing fights that I know the solution to. The real land of Israel begins at the Great Plain called Guinea. It continues to Ghana up onto Benin, Nigeria. That is Samaria. And it continues southward. The real Israel is not in the Middle East. Have you heard that before, Orafe?
No.
So, I don't want.
I think we need to show him the map.
Apologies.
Let show him
Minister,
the map.
no. Don't please let.
Sorry, you said map. Who draw that map you are talking about? Who draw that map?
Exactly. You see, we're going to complicate issues.
I know.
What we need to ask the gentleman is this: do not bother about location. We're scattered already. Let's not bother about location. Who is a Jew? He said the people from Palestine, that the Palestinians currently there are the Jews. That's where the argument should start from, because that shows that he doesn't know who a Jew is. The next question you want to ask him is this: are you conversant with the Torah, with the Old Testament? If he's not, then he needs to be conversant with the Old Testament, because you might be basing yours off of facts that have been read. He might be basing it out of the fact that he just doesn't want to be a Jew. I can stand there and say I'm not a Yoruba person, even though I'm bloodline Yoruba. So he's never going to understand where you're coming from if you're showing him too much information. The basic information is this: how do you know a people? You know a people by their culture. There are no two cultures that are similar. You can have one or two things in common due to association, but cultures usually are distinct. Nigeria has been a country since 1970. The North has been there 1960. The North has been there, the East has been there, the West has been there. Till today, after amalgamation and living with ourselves, the culture in the North is distinct. The culture in the East is distinct. The culture in the West is distinct. Ghana is our neighbor. Cotonou is our neighbor. All cultures usually are distinct. So if we're going to show him that we're the Hebrews, first and foremost, he has to be patient. He has not done the research. We have. So as a humble person, what he should be asking, not fighting us, what Oramfe should be asking is,
Did I insult you? You are saying I should not fight you. Did I insult anyone?
No, I didn't say. No, I didn't mean it.
And then stop using the word fight.
I didn't say it that way. I apologize. I apologize. But the point still stands. If you don't know where we're coming from, you can never know where we're going to. If you haven't read the books that we've read, if you haven't done the studies that we've done, it is only fair for you to be disgruntled at what we're saying, because you're oblivious of the facts that we have. But what we are saying is, we're not just coming from the blue and saying we are the Jews. That's not what we're doing. What we're doing is, we've read the Quran, we've read the Torah, we've read several books. And we've brought all these books together, and we found a common factor that shows that the original Jews were black people. First, let's start from there. Let's not even talk about Yoruba. Forget that he's a Yoruba man. Let's forget. It is indisputable, even for the white people, it is indisputable that the Messiah was a black man. Revelation chapter 1, verse 13, 14, 15 tells you. He said his feet were as unto burnt brass, as though they burnt in a furnace. Anything that burns, when carbon burns, it turns back darker. We are carbon-based creatures. Job said, 30:30, my skin is black upon me, not dark, black upon me. This is not a statement that a white man can make. This is not a statement that an Arab man can make. No matter how much they stay in the sun, they get a slight tan. The black man becomes very dark because of pigmentation. We're not even saying it from a spiritual perspective. From a biological perspective, melanin is the key to our conversation. Melanin is the key to our conversation. And what we're saying is that you cannot have white people live in a land that has radiation. And Egypt had radiation. So how did the white man survive as a slave, not as a ruler, as a slave, under the desert sun for 400 years? You can't take a white man for a stroll in Nigeria for 30 minutes. He's going to turn pink. Why do you think that they use sunscreen when they go to the beach? Do you know the sunscreen is white? Do you know the content of sunscreen? Melanin. If you use a UV camera and you look at a white man under sunscreen, you see a black man. It's the equivalent of chlorophyll. So this is not even talking about religious books. This is pure science that we all did in school. So how can you now tell me that a white man lived as a slave for 400 years in Egypt? They will not exist anymore because their skin structure or texture does not permit them radiation. It doesn't. They know it. That's why in Europe today, Europe is it's called the temperate region. It's not even called the tropical region. It has less sun than the tropical region. In Europe today, they have the top 10 highest risk of skin cancer is still in Europe. How do you explain that? So that goes to show you that it cannot be the white man or the Palestinians, as you're saying. These people migrated from Iran, from Persia. These are Persians, and they're whitewashed Persians because the original Persians were also dark-skinned people. So if we're looking at it from just an Egyptian perspective, they spent 400 years in Egypt. If you are looking at it from an Egyptian perspective, have you ever seen a white man in the desert before? It's common sense. You can't. Their hair cannot be the texture of what it is today under the sun. Samson had dreadlocks. The white man cannot produce dreadlocks. So how did Samson have dreadlocks for the white man? Ask yourself these questions. We're not just coming here trying to some outlandish claims. We're not just trying to speak for speaking's sake. We're speaking because there is a technical fact behind this. There is a fundamental error in the message. And what we're saying, what Chikazom is saying is this. If they have lied to us, they have read the book. And in the book says that he's a black man. If they have lied to us and they've given us a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, the next question you need to be asking is, was the lie intentional? Because they enslaved our ancestors by this. You cannot be more patriotic and more ethnic and more African than we are. We are African enough to research these things. And if you're going to be African as well, you will research it. You can research something when archaeologists dig a hole. Sometimes they don't find anything there, but they still dig. And if we're wrong, dig with us and say, guys, these are the errors. We're not right on every fact. I disagree with Minister on some facts. He would disagree with me on some facts. But we're together as brothers because we have a common purpose. If they enslaved us with a white book and with a book that they brought to us, they claim they brought the book to us. If they enslaved us with that book and they put the image of a white man and they made us worship a white man for 500 years, and we're now discovering that the man was not white, the question you should be asking is, why did they do this? Let him come from Ghana. Let him come from Sierra Leone. Let him come from South Africa. The fact is that he was a black man. He was an African. That's the point we're trying to prove to you. And then we can now narrow it down. Which people in Africa have these traits? I rest my case.
Let's save some of Ibini's.
So I don't take too much time.
Ibini's fuel. Thank you, Ibini. So,
sorry, 1 minute. No, not 1 minute. Let me just say one thing.
Okay.
Do you know when Russia opened up their vault that was locked for many years, they showed us something on the internet to tell us that the Jesus that was in the Bible is a black man? Why would Russia expose such truth if you think? First thing you go that thing now. Why did they open that vault? To show us, okay, Abi una don't do too much. Oh yeah, let's just expose this truth to give black people to know this is the real Jesus, is a black man. Why Russia, of all things, just to expose the NATOs and all of them all put together? You know, use anything to fight them. You go, open the vault, bring out the picture and show the entire world that Jesus was a black man. So which narrative do you think this man is trying to pass? Is an hidden truth. So if you feel like, I'm not talking about either Igbo, Yoruba, I'm talking about we blacks. Blacks is black. Whether you be Yoruba, you be Igbo, you be this, we all are black.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so Rafael, let's give you some time to maybe do some research. Let me bring somebody else who may maybe, or do you want to say something before? I think Eliwidu wants to come up and she's also on your side.
Okay, I will drop now, but I will just tell you that even the Jesus you are talking about, I don't believe in it.
Yeah,
that's all.
That's okay. All right, thank you, Rafael. So, but take your time to think about it. So, Eliwidu, you can come up, or End Time Prophecies is the fastest fingers. I don't know. Okay, let's view guests. We have been, I think Omi something has been there for quite a while. So, Omozopo, let's give you 2 minutes. We can make it 2 minutes, real quick. Omozopo, drop your submission, your question, whatever. Let's go.
Well, I would like to contribute in this respect of these Jews something.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the Jews today in Israel, they are Europeans. Mm-hmm. That is very clear. They came from Poland, Hungary, and Russia, and Germany also. So that area they call Israel is not the actual geographical location, because in the beginning, when they were looking for a place to establish the nation called Israel today, they went to Uganda, Kenya, and those areas. So later they abandoned that project there and shifted to the Middle East. So while we're there in Africa, deep down Africa, Central Africa, and later they changed to the north part of Africa. So there was something going on. So if you look at those people there, that land, to me, that land was former ancient Egyptian land, Kemet. I've been to Israel. I went through. There's nothing spectacular there, nothing great. When I went to visit where they said Jesus was buried, I'm telling you, it's new, very new. You can date it back to maybe 1960 or 70s. They're just using it for money. I went to River Jordan. You go to those areas. There's nothing that makes you feel this place something happened. No archaeological digging of human skulls, there's no melanin there. But when you just go over to visit Egypt and say, okay, go to Abydos, go to other areas, Go to Giza. You are going to see things, archaeological things. Even you will see the mummies of ancient pharaohs. Now they are closing it. Before it used to be open.
The time is up. That's true. That's very wonderful. But the thing that
there's a lot of evidence there. These people today, they are not Jews. And the Jewish, you see, this Jewish for me is a religion. They're trying to make it a kind of a DNA something. To me, Brother Chika, is a religion. Yeah. And it was carried to Europe by Africans. We brought it to the Europeans.
Let's
thank you.
Can I quickly ask my question?
Yeah.
Just to everybody.
Just a minute, just a quick submission. Yeah, you're here already. We're going to bring you up next. So yes, he's very right, about that Middle East Israel. Another thing is, one of the things that make people, and that's part of why those whitewashings had to happen, and they had to deceive using the Torah. It's a very devilish thing to do. Have to deceive people using the scripture. So, but then when people go there by faith, in fact, first off, you have spent millions of whatever currency to go there, or thousands of pounds, and you want to believe what you have spent your money to go look at. So even when you know this thing is not adding up, you just try to, it's part of why the things are like that for the people that that go there too, and they don't really want to think about it at all. So Lewedu, let's have you. You're welcome. 2 minutes for your question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm an atheist.
Okay, you're an atheist or atheist?
Atheist.
Atheist. Okay.
So now, and I'm also a Yoruba man. Wonderful. Here's my question. Can you give me empirical evidences, archaeological findings that says that Africans or Yorubas, when you explain to a Christian like you can back it up with the Bible and whatnot. For me, you can't use that because I can just tell you I don't believe that. No disrespect. You get me? Now, can you give me empirical evidence, theological findings, nothing related to your religion, that proves this point that you are pushing Sub-Saharan Africans and the real Hebrews? I don't think this will be difficult because I'm sure you've heard from people who don't believe in this. It is important you are able to convince people like me with archaeological findings, evidence, empirical evidence. Thank you very much, sir. What's your response?
All right. So who's gonna?
Please, emphasis on no Bible verses. I don't want to hear that. Okay. Emphasis.
So
may I attempt, Minister? If you want me to go, I'm ready.
I know you're ready. What we'll do now, just before I give you the go ahead, we want to have two people who, who are for this motion and two people who are not for the motion online at the same time, so that there's still 2 free spaces for juxtapose. So let me let you have that. So because of that, we may need to drop one person amongst the 3 that are within, that still believe the Middle East thing, and then the vice versa. But while we are thinking, so if you see that you are shuffled, don't mind, you can still request or whatever. Let's go, Ibini. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brother Eliwedu, well, nice hearing from you. The first thing I'll say is, it's a paradox to find a Yoruba man that is an atheist. I've never heard that before. The Yorubas have never been an atheist. Well, having said that, I'm going to say some things to you. I'm not even talking about the Bible now. This is empirical evidence. It is impossible for this creation, this world that we're living in. Let's even imagine it's the Big Bang theory. There is a sun hanging in the sky. All of creation works with the sun. The sun has several rays. It's got gamma rays, it's got X-rays, it's got infrared rays, it's got visible light rays. The rays, the spectrum is wide. Right, but the most important thing about the sun is it radiates. There's something called radiation with the sun. Now, you do not find any plant in all of creation using an umbrella. They bask in the sun and they glory in the sun. The reason why is this: they have chlorophyll. So chlorophyll protects them from the ultraviolet rays of the sun and the infrared rays of the sun, and also acts as a means of them producing sugar for their digestion, right? For them to feed. That's how they feed. So if all of creation, the animals in the forest, on a scientific level, most animals rise up with the sun and they set with the sun. Cold-blooded animals like the crocodile cannot do without the sun. They've got humps on their backs that act as radiators. So they usually can't hunt until they come into the sun and bask for like an hour so that their blood becomes warm enough for them to act. The muscles cannot work with their cold blood, so they need to warm their blood. What am I saying? You can't have creation and then have even the white scientists will tell you, you can't have creation, you can't have the sun. The sun is the key element here. And then have a being under the sun that doesn't have melanin. Now there's something, I'm going to take you into the world of alleles now, where you have dominant genes and recessive genes. Brown eyes is dominant genes, right? Black skin, melanated skin, melanin is from a dominant gene. Kinky hair is dominant gene. White skin is recessive gene, which is why a black man can give birth to a white man, which is what we call an albino. But you can't copulate two white people and then they'll create melanin. Melanin cannot be created. If you do not have melanin during birth or during conception, you're never going to have melanin. Now, the beautiful thing about melanin is this. Every cell in your body is covered in melanin. I'll take you to the nucleus of the cell. In the nucleus of the cell is protected by a heavy layer of melanin because that's the only way you would not damage the DNA in the cell. If you don't want to damage DNA, you create a melanated structure around it so that the light rays that are coming into it don't damage it. If it is damaged, you're going to have mutations. And mutations are when you have people with six fingers, 4 ears, and all sorts of distortions on the body. Now, if we're looking at the sun, and we're looking at the sun in correlation with creation, and we're finding that everything in creation has carbon, and the essence of carbon is simply to protect you from the ultraviolets of the sun, that means that the white man cannot be the dominant gene. It's just common sense. They've even done their research on it, and they call it alleles. A white man cannot be the dominant gene. He is the recessive gene because melanin is the dominant gene. And when you can lose melanin and gain melanin. You can lose melanosomes and gain melanosomes. But you can never produce melanin if you don't have melanin. The white man has 15% melanin. That's why they need to stay in concrete jungles. The only people in the world that have Neanderthal and Denisovan genes are the white people. You won't find Neanderthal and then the people in Papua New Guinea, the Aborigines in Papua New Guinea. And there's a reason for that. It's copulation. But nobody in Africa has the Neanderthal gene and the Denisovan genes. And the Neanderthals and Denisovans were known as cavemen, the Flintstones. So on that basis alone, black people are the origin of creation. Common sense. It's science. I've not talked about the Bible. You've not heard me mention the scriptures. Thank you.
All right. You have used it's like your time 3 times over.
The man has not still answered my question.
So wait, relax.
The question is,
relax. Wait, hold on.
Hebrews. That's the question.
Hold on. No.
It makes no sense.
I've been on TikTok for quite a while. I know how TikTok strategy works. It's easy for people to say things when your real name is not there, your face is not on camera, and I've heard this before. So relax first. So first, Ibini, thank you for your response. Let's follow this live channel so that you can know when we come up live next time. And then let's also keep the time so that it doesn't sound like we are being unfair to those who are spending less time. Now, you said he has not answered your question. I've done this many times before on lives and I waste my energy. Can you repeat to us what he has said, maybe in a 1-minute summary, Elewedu? What did he say? So that you can prove that he didn't answer your question or he did. Let's go.
Telling me about how the Neanderthals, yada. My question remains the same. If you can answer it, it's as simple as that.
No, you didn't get my own question. What he has spent 3 minutes to do, he even spent more than his time. What was it that he said? Can you summarize it in 30 seconds? Yes, take your water. So can you summarize what Ibini said in maybe 30 seconds? Or do you need him to still repeat it for you? Or can you first summarize what he took the time and energy to explain to you? You're muted in case you don't know. Yeah, you said he didn't answer your question. I've read that you've said it, but what did he say at all? Can you try to summarize it? You're muted. Okay. Let me assume that you are, okay, now you have changed to typing, but at least it's fair enough that you're not raising your voice or something. So take time, watch some of our videos, follow his channel. He's written some books on this topic. Read his books if you can. For me, I do videos. It's a lot easier to watch. So watch some of our videos, take your time, because it helps. I want to bring somebody else, so you can just go to the comment section, so that somebody else that has your opinion can still come and also defend their own. Thank you, Ibini, for the time. So we'll just try to stick to the time given next time. So I think what he said, because I was listening, which I've learned something that I've not even learned it before, which is that what's that thing called? The melanin is the dominant gene, and it's natural with the sun, such that you need it to really survive. And then a dark-skinned person can give birth to a white-skinned person, or it's not possible vice versa. I've heard that before, but I've not heard it quite explained technically this way. And what else did I hear? I heard that, it's definitely scientifically backed up. And then it is with that kind of dynamics between a melanated and a non-melanated person, it is just fact, and demands that the melanated person is the one who is dominant and who is the father, in fact, of all other races. So thank you for that, Ibini. So let's have some people who have studied, so I can learn something from the other person too, who may be on the other side. So triple A, I need somebody who doesn't quite believe this thing we have up here. Okay, who can, over time we'll have people from Europe come on, is what happens most times, and they can talk. So have them come on. So if you don't believe this, there's a lot of people requesting, but I want to bring in somebody who doesn't believe this thing we have written here, so that we can have them, rather than just talking amongst ourselves and we already know what we're talking about. So if you in that category, you can let us know on the comments, so I can bring you up first, give you priority. Or let me just do it randomly. End time prophecy has asked. Let me just let her or him, let her come and say hi. So Akinshola, you're welcome. Let's see who else we can bring up. Do we still have more space? So yeah, so let's have Omo. Omo, can you Omo Zokpai? Can you give like your final submission? Because I saw you still have some more things to say. Let me give you a final, make your final submission. Then we can, if you don't mind, give your space to someone who wants to learn more, who has not seen these things, so we can cover more mileage. Omo Pai, yes. Yeah, go ahead.
So, but for me, the issue of Jewishness is a religion, is not a tribe. So it's something that was arranged, because if you look at the ancient text, if you go to the ancient Egyptian text, the coming forth of day and night, you will see the same story of Heru. You will see that Mary is Isis. You will not see Osiris. And you will see the Trinity there also, and the Virgin Belt. So the Christian religion of what we are trying to put up is a copy from this ancient text in Egypt. So once we go further, even before Christianity, we have it in the Bhagavad Gita, that Hare Krishna has the same story and virgin birth of Jesus. So for me, it's just a mythology. It has nothing to do with the real people. So the people today we call Jews, they are just convert. They have nothing to do with Africa. They have nothing to do with today Africa. They just came from Europe, and you can see it in them, their DNA and everything. Even NASA once said they left black and they came white.
Yeah, and
he will not accept.
Yeah, and I see the Egyptian prime minister at one time.
Yeah, he said we will not accept that. They left black and they came white. So that is my submission. So I will go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amo. It's good to have you. So, so like I said, in fact, there's some things he even said I disagree with, but then at least we were able to hear his submission, so it's okay. But then, yes, but like I said, the Eastern European, I mean, Netanyahu himself had to change his name. That's not his original name. You know, he had to change it to what he's got now. So, yeah. So let's see who has not spoken. Osas is here. Sorry, who's that? End time. Is it Osas or End time speaking? Or Lord? Lord.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's give you 2 minutes. Submission, question, breaking, whatever you want to do. Let's go.
Okay. I'm Lord Listo. I'm from Ghana.
It's nice to have you.
Okay. What I want to say is, not necessarily all African, but we the West African, how we argue. Even, let me just quote some more. In the Bible, Jesus Christ said, I came for my own, but you don't accept me. It's the same thing. When you are speaking the truth today, some will just reject it. Whatever the truth will be, not everybody can stand the truth. But maybe the truth shall set you free from this mental slavery and everything. So what I want to just say is, just a recommendation that don't do the good work and you will be blessed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lord List. It's good to have you. So yeah, it is. That is it. If we just take the time, just like the brother Elewedu that came up, just take the time to learn things. Just check the facts and see. So if I didn't have that TikTok experience and I know how TikTok works and how people speak, actually, not just TikTok, the same human beings, I would have wasted Ibini's strength again asking him to respond to somebody who is not listening, trying to pour water on a dusk bag or a polythene bag. It wouldn't work. So thank you so much, Lord Listed. So Osas, can we have you 2 minutes? Are you ready, Osas? Is it Osas?
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Osaho, is it? That is like an Edo name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is it Osaho?
That's correct, yes.
Osaho.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Minister. It's a privilege to actually come to your show. The first time I actually met you on TikTok, I was so happy to realize that I wasn't the only person who actually has the same kind of belief as you are, even as a Christian. Just to respond to the gentleman who is an atheist regarding trying to prove that we, the actual Hebrew people. I'm not going to take so much of your time because I'm just on a short break at work. First and foremost, I'd like to point out the fact, even in the Bible, Nigeria, as from the region we come from, is an example of what the Tower of Babel actually originates from. There's nowhere in the world that actually possess the characteristics of so many people speaking so many languages at the same time. Secondly, I like to talk about the monuments and statues in Egypt. If you've noticed, all the Egyptian pharaohs who were actually dark skinned, the moment they've shown them to the world, you find out that all their nostrils, all their nose, they've been broken. If you doubt what I'm saying, you can Google it, and you find that all the statues, all of them somehow, magically, they all have broken nose, and that has been done on purpose, because just trying to show to the world that they are of the other kind, not of us, trying to confuse us. And the map of Africa, the map is actually upside down. So where the geographical Israel, the Garden of Eden, that is not actually where it is. It's actually in Africa, Southern Africa. And thirdly, I just like to portray this.
Yeah, I think
the
alarm is because of your time. Yeah, I'll add more 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is my last point. If you notice that we actually follow the law of Moses, every 7th-day male child is born, they're circumcised. We're one of the people in Africa who actually do that ritual, and we've been following all sorts of things, like when a woman is on a period, cycle, the laws, and some other food that we're not supposed to eat, and the whole 10 commandments we've been following them. And also the people who actually casted the bronze were the Benin people in the Bible, till today. They're the only people who actually cast bronze in the world. And when the invaders came to the southern part of Nigeria, those artifacts were actually collected. I'll just, because of the time, I'll leave it there, and for other people to actually discuss about that as well. Thank you very much, Minister, for giving me the opportunity to speak on a platform.
Thank you so much, Sahon. It's good to have you. So let's go to the next person. Let's refresh. Akinshola. Akinshola, are you ready? Akinshola Adejuwon. Okay. Let's have end time prophecy if Akinshola is still. End time, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So first of all, I'm going to read the Bible. So those that want to run away from the light can run away earlier. I'm reading from Revelations 2 verses 9. And it says, I know about your suffering and your poverty, but you are rich. I know the blasphemy of those opposing you. They say they are Jews, but they are not, because their synagogue belongs to Satan. And I'm going to read 3 verses 9, Revelations 3:9. God had to say it twice. Look, I will force those who belong to Satan's synagogue. What?
Go ahead.
Look, I will force those who belong to Satan's synagogue, those liars who say they are Jews but they are not, to come and bow down at your feet. They will acknowledge that you are the ones that I love. Now, who is this Bible? This is Revelations, which is the part of the Bible our generation will fulfill, in case anybody does not know. And God is saying it to what? The Israel over there. Because he already knows. He knows about them before whatever their plan to be at that side and claim what they are not. And another thing, I wanted to answer the question of that atheist guy that said, what is the proof about Israel? How do you know Israelites? Israelites are people that are rebellious. We are always going from slavery to slavery because we never want to leave. Israel has never seen an idol they don't want to worship. Israel has never seen a Baal they don't want to bow down to. And that is why we've been going from slavery to slavery. Which race in this our own knowledgeable time has been taken as slaves? Israel can be found in America, Jamaica, Haiti, the Caribbean islands. And because it is a tribe of people.
Yeah, 30 more seconds. Go ahead, please. You can do 30 more seconds, end times. Oh, I think she's was it the network? Yeah, it's like she just left immediately at the time. Okay. So is she back?
Akinshola is here now. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Mr. Akinshola, you're welcome. Let me add to your time. while we're waiting for him time to return. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. I stumbled on your site sometime, and you've been quite an inspiration. I am one of the old school. My contributions are quite, brief, and I just want to set them as a guide. We must establish all the convergences we are getting now. I've heard from Ibini, I've heard from you, and I know so many people are coming on. I'm excited because this is what I've been looking for since I read one book called The Bible Code by Michael Drosnin about 30 years ago. Evidential. I go with evidence because, like I said, I'm an artist, archaeological, art historian, so evidences are converging. Thank God for this, for technology as well. Everything is rallying to highlight one thing: the conspiracy of the last few centuries. In the last 500 years, there have been this conspiracy against the melanin skinned. And again, there is, I believe in a few theories, cyclical theory, like the Yoruba will say. Yoruba believes in one continuum, that there is no distinction between the unborn, the born, and yet to be born. I mean, the ancestors that have gone. So it's a cycle, and the cycle is coming back. That convergence is one making me point out the things to you. There is, all the convergence have to be placed in time, that is time, in the time that is in context. Then number two, in space, where did they happen? And then the actors. We are now converging, even whites, even the Caucasians, white, so-called white skin. Nobody is white, like nobody is black as well. We are all, it's a spectrum, like the autism spectrum. You have maybe 1% and you have 99. So we are all one at the end, all come from black, from this darkest color. That is the charcoal described by Job, described by everybody. So we must try and put all those evidences as they come up. We have so much being done now with those evidences that are converging from everywhere. I think that's how the universe has designed it. It is our time in the cycle. I'm appealing to the young folks like you. Please permit me to call you young folks.
Yes.
A lot of you are young in age, but you are not young. You are oracles. Somebody like Minister, I haven't seen it, Bini, the way you guys have consumed information and education, it shows that you are not, this is not your first time in the cycle. You are much older than your age. I'm begging you, I'm appealing to you to please try and put your evidences in those compartments so that you can have understanding to deploy. When it was time for the Caucasians, they deployed. That was why they could hold us, the richest, the most powerful, to slavery in the last 500, 600 years. But it is turning. I'm excited to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like Ibini to respond. He's also within your...
I just followed Pa Akishola. I like it when I see adults that support us, The Yoruba say, Tebaro moditun sokuta to sokuta. Agbalagba wa lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ tó ń folókòtà ẹ̀ láti sọ. We can't do these things by ourselves. And Mr. Akinshola, usually Yoruba will say, Moju bayin o, mo kin sa o. For those that are not Yoruba, please give me time to pay my respects to my elders. Moju bayin mo kin idobale ni mo wa o. We've done a documentary. I wanted Minister to also mention that, a 1-hour documentary on these things that I've been speaking about. I met the minister online, and I met him because I realized one of the things that I like is, regardless of what, I don't care what you researched on. I like people that have researched, and I find people that have researched extensively more contemplative. And I dove my heart to him for the research that he's done. I'm not saying that I agree with everything. I'm sure he doesn't agree with everything that I'm saying. But a researcher, like a general, always respects a general. I'm not a general, but I said that to say that a researcher would always respect a researcher. we're actually honing up, Pakishola, we're actually honing up a lot of things. We're putting a lot of things together because I'm one person that is not just talk. I don't like talking. And that's why I don't have a live. And that's why I'm not interested. I'm not on any social media platform except from TikTok, basically. I'm not on Facebook. I don't do anything anywhere else because I believe in real-time stuff. And we're trying to do a lot of real-time stuff. And with men like you, elderly men like you behind us, I believe that you are our wisdom and we are your strength. We can do a lot together. I'm up for this. This is my life's work. Our people are going to be redeemed. They're going to be reorientated. There's nothing going to stop it. There's nothing going to stop it. And the reason why is not because I'm not boastful. I'm not saying it because I have something to say or because I've been given the freedom to hold the mic. I'm saying it because of the research that I've done. It's beyond us to bring it to pass. If he uses us to bring it to pass, then that's fine. This is prophecy. Prophecy means that the words of the Creator will not fail. So if we align with it, he will bring it to pass through us. But it is going to come to pass without us or with us. That's certain.
All right. Thank you so much, Ibini. It's good to have you. So Eshiongo, Baba Akinshola. Thank you for coming on live, Ishi.
I'll just put in one short word. Another thing that you need to add to this, it breaks my heart. Because it's coming up again, every research that you have no contest when your language is not your currency. Every discussion around here would have been from a place of superiority. Your superiority would have been established without you saying a word if we were discussing in our original language. And you know what I'm talking about. What I had people talking about Bantu, the Guinea sectors and all that. We had a language. Every inspiration, every power, apart from that melanin that cannot be taken out, everything we have done had been with our language. But you are speaking such fluent English now, and you are operating at 1% of your capacity. No matter how brilliant, Ibini, you're so completely fluid, And when I heard Minister with the young lady interviewer over, so a couple of months ago when I started, I thought these guys were well spoken. But I feel sad because your currency is not what you're using. So you will never be able to repay this loan that you have not taken and you are paying. You will never be able. How you are going to now turn the dial of this crystal to that, I don't know. Like Ibini said, you have no choice in this matter. You have been called. Shongo, when Shongo back when you don't know how you operate anymore. The thing operates through you. They've been using this in all the movies lately, the universe, all those movies that they've been cooking up in Hollywood. They are snitching, they're just thieving very small snippets of our heritage. They haven't even touched the icing on the cake. But I'm saying, I am happy, I am convinced, fully persuaded that you will get there. It is not by you. It is like Ibini said, you have no choice in this matter. You have no choice in this matter.
Thank you so much, sir. In Gotati, let the people permit me to speak in Paleo Hebrew for a few minutes. In Gotati, Ibita Wadi, Mobiute, you may yell and a rí pé ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi nǹkan hàn yín nínú kẹ́ tó lọ tó bá pẹ́ tiẹ̀ ní nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ máa fi nǹkan hàn yín sí. So let the people that are live just permit me to speak this coded language for a while. Máa fi nǹkan hàn yín sí. Mo dà pé ẹ tiẹ̀ ti rí nínú àwọn nǹkan náà àwọn fọ́nrán tá a ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀. A rí pé nígbà tá a gbé ìwé Bíbélì à ń wo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nínú ẹ̀, a rí pé ìwé Genesis orí 1 ẹsẹ̀ 1 tó bá fẹ́ sọ ní èdè Hébérù ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà ló wà nínú Genesis 1:1. If you're saying it in English, ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́wàá ni. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Tó bá fẹ́ sọ ní èdè Hébérù, ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà ló wà ńbẹ̀. Nínú ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà yẹn, márùn-ún ẹ̀ Yorùbá ni. Ẹ ti rí yẹn náà tá a ti ṣe nígbà tí a ṣe sí abẹ́ tí ṣe rí nù. Ṣe rí ojú fọ́nrán yẹn báyìí mo ṣe fi hàn yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo ń wò bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ kí n kàn fi lè hàn yín kí ló so that àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ márùn-ún yẹn rí. Àmọ́ in the beginning God created yẹn nìkan ló fẹ́ dà kó fẹ́ sáfẹ́rẹ́ díẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn yòókù heaven and earth. In the beginning ní Hebrew wọ́n máa pè ní Bereshit. Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn strong numbers ẹ̀ láti ti kọ sí ibà àwọn tó ní mọ èdè Hebrew, and this is modern Hebrew. God is Elohim la máa ń pè God tá a bá ń gbàdúrà láwa Christian. Singular ẹ̀ jẹ́ Eloha, òǹlẹ̀lẹ̀ Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní Olúwa. Heaven ní Shama, òun ló máa ń pè ní Hebrew. Ó jẹ́ pé dàgbà yá yẹn lọ́wọ́ àwọn bíi Hausa kan, ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá máa ń ní àwọ̀ sọ́mọ̀. Hebrew adé ní Shama. And lédè Hebrew yẹn jẹ́ earth. Yorùbá ní àti. Wọ́n pe earth yìí wọ́n pè ní eret. Yorùbá ilẹ̀ tó wà ńlẹ̀ nígbà tó lóun ní tí Olúwa ní kí omi wá sí apá kan. Ilẹ̀ yẹn fún ìgbà díẹ̀ àtẹ̀sí fẹ́ dàbí ẹrẹ̀ náà. Òun gangan gẹ́lẹ́ òun nìkan tó ń pè ní eret níbà òun dẹ̀ ló wà níbi tá à ń pè lẹ́rẹ̀ lédè Yorùbá. Ó dẹ̀ pọ̀ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ títí òkèlè tá à ń sọ lẹ́nu yìí. Òkèlè yẹn gangan ló ń pè ní food lédè Hebrew. Àbá yìí tiẹ̀ ṣe pọ̀. Àbá gangan tiẹ̀ làwọn aráàlú òkè máa ń sọ. Tí wọ́n ní àbá yìí, that is Abba Father. Abba Father.
Àbá mi yá.
Àbá mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Àkókò lèmi ti wá ń tẹ̀lé.
Ó sì máa jọ ẹ́ lójú. Ó máa jọ ẹ́ lójú. Last ó máa jọ ẹ́ lójú.
So like that bá lélẹ́yìí ọ̀bọ̀ ló ń pè ẹlẹ́wọ̀n ní Kaabo àbẹ̀níyàn bọ̀ láti ibì kan. Ó lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ títí wọ́n ní rà ní Hébérù. Ní Yorùbá ní nǹkan rà àbújẹrà. So those are the words like that. So ẹni igbákejì mi yẹn náà tọ́dẹ̀ ṣe lọ yẹn àwọn tiẹ̀ ti wá kó gbogbo Genesis 1:1 wọ́n ti fẹ́ yìí sí padà sí Yorùbá tán picking from this Paleo Hebrew. So it's nǹkan ìyàlẹ́nu lójú.
Sorry minister mi ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ṣó mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ awo ni. Ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó dùn mí pé ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó dà kó ti lọ.
Ibi ni àbí ṣe tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lókè yẹn àbí o.
Tó sọ̀rọ̀ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tó wà combative báyìí. Tó ní òun atheist.
Eléwédú àbí ẹ̀rọ eléwédú ló pẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀
wọ́n pé méjì.
Tó sọ orúkọ ẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó lóun atheist. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé òun pé atheist ni. Ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ is an Ife aboriginal god. God of fire. Ó wà nù Hebrew. I have read the book of Enoch. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń fi hàn mí àbí. Sórí èyí tó ń ṣe yìí wọ́n ti ṣe pé àti gentleman tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ Ìgbò wọn ò mọ̀ pé Ìgbò àti Yorùbá. You see, I work with the Oni. I'm Oni's consultant on Olojo Festival. And a lot of work on. I keep talking about convergence. When the convergence comes to become, gbogbo àwọn tó bá kàn wọn lè ṣe nǹkan kan sí. The scientists know this. Americans know this. The British is just that the custodians of our own, the original owners of the crystal have been scattered. What did that do? But you young folks, I keep using the young with respect and with trepidation. You, because it's not about age now. Look in the muffin so. Àwọn tó jẹ́ olórí àjẹ́ ní Òkè Mẹ́sì, when my father who died last year was his friend was the Oba of Òkè Mẹ́sì. The girl was 12 years old. About 32 years ago when I went to visit that. She was just 12 years old.
Ẹ lè fi Yorùbá yẹn náà sọ àgbàdùn Yorùbá yẹn mo ti sọ fún ọ pé.
Torí àwọn tí ò gbọ́. Nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fàyọ ni pé gbogbo bí tẹ bá jù sókè sí nígbà pẹlẹbẹ ló máa fi balẹ̀. So gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ ń ṣe yìí already ti wà ó wà nínú cloud, ó wà nínú afẹ́fẹ́, ẹ ní òṣùgbà tẹ́ fi gbà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìsìn ni. And ẹ̀yin lọ́lọ́run darí ẹ̀ sí. Mo kàn fẹ́ ikọ́ tí mo wá ṣe ń bí ilé ni kí n jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin lọ́lọ́run darí ẹ̀ sí o. Bóyá olówó ń di àbó olówó ń di ẹ̀. Bóyá o ní
Minister, other tribes too are also listening to this stuff, and we are learning from Akinshola. So please, we are learning a lot. So please let him speak in. Even if not pidgin, we will still understand them.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to add some Yoruba stuff. No matter, but at least let the message be passed, because if you speak for typical Yoruba. Now, only few set of nobody only Yoruba did this live. You understand?
No. I'm going to I just want to sign out. I'll let Minister just go. I just wanted to drop my message. I'm just trying to drop a structure so that as you go, you will all know that you are just not talking. Even the owner of TikTok, if he knows what you're doing, he's going to take you out.
Exactly.
And these people are very sensitive. They are in the spirit. So, and the person who spoke about...
I've in fact gotten a flag, sir. Sorry to interject. I've gotten a flag already. So, so Chika, calm down.
They are very spiritual. So they know what you're doing. They are reading you in the spirit world, in the skies. I'm saying that please just know the structure. The tribe, the races, the ethnicities don't matter. And people talk about religion. They don't even understand it. But I want to make it clear to you, Minister, that all the things you're doing, some people have passed through it. And Ibini was saying nobody can stop him because he's a joker. He will be resisted. The resistance are listening to me, but they know they can't do anything to me because of what I carry. Once you are a carrier of the message, until your message is delivered, a train will run over you. You won't die. You see it in the movies these days. That's what is happening in the physical sense. So I'm saying, I know for a fact that every melanated body are from the same source. You are saying that now. And I know that the spiritual powers that you carry are converted towards one essence, which is Olodumare in the Yoruba system. If you look at it in Igbo, at the end of it, you look at it in the Edo, Ibini, you look at it in the former Jews that are far out, wherever they've been taken to. If they combine to their own language, the original language, when you look at it, thank God for AI. It is converging quickly. AI will rally the thing as quickly as possible in the next 2-3 years. That whatever way your arguments will reduce. Because you will see that all the people that started with combat, that were going to, that were looking at it, they were confronting you, they are all landing in the same place at the end. So you see that your job has already been done. It's just that you didn't understand yourselves from the beginning. Somebody said Babylon is Nigeria, the man that was trying to speak Queen's English. It's okay. At the end of the day, you realize that, and once you realize that, then you will be able to do the deliverance. It's time in the cycle. I kept Ibn Khaldun from Tunisia or up from Morocco in the early 17th centuries designed that cyclical theory so much. When it comes to your time, nothing can stop you. And that's what I wanted to register. You are working on space, in the spatial, in the time, and in the actor. On those 3 levels, you are well located. And you say, you are from Akoko, I want to let you know. At the end of the day, you will discover the aboriginal, the essence of the melanin. Everywhere you go, the thickest part that causes, let me say, Toban Shogun, Ewe Kotokute Mafinje, Awon are the aboriginal areas, Ekiti. Those places that were there before the Oduduwa Ife started. They don't speak English. If you go to Akoko, witches still fly in the afternoon as we speak. In Ile-Ife, we told Oniano, the buyer of Oniano, when the accident that happened in 1986 or so, that consumed lives at the toll gate in Ife, when it was going to happen, one woman came to the Oni. I was there when it was testified. He said, if they do this, there's going to be an accident if a person will not be consumed. Over 100 and something people burnt in that accident. No single Ife was there because the Etutu was done. These people she was a school teacher. They went after that to look for her. They couldn't find her. It was a 23-year-old thereabout aged lady that came to meet on Nishijuade. So you say you are Agoko as if Agoko somebody somewhere that is not known. I hear you. You will soon see that the real essence of the melanin are hidden in very dark and secret and unusual places. At the end of the day, AI or whatever they call it in the next 5 to 10 years will unearth everything. May God help you and help all of us.
Yes, you go about. Thank you so much, sir. So those in the house, permit me. You know the way our culture is, as Hebrews, we have this respect for our elders. That's why I've not set time for him. If you don't mind. So I've follow channel that is I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
So would ask those who are Adam Halam. So those that are there can join now. So Gita has not spoken. Let's see, Gita Rakor. So Gita Rakor, let's give you 2 minutes if you're ready. So let's follow Akinshola Adejuwon channel page. You know, you could learn from him, etc. So I've put it up there for us to see. Okay, so Gita, are you ready?
Okay, so can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I wouldn't say like for the topic, I wouldn't say I'm like totally not in agreement. However, I would say like actually like like the essence of the melanin and like our like special nature. I think it's something that I acknowledge, like even without like referencing the Bible or not. And I think yes, there's still this concept of syncretism, right, where a lot of religions kind of picked from a lot of people's practices and stuff, right? Of which, I would even say the Bible was very much like part and parcel of that too, right? So, I think my main focus is more of I think it's more as regards like understanding. Like I think there was someone who came that spoke about like from the scientific perspective, which is nice and it is correct in a way because we thought they like Western education had kind of made us think we are something else, but when they kind of always research about us, they find the reverse of it and find out that the people that were kind of Neanderthals or so were like it's not us. Sorry to use those words. I don't know if TikTok will flag me, but and so I think one important thing is that I actually believe in like our kind of like our native like spirituality. I think that's one thing I need to emphasize, and I actually feel that people should embrace that rather than taking one that is kind of a copy or highlighted a lot of like our native practices we did, because that's what a lot of religions actually do, especially like Christianity, right, where you see they picked from different concepts of different religions, and then just created an idea, and this is what everyone is referencing rather than the original source. So I think that's what I have to say. Yes.
All right, thank you so much for your time, for the submission. That's well noted. So yeah, we keep learning every day and learning. So it's good to always go to the source of things. So I just started reading the comments. Sorry for the time we spent speaking in the ancient languages. We just had to do that for a short time. By the way, we've had one strike. Well, I think Ibini, can you request again, or were you the one giving the strike? I was told one of my guest was given a strike. So Ibini, did you get a message? If it is you that got a message, I want to think it would be a little to that did it. Or probably their AI. So we'll just check for some of their words. And talking about that, that's why we have this.
Okay.
That's why we have this. Yeah, welcome. That's why we have this chat rod. We need an African equivalent. So I didn't get to read your message when you're asking me to ask him to watch a documentary. So that's one of the things that TikTok does. It allows you to meet people. So let's check this app. Let's follow that app. That number one app there, chat rod. It's an African equivalent. All this censorship is just unreasonable. I've not seen any hate speech so far, but then they've given the channel a strike, which is not necessary. So let's have one F1 per person. In fact, 5 F1 per person. So we should have like 50 F1s. So let's tap the screen and let's type F1 and let's follow this channel. So when we go live next time, we can always see. So F1, let's go. That should come in like in drones, since everybody can type simultaneously. So let's also follow the host account and the chatrod account, so that you can go download the app. I mean, in the nearest future, if we can promote them properly, we might be going live there after a while. It will be too important and too necessary, and I pray that they keep being sustained. That's the app. It will be too necessary. Time will come when, information warfare, they will not allow you to discuss some things. So we will need that platform. So follow the chatrod account. It's an African equivalent. We've got this app now is Singaporean and American, initially from China. We've got Telegram from Russia. We don't really have anything for Africa, really. So let it be at least, even if it won't be a substitute immediately, let it be at least an alternative. So if they do anyhow, we just move. Not like we have to start covering the mouth to speak. It doesn't make sense. So let's do F1 and tap to 20K. We can still do another 1 or 2 hours. We'll try to touch on Enoch a little bit. Like that. So let's see. Chat Lord. Okay, let's accept Chat Lord. So Git, I think Git just spoke now, right? Git, I think you just spoke a few minutes ago, correct? Git.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
yes, I do.
Good, thank you. So let's accept more guests. We just want to, if you
All
don't
right.
mind. Yeah, thank you so much, Git. So those that want to request, you can request like right now, so that we can just fill that space, do another session. We touch what's that thing called? We touch Enoch a little bit, then we are done for the day. Endurance, Yamo, you're welcome. So Ara, are you able to come up to say hi? So I think I can see Eljo. Eljo can come up. Oh, Joel. Boy, sounds like Eljo, my brother's name. Okay, so let's have oh, this guy left. Okay, chat Lord, let's have you 2 minutes. Let's go. Chat Lord.
Good morning.
Morning.
Everyone. First of all, Minister, I want to appreciate your work. You're doing a great job and, enlightened not just me, a lot of people. It's really inspiring, the level of knowledge out here. So I want to talk, contribute to what I know. If you look at the biblical recording of the Jewish people, their beliefs, how they believe in the spiritual more than the physical, you'd relate it to how if an European comes to a bridge, they'll build a bridge and cross. If a Chinese come, they'll put stick and cross. And if an African come, they'll have to pray to God for God to, help them cross the bridge. As funny as those jokes are, but this is actually, if you look biblically, most of the wars recorded in scripture about the about the Jewish people, you see how they relied more on God for sustenance, for their way of life and everything. And if you look at the level of poverty in Africa, though we are rich, as the Bible said in Revelations 2 verse 9, you find out that despite the bad water, despite everything that's going on and all of that, we are the healthiest, living the longest. And it's not like it's the drugs, it's not like it's everything out there from the Europeans, from, sorry to use that word, but the people I'm talking about, so that we don't get flagged. So it's not like it's what they are bringing in down here that's sustaining us, but the nature around us, the breath here, everything, it relates to it's if you converge it to what the Bible has recorded all along, you would see the core similarities, and you don't find it in any other nation or continent but here in Africa. So this is something you look at, and from a very clear mind, you can really accept that indeed this is what it is. And also about the Igbo, we do call it Igbo, right? But from my own research, it's Bo, Ndibo, that's the word.
Old people, ancient people.
Yes. Ndibo, meaning that you've been there before.
And a quick one. Let me add one more minute. And that Ngo, you understand Yoruba, do you?
No, not really.
Yeah, that Bo, like I said, is also a Yoruba word for old. You got to Bo. You see.
Wow.
Same thing. It means old and like old, ancient. Go ahead.
So, if you look at the language itself, the culture and the tradition, you see similarities with everybody around us. So, everything they've been trying to do is trying to divide us, trying to make us believe what we are. We are not, we've not been there, we've been saved, they came to save us, blah. But we actually give them everything they had today. The Bible, the translation and everything, they got it from the pre-colonial times when they came. So that is the few things I have to contribute, and I must commend you. You're doing a very wonderful job, sir.
Thank you very much, brother. It's good to hear from you. Yeah, so that's just it. Thank you, Chad Lord. There was somebody that left. So let's have, I think the person I was about to call just left. Igbo migrated from Ilefe. Okay. Matured, yes, he is. So, Akaragun, they asked you to come and explain how Igbo migrated from Ife. Yeah, Joel. Joel, you can come up. Or is it El Joe? Is it my brother? I want to listen to him. Okay, he's not my brother. Yeah, but yeah, thank you, Joel. Who else? So let the other person request again. So let's have Ayo, and we'll create more space now. Ayo, are you ready for us? Ayo, are you ready?
Hello.
Let's go.
Hi, hi everyone. Good afternoon. And I want to commend you, sir, for your research and educating couple of us in this on this platform. I've been following you for a couple of days now, but I've been listening to videos, and to be honest, I'm wild, and it's really me. And well, I'm also from your home state, from Ondo State. I'm actually from Akure. So I just want to commend you for all the effort and hard work you've been doing. And basically, I've been reading and watching different documentaries about similarities with the Jews for a couple of times, but because I am a Christian, and the the sense of not agreeing with so many things do come in sometimes, and it's a real battle, because sometimes I have a WhatsApp group with my friends, and I'll bring some of the topic there, and some of them that also like to read and research, they will come against it, and some will agree with some few words of the Hebrews being Yorubas, and but in essence, I just want to say a very big thank you to you, and I hope this platform will allow us to spread this this word more because I know they are very sensitive and they could take the platform down from you anytime from now. But I just want to say a very big thank you to you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you so much, brother. It's good to have you. Thanks for all the kind words. So yeah, so Kamani, are you there? Kamani, are you there? If you're there, then let's go.
Hello, Minister.
Hello, is that Chikazo?
Yeah. Okay. I just want to drop something quick. It just came into my mind, and
yeah, that's fine. You can use the time there. Yeah.
Now, one of the basic, problem for everybody, this thing is just a little bit of an opener of the eyes. I believe the first thing a lot of people need to do, they need to understand the context of what we are talking about. Even before going into the part of the Jew, they need to understand they need to understand that there is a word called deception, the devil. They need to understand that pattern first before they even go to the part of African becoming a Jew. They need to understand how just like most of, if they need to go and watch your video, that's just it. They need to go and watch that video and understand, like take more time to understand that video properly. They need to understand the Tartaria, they need to understand the millennium year, they need to understand all those things first. Then they will now understand the reason why the devil took our should I say our own culture, our everything, took it away from us, gave us a new name. Why did they choose to give us name? They need to understand that fact that the devil gave us a new name, colonize us, change everything about us, and divide us. So if they understand the beginning of the genesis of that part from the scripture first, before they can understand the fact why the devil wants to destroy everything about the Israelites. So if they don't understand that part, if we are dragging about this, these people are Jew, this one is not Jew, no, they will not get it. They need to first start from the Bible, understand the parts where you're teaching, because what you're doing is a movement. They need to get that idea. Like that other guy that said he's an atheist, no problem. Go and watch your video, that's all. Let him watch the video. If he believes, no problem. It's choice. You understand me? So that's the only thing I can say. Anybody that don't understand, for now, it's common for you not to understand. You are just coming to a new idea, and it will take a lot of time to consume this information because it is too much for some people now. It will affect their brain. They'll say, why this person will say will be this thing? How Igbo man will say it will be this one? How Yoruba man will say it will be this? So this thing, they need to go and understand first. Watch those videos. That's the only thing I can say for now. So anybody that they don't understand, just tell them to watch your video. Let them watch and understand the context of the whole thing entirely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for your submission, Chika, as well. So very important. So it's quite important. You guys can just go check some videos. In fact, if you have disagreements, questions, we can always have a look at it and modify, update the things that we know. That's why we learn. That's how we learn. So let's have AI. It's AI Kamani. I think AI Kamani.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, thanks for having me. I appreciate the
the channel and the topic today. The topic is why I really want to contribute the Sub-Saharan Africa Hebrew issues, because I appreciate these points that because I've seen your videos on YouTube as well. So, like the previous speaker said, people should look at those videos to get like a background, because it's very important when it comes to this topic, particularly that people have a background first, because when you just start coming in like this, because I've been into this almost forever. So I always tell people my journey started from when I was a child at the age of 9. That's when I sat down, I heard my uncle spoke about how we used to live in Nineveh. And he's a priest, an Oromila priest in where I come from. He spoke about this story, how we used to live in Nineveh. At the age of 9, I sat there listening to him say
Nineveh is Assyria. Is that the capital of Assyria?
Yeah. So, and that's around Borno State and all those regions. I don't know if somebody that's from there that's confirmed it. So, my conversation today, I just want to please beg anybody that is on this platform or that is into all this topic. I've done it for years, but I think it's about time we start trying to take it out of this platform issue. Special thanks for you and others that are doing it, because in anything in life, it's the leadership that leads. Because we can do all this for as long as we can, but we come from where it is like everybody listen to the leaders. So if the leaders don't start speaking these things out of their mouth or from their own platform or from their own palaces or offices, it will be very difficult for people to take it in. I've been told by my own family to go and join Jewish people if I want to leave. So that's how bad it is. So people will never accept these things except somebody said something before. I want to make a point as well. We can actually find traces of who the tribes are all over the place. You just have to look at what they say and how they do their culture and their traditions. So I think this is where we need to try and make our traditional leaders see where they need to come in, and we need to put this information in front of them. I know a lot of archaeological sites in our land that we can go to and use archaeology to verify these things. You know, so I think that is the next step I think we should take. I'm trying to see how I can do my own part, because I don't think talking to I don't want to use the word common people, I'm not really talking down on anybody, but I think trying to convince common people is going to take a longer time.
Yes, it will.
So I think when we start to give this information, I have a lot of information that I've documented and pinpoint places that will put this thing in front of our leaders. Let them look into it. Undeniable information, indelible truth that they can see and that can be proven, like archaeological sites. Then we take it from there. And when they start to speak about it, I think then people will have greater number of people not change their mind immediately, maybe start to look at these things from a clearer mindset, other than, like I said, I've had people in my own family tell me, go and join Jewish people and go your way, since you want to be like Jewish people. You know, so people still have that mindset. So it will take longer for those people to change. Even people don't even have watch your programs on YouTube and you talk about Bible, and I'll be praying that people actually go and read the verses you are talking about. I'll be praying in my heart. But I know it's very difficult. People will still read it and still have doubt. I tell people that the word Benin is in the Bible. You can find names that will sound like Yoruba names in the Bible, Igala names, Ijaw names, name it. They're all in the Bible, they're all over the place. But they will still find it difficult to go and read it. You know, so I appreciate your effort and other people as well. And I hope people key into this and do more research. Don't take this at face value, because if somebody comes to your platform and you think you are doing it just for platform's sake, if people go to my platform and I don't have anything on it anymore, I've been doing this for the past 10, 15 years. So I think at the moment I want to try to take it to another level, which is try and put this information in front of our leaders. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. So we are on that also, on my own end and on Ibini end. I'm sure he'll be excited to hear this also. So that's basically the next thing, such that things get a little quite more official. But what part of Africa do you come from? What part of Nigeria do you come from? Sorry? Is that in South? Is that in Benin?
Yes.
Benin, okay. Yeah. So that's great. That's wonderful. And I usually tell people to put aside this Yoruba, Benin, Igbo. That is like a narrow view of this thing. It's broader than that. It's a lot bigger than that. You know.
It's not, to be honest with you, not sorry to cut you short. It's not even about being those tribalistic. I think what it is that we are known because of what one of the speakers said, because of this new demarcation of maps and all that, and political issues. It's more political, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
Because I spoke to an Igbo guy. I said the reason you all call yourself Igbo was for political reason. Because people wanted to have larger group as the new democracy system come and say population rule. So people start to group themselves together to have larger population so they can have political voice. So I think all those are actually have part to play in it as well. But I think with time, when this information start to come out more and more, people start to go into their own mind and read, because it's documented. Like I said to somebody the other day, I say the Bible say their hands will testify against them. So you go and read the testimony. And the testimony is in the Bible. Everything is documented, is there. You just have to have the mind to be calm and, like people say, they seek the spirit or whatever. Yeah, it's your own spirit. Tell your spirit to show you the truth in the Bible, and it will show you the truth is there.
That's great. I once said Chat Lord is asking me a question down there. I'll answer that shortly. So Ibini, I'm speaking to Ibini. Are you still there? Let me give you
I'm here.
Yeah, let me give you, maybe 3 minutes to talk with him on live, because that's with I Kamani on this leadership thing, because it's very true. We can stay here and argue all day and nothing changes. Just a few people will be inspired, that come around, and that still works a little bit. But we need to get it central. We need to get it mainstream in that sense. So, to the extent that you can share with him, can you share with him some of the things that you are thinking about? To the extent that you can share in public, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Mr. I Kamani, I hear you mentioned that you've been at this for 10 to 15 years. Man, you're a general in this cause. So we honor you greatly. We honor you greatly. And thanks for keeping up alive. It's not easy because your mentality, your psychology, your person, your spirit, all those things are defeated by people just constantly bashing you, and telling you that you're crazy. I can imagine what you would have gone through, because I know what I went through. But this is what makes a man a general ultimately in life. It's the battles that we face that carve us out to be exceptional human beings. So 10, 15 years, I just visited your page very briefly. I'm honored to know you. Now, as Minister has said, we're forming some form of alliance. And I'm not much of an online person. You won't find me online, Instagram and all these things. People have opened pages for me, but I don't do it. I'm more of a real-time person. And I was talking to Minister about some things that we need to do. First and foremost, we have a documentary out. It's a 1-hour documentary. And what I'm doing is I've authored 8 books. I've published 3 on my foundation's website. So people can go there and read those books. But ultimately what we're doing is we're producing, because I know that people have a lot of work to do. They're eating, they want to eat, they want to work, they don't have time. So we're producing documentaries so that people can sit down in the comfort of their homes and watch documentaries from the beginning to the end. And through, like you're watching your Netflix, and through those documentaries, you can come to realize the truth. And so we're also hoping to partner with a lot of foundations, with a lot of businesses, and with a lot of people. And we're going to be going into the public space. We're going to be showing these things in the public space. We're going to let people see these things in the public spaces, right? And we're also going to be sending this information also to people that are in government, letting them know, because if we say that we're the Hebrews, we're not just the only ones that are Hebrews.
You're not going to believe
the people in the government are Yoruba, they're Igbo, they're Hebrews as well. So we need to get them involved. And they need to realize that this is not a political movement. This is just a couple of people that are seeking truth. They're trying to correct history, which is archaeology. So the archaeology we're doing now is simply the archaeology of the mind. People do archaeology of the ground where they dig out stuff. We're going into our brains and we're digging out information based on the information that we've been given. So we're not against anybody. We're not antagonistic to anybody. We do not care about anybody's claims. We're not trying to disprove anybody's claims. I like I said to the minister, I joined the atheist clubs. I joined the Sheshe clubs. I joined everything, not to practice what they practice, but to participate, so that helps me to also have the culture of being able to listen to somebody that doesn't agree with me. Most of the time, the problem with people is once they have a mentality or a mindset on something, they're not mature enough to receive something else in. They cling on to it. And that's not a sense of maturity. And that's not even a sense of a researcher. Those people become brick walls because they're unlearned. They're truly unlearned. When you find anybody that is obstinate to what you're saying, the obstinacy is because this is what I've been told. I don't want anything else to enter it. That shows a mind that is not advanced. An advanced mind can listen to anything and tell you, I will take this one and I will not take this one. You get information from diverse places. I've gotten information from atheists. I know how to talk to an atheist. I know how to answer an atheist question because I've listened to an atheist. I know how to answer.
In a room full of Muslims and speak to them, you think they will kill me the next week with their friend.
Yeah, exactly. And that's dynamism. So that's your 10, 15 years. Because you put 10, 15 years, I didn't start like that initially. That's why I'm more empathetic with people. Because I also was a little bit, you know when you have all this, I have this knowledge, pride, arrogance and all that. But the vicissitudes of life, the pressure that the Creator put me through, made me throw all those things away. You're not going to deliver people by being forceful with them. They're children. They've never taken meat before. Why give them meat? So these are the things that we're going to learn. But what I keep saying is this. You, AI Kamani, you can join Minister and I on a private chat room. Let's begin to build a think tank. Men that can sit down and look at their own theology and change their theology based on new information. Because we cannot expect people that are joining us to change their information based on what we're telling them if we are not also dynamic enough to change our information. One of the reasons why I like Minister was he made a statement at some point on one production that he was on. He said, I stand to be corrected. If there's new information that says that I'm wrong, I'll accept it. That's a man. Now, to the Isheshe people, right? I respect them. There are a lot of things that Akara Ogun, I've met him before. I've had conversations, I've been on a group with him before. They didn't let me talk. I still am on that group. I laugh with them, I play with them. Sometimes they insult me. They call me all manner of names. A bastard, Yoruba boy, all sorts of things. But this was some time back. Today we're friends. We're all having a good time. I respect Akara Ogun. I respect everybody. Because everybody comes to the truth at their own time. What our duty is to guide them to the truth. Let me give you an example. The thief on the cross. Matthew didn't come in. He came in after Matthew, Mark, Luke, John the Beloved. He came in after all these guys. But he was the first person to enter paradise. He must have been hearing the preaching. He was still stealing when he was hearing the preaching. So it will be very, very wrong for us to assume that because we started the race, we're going to finish it. And that we are better than the others. The first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. In our own kingdom, we who are trying to be the leaders are the slaves of these people. And I've been warned, you are slaves to these men. So they will annoy you, they will irritate you. Remember that you serve me. If you serve me, you can only serve me appropriately by serving them. And that perspective changed my interactions with people. Insult me, abuse me, I will be hurt by it, but I'll come back. I don't want to come back, but I'll come back. So if you can find a way of me having a conversation with Minister on a private level, we can sit down outside TikTok and begin to cut out the meat of this, because all these things that we're doing is just the milk. It's still the milk. The meat of this thing is building an ecclesia. That's not a joke. The 10,000 men can build it. And he says, I will build my ecclesia, not church. I will build my ecclesia, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. That's the valley of the dry bones. We are the valley of the dry bones. The idea of the dry bones is that we were dead in our consciousness. We did not know who we were. That's why the Bible says that where they were not called the people, there shall they be called the sons of Elohim. And that's happening now. But it takes men that can make things happen to come together. We have to come together. If they've taken these things away from us, if we're going to get it back, we have to come together and strategize. When the creator deals with me, or he keeps on asking me questions, what would you do? He doesn't spoon feed you. He's not a father that will spoon feed you. He'll tell you, go and sort it out. And then I sort it out. If I fail, I come back. I think it didn't work. So go and sort it out again. And then I've started to learn to be independent, not independent of him, dependent on his wisdom, but independent in knowing that if I know how to connect with him, everything has been given to us from before the foundations of the world. We are men. That's why we are men. So I yield. And nice to meet you, sir. I appreciate you.
I appreciate
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just to give a little snippet, he is working, Ibini is working on, public-private partnership where at least there can be some of the ancient sites will be revived as real tourist centers, unlike the fake thing they're doing in the Middle East. So some things like that. So you can just do a
Can I
DM.
just add, please, to what you said before I forget? Tradition our tradition will play a big role in all this.
Yeah.
Because most of what we do as tradition, the ancient past is encoded in it, and even the people that are doing the tradition don't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could tell from some traditional people that I know, there are some things they do, but there are bits and bits of things of this kind inside that they practice. But like, for example, from Edo State, the name in Israel that you call priest is Kohen. In Benin, a priest is Ohen. So if you remove the K, you have Ohen. But the chief priest in Benin that is called himself an Ohen, we never accept this story, regardless of the fact that there's a similarity between the two names. So those kind of people, we need to enter them with this information and leave information with them that they will go and dissect on their own, and they will see the evidences for themselves. And the group that you're talking about, I have no problem with building anything with anybody, but I'll just let you know that at the moment I was going to talk about it on the other day on the platform. I'm writing a book that I titled 13th Tribe. And it's not just about the tribal issue. It's about the disorganization that started in the 13th tribe. It's not actually 13th tribe. There's a reason I added one to make it 13th tribe. So what I try to do with that story is where the problems start from. So I think if we are going to do any organization, we should try to also add this bit. We should let our people know where the problem started. It's like a doctor. We want to give them a piece of the diagnosis. Like, where is this thing come from? This is where it started. This is how it started. So that you can know the pain. Also analyze the pain it has caused. Because I always tell black people, I say, Oyibo man go do counseling if anything happened to them. Nobody cancelled us after what happened to us.
Very well said.
So we need to now learn how to reprogram ourselves, cancel ourselves. So to bring this healing, and just to add to what the bros was saying before, we don't need to read books. Our ancestors are not stupid. They left everything in our DNA. There's this new research I found out recently. It's called Ghost DNA in West Africa. They don't know where this DNA in West Africa come from. So our ancestors, I read it, I was laughing. I said, "Nothing I go smart past our people. I never knew anything." So because when many of us give, I was telling to somebody the other day, you must have known about, if any of you have kids, when you have a child here, the top of your child here, it looks like he's breathing. I don't know anybody here know.
Yeah.
So if you must know, you can encode things through that means, through that place, into a child's DNA. It's just words. You go encode words through that place into a child's DNA. So these are things we need to bring back. Most of these I'm talking about now, you must have remembered technology. When a child is born in the 8th pass, they will put a cotton wool on top of his head. I don't think they do it anymore now, because they don't even know what it means. It's like putting a clean, a pure thing there, because that is the seat of the soul. But I don't think many people know why they do it. So all those things, we need to know where it comes from. Like I said, the healing need to come by way reconciling ourselves. And this information, like I said, is encoded in our DNA. He will comfort on his own. We don't need to fight for it.
That's great. Thank you so much for your submissions. Let's have triple A. So you can do me a DM. So I'll link you up with Ibini and you see how you can work things. Hey, are you ready?
Hello, Minister. You want me to talk or?
Triple Man A is the one trying to speak.
Triple Man.
I think it's just the network. Okay, I want us to read at least, if possible, just one chapter before. But maybe triple Man just wants to listen also. But Chikazo, if you're ready, if you have something to say, let's go. 2.5 minutes. So that we'll just touch scripture a little bit. Chikazo, your time is on, yeah?
I really like what the other guy, the AI Connie, said. And I think I buy that idea. Because it's not all about talking and talking and talking and talking, or saying all this on the platform. It's also by also going straight to that particular place, making more research, physical research. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
So making more research and then finding artifacts. And I believe, I think, was it this month or last month or 3 months, they found a particular score that is dated back to like thousands of years in the Yoruba land. And the archaeologists, like few months ago. And it shows, I think they showed it on BBC, CNN. I think they did that stuff then. I think they went to Ileife. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's yeah.
Yes. So these things are very. It is not easy to say, but it is something that can, like what you're bringing now. It's like a new ideology. They know people will fight you because people will, especially the other religion, both the Christian, both the this, and they will judge you. They will, but if they can find a physical proof. The physical river, but the most important thing is to pass the information. Just like you said, River Niger is the Euphrates River, right? Or River Prime or something related to that.
Yeah.
Do you know you don't even need to prove anything? Show them that River Niger. You don't need to do anything. Show them the River Niger. And if you can do a pure documentary, I tell you, if you go to Anambra State in Aguleri, they will give you more light about the people of those Jew people. They will give you more information. If you still take that video based on your own research too, you go to the Yoruba land, find out more about so and so and so and so. Even if you don't have an archaeological proof, they have artifact they found. Go to that video. It is far back dated as thousands of years. Those things are part of the proof that Yoruba have existed years before that time. Do you understand me? You don't need to show any facet proof. You understand me?
Yeah.
Because we're not there. This is just a new light, and we're trying to start up a foundation from it. All those places you notice, okay, just like somebody said, the Babylon, that thing struck my mind. The language, a place where they have over 300 and something languages. And if you imagine that in one location, it is something you have to think about. Only one setting, then get over how many languages to show you there is something special about those people. So I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Oh, okay, yes. We're about to just read. So after we read a little bit, we'll just take one last tranche of guests. But reading is usually very exciting. In fact, my mind now, I want to read just two, but just two chapters, but we might end up going further. Now, we started from chapter 8, maybe 2 days ago, or 3. But then I want us to just quickly run back to the previous chapter 1 and read it towards 8 again before we continue. We stopped at 20 yesterday. So, chat Lord, your question, the Holy Spirit, yes, Holy Spirit is still around. I've heard it too before that when Jesus comes, Holy Spirit will no longer be here. But I think it's picked off of one scripture that he'll be here until he that letteth will let him, something like that. I'm paraphrasing. So, but then there's no other scripture of which they had to almost interpret from that scripture to come to that. Oh, is the screen upside down? No, it's not. I think it's just the stuff I brought up. So the Holy Spirit apparently has not left, or if he left, it's just during that time of when some judgment needed to be made. The Holy Spirit is definitely around. So I don't know if that answers your question, chat Lord. Before we read 1 or 2 chapters from Enoch. Reading it would whet some people's appetite, cause them to want to read more, but it's usually very interesting. All right, thank you, chat Lord. So let's go. God, we ask that you guide us as we read your word and help us see beautiful things from your law. In Jesus' name. Chapter 1. This is Enoch chapter 1. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous, who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all wicked and ungodly. Oh, he swapped. You're correct. It's laterally inverted. Let me correct that. I just checked on another device. I noticed that. See, this is their app again. It's doing funny stuff. I'm trying to knock that off the screen. Is it so hot or why is it doing that? Okay, so I'll try to correct the lateral inversion. That is funny. Okay, Control Alt arrow. Okay, let's try that. See if that works. Before that, let me see the effect. Control Alt arrow. Let's see. Okay. Oh, maybe because I'm not on that page. Let me do it on the TikTok page. Let's close this. Okay, is it corrected yet? Not yet. Control Alt arrow. See if it works. Not yet. Since having some funny, just put something on the page. It's not taking it off. Okay, let me try from here if it's gonna take it off. Okay, let me do it from here. Center to screen, rotate, flip. Okay, let's see if it's corrected yet. Not yet. I found out to correct it to be result in a few moments now. Flip horizontally. Okay, I think it's corrected now. Okay, thank you for the comments that showed us. So usually it's interesting. Sometimes it may be boring. Please, I want to add something very important. Unique arrow light. I'll ask the question real quick. Unique arrow light. Okay, thank you so much, Ibini. It would be great to have you again later. Thank you so much. So let's see. Unique Aralite. Ask your questions. You can type it or you just request real quick. Unique Aralite, if you can hear. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all the wicked and ungodly. Enoch, a righteous man who was with God, answered and spoke while his eyes were open. So we are reading the book of Enoch to everybody to hear, to see. And this is verse chapter 1, verse 1. And while he saw a holy vision in the heavens, this the angels showed me too. From them I heard all things and understood. Now he's the one speaking, I believe. What I saw, that which will not take place in this generation, but in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period, on account of the elect. Upon their account I spoke and conversed with him who will go forth from his habitation, the Holy and Mighty One, the God of the world, who will hereafter tread upon Mount Sinai. So that mountain has had that name for as long as Enoch's time. Appear with his, let's keep reading. Appear with his host and be manifest in the strength of his power from heaven. All shall be afraid, and the watchers be terrified. Great fear and trembling shall seize them in the ends of the earth. The lofty mountains shall be troubled, and the exalted hills depressed, melting like a honeycomb in the flame. The earth shall be immerged, and all things which are in it perish, while judgment shall come upon all, even upon all the righteous. But to them shall he give peace. He shall preserve the elect, and towards them exercise clemency. Then shall all belong to God, be happy and blessed, and the splendor of the Godhead shall illuminate them. Chapter 2. Behold, he comes with 10,000s of his saints. Now, this is the part of the book of Enoch that is in the book of Jude. Behold, he comes with 10,000 of his saints to execute judgment upon them that destroy, upon the wicked. So just for reference, let's quickly put it there. Jude chapter 1, verse 18, I think. KJV. That's the part of Enoch that was quoted. Want to ask, you can ask your question. Just drop your question. Unique Aralite. Okay, so let's just read that one real quick. So look at verse 14 here. Jude 1:14. Just made it bigger. I want it to be like this. And Enoch also, the seventh from Adam, prophesied these things, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints. So this is that part that is quoted in Jude. Sorry, that's why most people usually would accept the book of Enoch as scripture. So that's that part that was quoted before. To execute judgment upon all, and to convince all that are ungodly among them of the ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. So I think this is a part of the Bible that has the highest number of ungodly in one verse. But if anybody asks you what was that, it's in Enoch chapter 2, verse 1, is where was quoted in the book of Jude 1:14. It's Enoch 2:1. Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000 of his saints to execute judgment upon them, and destroy the wicked, and reprove all carnal for everything which the sinful and ungodly have done and committed against him. Chapter 3. And all who are in the heaven shall know what is transacted there. They know that the heavenly luminaries change not in their paths, that each rises and sets regularly, everyone at its proper period, without transgressing the commands which they have received. They behold the earth and understand what is there, transacted from the beginning to the end of it. They see that every work of God is invariable in the period of its appearance. They behold summer and winter, perceiving that the whole earth is full of water, and the cloud and dew and rain refresheth it. Chapter 4. They considered and behold every tree, how it appears to wither, and every leaf to fall, except of the 14 trees. So someone can drop the verse, chapter and verse we're reading, so that people that are just joining will know. My first question is, what is the real name of Christ in our Hebrew language? It is Yahusha. Okay, it's Yahusha. But then the name Jesus seemed to be the new name he had gotten because of the wonders we see that name performing. Okay, and also because of the way we see timeline. Apparently, Jesus must have returned when he said he will, which is just a few decades at most after the time when he resurrected. So that's why we believe it must be the new name. And the book of Revelation says you'll be given a new name. So that's to answer your question, unique Aralite. You can type the next one if you still have it. So let someone type what we're reading to people so they know. You can also do F1, read one or two, at least maybe we should be able to get to that 8 where we stopped previously. Then we want people not to be afraid of this book. It's a good book. It's like we have uncovered the reason why they were hiding it and tried to scare us away from it. Chapter 4. They considered and behold except 14 trees that don't wither, which are not deciduous. Honestly, I don't know what that means. Let's see the meaning of deciduous. Chapter 4 is one verse, interestingly. I think deciduous has something to do with water. Let's just check it real quick. Deciduous meaning. Of a tree or shrub. Okay. Shedding its leaf annually. Okay, it's this literal meaning. That means a tree that sheds its leaf annually is called deciduous. So he's saying those trees are not deciduous. Okay. It's good to know the meaning of what deciduous means. Okay. So which are not deciduous, which wait from the old to the appearance of the new leaf for 2 or 3 winters. Okay. Chapter 5. I'm moving real quick. Again, they consider the days of summer, that the sun is upon it. See, yeah, the sun is upon it. Its very beginning, while you seek for a covered and shady spot on account of the burning of the sun. In other words, summer is hot. You need to stay in the shade. While the earth is scorched up with fervent heat, and you become incapable of walking either upon the ground or upon the rocks in consequence of that heat. If you have walked in Africa, you know sometimes the ground can get that hot. You can't walk outside in public. So let's someone type what we're reading so that people joining can know what we're doing. Enoch chapter 6. And also let's do F1. We'll soon finish, probably by 1 o'clock again today. Or slightly after. So chapter 6. They consider how the trees, when they put forth their green leaves, become covered and produce fruits, understanding everything and knowing that he who lives forever does all things for you. That the works at the beginning of every existing year, that all his works are subservient. That means they serve him, basically, subservient to him and invariable. Yet as God has appointed, so are all things brought to pass. Actually, we may go a lot longer than 1. I just remember something. We may go longer than 1, so we might still do 1 or 2 hours more. Okay, so let's go. They see, too, how the seas and the rivers together complete their respective operations. But you endure not patiently, nor fulfill the commandments of the Lord, but you transgress and calumniate. I think Somebody's name. I think calumniate means to do something not good. I think calumniate is not a good word. Calumniate. Calumniate means make false or defamatory statements about somebody. Wow. So why do people call themselves Callum then? That's somebody's name. Name of a Scottish, it means dove. Really. It even sounds like callous. And you see an African that doesn't know the meaning of stuff will go call their child this. Calumniate means to slander, really. To make false and defamatory statement about somebody is what calumniate means. Interesting. Okay. Where is it at? So you calumniate his greatness and malign malignant are the words in your polluted mouth against the majesty. You wither in your heart, no peace shall be to you. Therefore your days shall you curse, and the years of your life shall perish. Perpetual execration is still speaking against them. Shall be multiplied, and you shall not obtain mercy. For that's talking about those who are speaking against the Most High God. In those days shall you resign your peace, and eternal maledictions of all the righteousness and sinners shall perpetually execrate you. That's another word. I don't know the meaning of it. I remember when I first read the book of Enoch, so I had to keep going to the dictionary. Execrate, just the meaning of execrate. Execrate meaning. So sinners will execrate the person, feel of express great loathing for. Loathing means hatred. This one means to curse or to swear. Okay, so sinners will swear or curse rather those people along with the ungodly. The elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. Anyway, we've put it on the title there anyway that we're reading the book of Enoch. So that's what is going on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's a comment. Real knowledge is power. Yeah, knowing who you are is so deep. Yeah, to allow us dig more. Yeah. My first question is, what's the name? Okay, we've done that. Yeah, they shall possess light, joy, peace, and they shall inherit the earth. But you, unholy, shall be accursed. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect, all of whom shall live and not again transgress by impiety or pride. Wisdom will be given to the elect, and all of whom shall live not again transgress by impiety or pride, but shall humble themselves, possessing prudence, and shall not repeat transgression. They shall not be condemned the whole period of their lives, nor not die in torment and indignation, but the sum of their days shall be completed, and they shall grow old in peace, while the years of their happiness shall be multiplied with joy and with peace forever, and the whole duration of their existence. So it's like we literally start from the fun part. Chapter 8 is so fun that we couldn't stop till. So we'll still read into chapter 8 before we jump to 20, probably. 7. It happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days. Aha, it started. So this is the interesting. By the way, I want to quickly check something if you guys don't mind. What's in chapter 1? It keeps saying some people are the words of the blessing of Enoch, his system trouble rejected. God answered and spoke, while his eyes were open and while he saw a holy vision. Okay, that's Enoch. For from them I heard all things and understood what I saw. Okay, upon the account I spoke. Okay. So let's get to the interesting part. 7. Great fear and trembling shall seize them. Shall seize who? And the watchers shall be terrified. Okay, it's talking about the watchers. Okay. Oh, so those watchers are actually the people he was talking to, that they are cursed and the way they have spoken against God. So they started to curse God. And you see demons usually do that. They curse the Most High. They hate human beings. They hate the sons of Adam. They hate Africans. See. and they curse the name of God. That's a terrible thing. 7. Okay. It happened after the sons of men were multiplied in those days that the daughters were born unto them. This is Genesis 6. It's in Enoch 7. So those daughters, those women were elegant and beautiful. And of course, they're dark skinned, by the way. And when the angels or the watchers, the sons of heaven, beheld them, they become enamored of them. Enamored, you can even pick it from the French. It means to like somebody, maybe actually sexually altogether. But amour is the French word for love. So enamored, they started being liking them. But let's check what it means so we don't assume. Real quick, enamored, copy, paste that here. What's the meaning of enamored? Old English, yeah? To be filled with love for somebody. Yeah, so it's the same thing. They were filled with love for the daughters of men. Okay, so let's go. So they were, but then I don't think it was the fault of the daughters of men. They were just beautiful. I mean, there was nothing you could do about that. But God sent the watchers to do something else, not to come start having them. So they were enamored by them. Let's keep going. That's the way to pronounce that, by the way.
Enamor. Enamor.
Enamor. Okay. Okay. Each other. I wish I would have not jumped. Let me try to read it here, just to our listening, in case you're not seeing it. Okay, they were enamored by them, saying to one another, that's where one another came, saying to one another, come, let us select for ourselves wives from the progeny of men. Let us beget children. And their leader, Samyaza, said to them, I fear that you may perhaps be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise, and that I alone shall suffer. They want to make a covenant. This is what happened at Hermon. He said, if I do this thing, all of you will leave me when the Most High wants to punish us. There are several books of Enoch. Can I know which one you're reading? This is the main one. There's one day they are combined together in one. Which one do you know, Son of Grace? Tell us the one you know. It's the main one. It's just one, really. But it's merged into 3. You have 1 of 5 chapters in this one I'm reading. So he said, you guys will leave me alone if we do this. So their leader Samyaza said to them, I fear that you guys will be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise. Verse 4. And that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime. So they are aware. They know what they're doing. But they answered him and said, we all swear. In other words, they will swear, they will make a covenant, and bind ourselves by mutual execrations. What does that mean? So that's the meaning of that. Why they named that mountain that, by the way. Execrations is act of expressing, cursing, denouncing, or intensely condemning someone or something. It's basically swearing an oath. That we will not change our intention but execute our projected undertakings. Then they swore all together and all bound by themselves by mutual execrations. Their whole number was 200. So this is where we have 200 watchers. That's why people used to suspect some councils, some places in Israel where they have 200 this, 200 that. Excuse me. So this is where that was going. Enoch 7:7. Okay. So who descended upon Ardis? This Ardis, they will still call it Hermon later, which is at the top of Mount Hermon. That's it. Some will spell it as H-E-R, Hermon, Mount Hermon. So the fallen angels are there. Okay. Yes, they are all the same to the best of my knowledge. This one is Ethiopian anyway. But they are all same. The book of Enoch is basically one. That mountain, therefore, was called Ammon, you see, because they had sworn upon it. So that tells you the meaning of the word Hammon, and bound themselves by mutual excretions. These are the names of the chiefs. Samyaza, who was their leader, okay, Urakabaramiel, Akibiel, Tamiel, Ramiel, Daniel, Azkiel, Sarakniel, Asiel, Amers, Batral, Anen, Zaveb, Sam Savil, Artael, Turiel. And I've heard, people are just unwise. Well, they just say things. I've heard somebody said that he said he was even speaking in colloquial Nigerian language that that God self is doing the same mistake, same sin that the watchers committed. But I think God will forgive them because of their ignorance. They said, I think the person is an atheist, that you even need to look at that God. How come 1/3 of the angels left you? He said, myself, I think you are probably not a good person. Why did 1/3 of the angels leave God if he was a good God? In fact, and they said, yeah, God is, some of them say God he likes authority. He just wants to keep reigning. Can he not allow some other person to still reign? You think you are in the United States or in Nigeria, wherever, where they do politics. You don't know who you are talking to. So they said even is even suspicious of that God. That Satan is even a good person. He rebelled. So they don't know these things. They don't know these things. They don't know the real history. Gab, you're welcome. So they don't know these things. Said Satan is even good the way Satan rebelled. Even that God is questionable. How can 1/3 of people leave you? This and that. Learning the hard way may mean they lose their eternity, by the way. So, Gab, you can quickly say hello. We're just in the reading section. We are going to go live long for today. I didn't remember. Today is going to be long. Generally, yeah.
Hi, good morning, Kule.
Yeah, morning, brother.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yes, it's afternoon, really. So, our lives on Thursday will be longer. Yeah, go ahead.
I was on the live session earlier. I was listening to one lady calling had some heated argument with some guys where they were asking for proof of the Hebrew origins of we in West Africa. Yeah. So I just wanted to quickly add. Actually, there are several historical accounts, and I would also say word of mouth accounts that we can that I feel are actually very, very accurate, or that we can actually rely on. One of the word of mouth accounts I would use is the Awujale.
Okay, tell me.
Awujale. That's the Oba of the Jebus.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Awujale actually claims that, or states that, according to their oral history, the Jebus' oral history and the royal family's oral history, that they actually originate from Noah. So they don't even trace their own origins to Jerusalem, per se. They trace it to that they are from the daughter of Noah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. So the first time I heard it, I thought that was a wild statement. Like, why would they say such? So, but I'd heard about I've heard it from several other people where they have actually mentioned and where they went into details of. So in my own research, I now started checking, and I found out that, in this 16th, 17th century maps of Africa, where they have like the Negro land, and they stated like Kingdom of Judah, all this stuff. In the present area of where the Jebus are right now, is actually stated as the Kingdom of Jabu.
Jabu, yes. Like Jabushite or something. I've seen it.
Yes. Then now, if you now also go back to the origin of Israel or Jerusalem as it is, The Jebusites actually precedes the Jerusalem that we know of right now. There were people that were living in that area before King David came and conquered them. That they were known as the Jebusites. And they had lived there, and they traced their origin also to Noah, sons of Noah. So you see that it actually tallies with what the Awujale said. Although the Awujale said daughter of Noah, but the Jebusites actually have their history as the sons of Noah, the Canaanites.
Wow.
You get now. Back to what I was discussing with you last week when I told you of how my grandmom told me that Ijebubu come from Egypt, that they came from Egypt. And I've always just had that idea that, okay, I'm from Egypt. Okay. So then I also, I've listened to other historians talk about migration pattern of the Ijebu people and how they came from the southern Sudan area, which is like Egypt per se, because our whole area was like Sudan, Egypt were together. They migrated from that way down to present West Africa here. So you see that there's actually very, very strong evidence, historical evidence, and we can put the biblical evidence too, because the Bible states about the Jebusites, but there's nobody knows where they are anymore. So, but there's Awujale now, who is a Jebu man, claiming that they came from there. So by the time you put it together, you see that it's almost foolproof. Like it's almost 100%. You can actually just lay by the time you join everything, I see that this actually makes perfect sense. So for people doubting that, okay, the truth is that people have been stating it. Oni of Ife has stated it several times that they came from like the King David and stuff. He stated it several times, but people think that he's just making some wild allegations. But there's actually truth in what these guys are saying, because if you think about it, this royal thrones actually have very, very rich oral history that may not even be known to the public.
Yes.
But will be known to the Obas per se, and other people very close to the throne. So if the Oni can come out and make such wild statements, there is actually some truth in it. He knows what he's saying. He actually has reasons to state those things based on what he knows. You understand? Then I also want to speak about, okay, if by the time we all know that, okay, we are the Hebrew people, what are we supposed to do with that information? I think that it's not about the location per se. It's about what is inside us, our DNA. Our DNA holds our past and holds our future. Everything about us is already inside us. The melanin is there. It's inside us. So we should the fact that we are knowing that we can trace our past now, we seem to be wanting to trace our past now, should also let us know that we actually have what is inside us to make our future better. So because some people may just be wondering why, okay, if we are the Igbo people, what are we going to do with that? Are we going to now make ourselves the holiest people in the world? No, but it's just to let us know that we are not a lost people. We're actually the greatest people in the world. And we should build our future based on that, based on the power God has given us. I don't want to go into some other spiritual stuff here, but with this knowledge, I think people should be able to build gather their strength from inside and make the future better. Yes. Because we may keep talking, and nothing will come out of this. But personally, there are some other spiritual stuff I think we will discuss later, but for this discussion, let me leave it at that.
All right, thank you so much for submission. So while you're talking, I was just pulling up some of those maps. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I am.
Oh yes. So just pulling up some of those maps for people to still see some more. So it's just interesting. So this is a 1603 map. That is Biafra there in 1603. That's Benin. So you need to begin to remove this idea of Nigeria a little bit. They all learned the hard way. Yeah, it's reported one King Solomon queen rests in Jebu. Yes, that's Queen of Sheba. Is in Ijebu. Yeah, wisdom. So that's Queen of Sheba in Ijebu. So that's Biafra there. Borno is still there. 1600. Borno has been there. So Borno Lagos.
Sorry, can you point back to that Queen of Sheba stuff?
No, it's not on this map. Someone mentioned it.
Okay.
Yeah, someone mentioned in the comments. So let's continue the reading. So let's move the background noise. What else? Yeah, but before the reading, let's still watch or see some more maps. I was also showing us this one. I think this one should have that Jebu you spoke about. So, but then at least that is Yariba that people usually like to say. Just one of those names. So that's that Yariba there. So I think that is Sokoto there, Sokoto. That's Borno. And this map is 1870, fairly recent. So I'll try for maybe 60 more seconds. Let me see if I can get one that has Jabu. Or do you remember the year of the map? I can try to pull it up. You know the year. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You know the year, I can try to, it's easier for me to find it. I can't hear you if you're saying something. You're muted. You are gone off your phone to another page. If you maybe he's trying to look for the year. So he said they keep Christian Sabbath here. That long ago, 1710. So that's Great Benin there. 1710. That's River Lagos. That also says Biasa. So I'm trying to look for that. Looking for that Jabu. This is Wida. This also means Judah, by the way. Wida or Ida. Right there. Yeah, New Heaven and Earth. So that is Wida right there. Same thing as Judah. Okay. Okay, that's not that. Let me check here for the Jabu. Abraham, Ottilius. Maybe here. Okay. Abraham, Ottilius map. If we don't find it here, we'll just carry on. That's Biafra again. 1603 has been there. That's Benin has been there. So you guys are brothers. You've always been side by side. Always been side by side. Still Niger River. That's Zamfara there. Madinga is Fulani. Fulani there. Zeg Zamfara. Bono Lake. That's Kano, spelled with a C. And all these things are on our website. You find it there. So I'm asking us to check their own regions too. So if you're from Guinea, you can check your area if you have any area there. Cameroon. See Cameroon and Biafra. In fact, they even put Cameroon to the left of Biafra to show that it's one people. It's one people. There's one of those maps that has Tile Toko in it. Be surprised. Yeah, okay, that's it. If you understand that old Hebrew language, if you understand Yoruba, just type yes. Let's have 2 or 3 people. Yes. I can show you. Easy, you're welcome. If you're there and you understand Yoruba, you can type yes. So that I'm not just talking to myself. I'll show you till it go here. There's still anyone to understand it. Yamba. Okay, I think the Jabu is here. You are still there. Oh, he's gone. So this is Jabu we're looking for. That's Badagry. This map is 1817. So this is Jabu he's talking about. Jabu. There's another one that's okay. Someone understands Yoruba there. So look at it, real infinity. Look at the way they spelled Tiletoko. Look at it. Tiletoko means both those at home and both those abroad, or both that combination of those at home and those abroad, or those at home and those in the farm. How authentic are these maps? Well, you can go check them. They are in the public domain. This is Mission from Cape Coast, Castle of Ashanti, West Africa map, 1817. So for the person asking, they are quite authentic. That's Shadrach John. So that's Tiletoko there. I was just gonna read it when I first saw it some years ago. I was gonna read it. Tyler. I'm like, oh seriously, this is Tiletoko. That is there. So that's the Jabu the brother is talking about. So that's the homie there. They also call it Abomi. So that's that. So it's their own people. One people. Tiletoko. Yeah, they spelled it in English form. Tiletoko. See there. And this map is 1817. Let me see if I can show you the date on the map itself. Yeah, that's it there. So the brother that is asking, you can go check. 1817. This Ashanti, by the way, is a Hebrew name of Ashan tribe, Ashan people in the scriptures. And you find Ashanti in Ghana today. Yahudi, this is the word for Jew. This word means Jew, Yahuda. Yahuda is the name of the guy without the J, because there was no J. And Yahudi is the person that comes from Yahuda. Yahudi is Hausa. There. See how they spell Hausa here. So let's see. This is mind blowing. Yeah. Does it affect the Christian faith? No, it doesn't. It purifies it, so to speak. It decolonizes it. Is what it does. Too many people's Christianity is colonized. I've heard someone say that, in fact, that now that he's knowing that Jesus is an African man, that he's even having a problem worshiping that Jesus. And the person that says so is African. So you can tell that person is not okay. That's Hausa. So maybe to also help some of our ladies to stop wearing or reduce the way they wear wigs. Barabadi has been Kasina. So it is possible, if I'm not mistaken, that this Kasina is probably just that variation of Katsina we know today. It's Kasina there. Gambaru River. We'll see, go back to scriptures shortly. Madingo. So who's Bahuri? Moisa, Sauri, Dankara. So Ashanta. Okay, Ahanta. Axim. Abradi. Asin. So the maps are on our website. This one, we'll make this one the last one before we go to continue our reading, Book of Enoch. While that is loading, so this will show you another, although we didn't even reference this because we think that they are taken from the book From Babylon to Timbuktu. Some of it is why we didn't reference it. So this map just points out to you all the places you find Jews. Okay, I think the book is literally from the book that is called From Babylon to Timbuktu is where this map came from. So that's why you still see Ben Ephraim there. Ben means son, sons of Ephraim. That's Western Nigeria. Azin, Ashanti are in Ghana. Yep. So that's that. You can drop what part of the world you came from or part of Africa you came from so you can search. Help you search. This is Dahomey Jews. Jewish traces are still here. It says. Okay. This is Kanuri people. Tibesti. This is Levite city in the middle belt. There are Levites there. So many of these people you see singing, Nigerian music ministers, singing Christian, they come from this middle belt. There are some of them from this middle belt. They are singing things that come from their DNA, singing their ancient language. So it's Levite cities here. Not something colonialists can fake. Okay. Let's see. Does it mean that the present day Israelites are not the real ones? No, they are not. Who are the Philistines? I saw it now. Philistines are the real Palestinians. They're just southern of Africa is where they are. But of course, those ones have been taken off. Later comes back to English, yeah. So Philistines, let's read it. Where did we see Philistines just now? Oh yeah, that's it. The Minoah Philistines, that's Palestine. The compiler of Genesis 10:14 knew that Palestine and other Cretans were in strong oasis strongholds. Karuhim, controlled by Egypt, Kasluim, okay, out of which came Palestine, yes, and Kaftorim. It is not possible on so small a map to show all the surviving Philistine communities. So there are some Philistines that survive. Philistines are from Ham, by the way, just like Mitzrayim, which is Egypt. Yemen Jews, Falasha Jews, Negro Jews, Moorish Jews. They're all there. Kabinda survivors, Luanda Jews. This Gabon. Jewish traces are also here. So this is just the real Israel. That is it. And I like showing you this map. We have not shown it for some days now. I will interpret what is in it because it's written in Spanish. Oh no. Quality Store UK, you're welcome. Bode Nathaniel, you're welcome. So they are black as well, Philistines. Yes, I mean the whole world was black at a point. Anybody that has the white skin is not something that was known to Adam. So technically, you find that in the book of Enoch. Technically, the white skin is not Adamic in nature. It comes from a strange place. Okay, so I think this is open. So look at it. That's why I'm telling you all that place you see is the land of the Hebrews. So again, so look at it here. This map is in Spanish. El Puerto de Ofir Ila Antigua derrotada Tarshish. It's saying the port of Ophir. Ophir is in southern Africa here, where you have gold and all there. So the port of Ophir and the ancient map of the defeat by Tarshish. Okay, now this is Tarshish. It's present day Spain. All right, and they draw this La Islas means the islands. Okay, that's Sidon, that's Joppa. You see, they didn't even write. You see, they didn't write Jerusalem here. This map is from 1754. But this is the key. I'm trying to show you. The Asians, uncle. Asians are mostly Hamites, but something happened to them also. They started going white. They probably were invaded also and were populated that way. But tribe of Ham, land of Shem, that isn't towards the eastern part of the world. You can, in fact, you can even find that on the internet. So ask yourself, where are all the 12 tribes of Israel? That's true. So, so necessary yesterday's body. So this is the key I want to show you in this map. Derotadlos, look at this, check if it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. Derotadlos Tyrios Yebreos. And what that means is the defeat of the tyrants. The tyrants are still part of somewhere in Sahel here. And the Hebrews. You see, and they were defeated by Tarshish. And look at where he puts it. Exactly the same place where Josephus said that from Guinea is where Samaria starts from. Derotadlos Tyrios Hebreos. Let me pop it onto you on the translator. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah, translate Spanish to English. So, derrotadlos Tyrios ye Hebreos. See, this is that we're not making that up. Grace. See, we're not making it up. Can't make that up. So that's it there. Saints, by way, you're welcome. So derrotadlos Tyrios. Even this Tyrios, I didn't spell the word Tyrios. Tyrios. Tyrants, yeah, that's it there. Defeat the tyrants and the Hebrews. You see? See? That's it there. Let me put this word. Defeat of the, let me switch it again. Derrotadlos Tyrios Yelos Hebreos. Defeat of the tyrants and the Hebrews. And you've got it here. Zion, you're welcome. See? Derrotadlos Tyrios Hebreos. So this is where the Hebrews are, and they were defeated from Spain, from Europe. See? So that's the land of the Hebrews, period. No long story. 1754 map. You can check it. Gabriel Ramirez map of Africa, 1754. Even that, let me show you something about it. Even the Africa that I'm telling you all the while. Let me show you something in Italian. Okay. Not Africa, let's say Hebrew. It's been said that this is even where you got Africa from. Africa, Hebraica. Even the Africa that you say, from Hebrew. Let's speak Romanian. Because these things came from Latin. Now, do we have Latin from here? Okay, let's try Latin. Hebraice. So that was molded, as it were, to become Africa. Romanian. Like a breaker. So that became Africa. I've heard that also before. Black people have nothing to do with Hebrews. It's funny. Then someone just help me reply that person. They say Portuguese. A breaker. You're correct. A breaker. Oh, but then it just brings back the H and the B, almost like English. But in Hebrew, it's every. Let's read scripture. Let's just continue our scriptural reading. Let's close those pages. Let's create we're not using that one today. Personal messages. Okay. Let's continue the reading. We'll keep going. I still have maybe 1 more hour to go. So it's telling us the name of those fallen angels. They descended and they fell. Asael, Armor, Spectral. This is Enoch chapter 7, sorry, we're reading. For those that don't know. Okay. Savebe, Sam Saviel, Artael. Those are the ones that took that oath. Let me get this lower deal off so that it's not distracting. Okay. Yeah, Shadrach, you're welcome. Which one of the interviews? If I'm mistaken, you said the rapture has happened. Yes, that's Shadrach. Yes. It's what Jesus said. I'm repeating. People are actually the source. It has everything to do with it. Yeah. So Shadrach, that's what we are seeing. You make your research about it too. Yes, everybody was shocked when we saw it. But then you then begin to think, but Jesus told you people this thing. Why didn't you believe him? He said, I'm coming soon. But because you have gone to school, they have taught you science. You said, let me help Jesus using science. Maybe Jesus was saying that, but what if he was telling the truth? What were you saying? So Shadrach, go check it up. It's what we saw. Go and have a look at it. Let's go. So they're telling the names of those fallen angels. RTL, Turiel, Yom Yael. That El and Al just means the Lord or God. These were the prefects of the 200 angels. That's the top ones. I think those are 10 he just mentioned, or maybe 20. Okay. So then they took wives, each choosing for himself. Oh dear, terrible event. Whom they began to approach with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery. They teach those women sorcery, incantation. So it's women that started learning these things. They're telling my watchers. By the way, let an Igbo person correct me. The meaning of angel is indemose. Indemose. And indemose means the spirits that teach. Which suggests to you an encounter of the Igbo people with angels. Yeah, indemose. Yeah, correct. The spirits that teach. That's what it means. Indemose. So now these spirits are teaching bad things in this context. But then angels generally teach. It's literally inside of the concept. I mean, it's the language of the Igbos. Indemose. And that's where you have that song, Demose Binigwe, Nasi, Hallelujah. Like that. The spirits that teach. But many of these people, these are Nigerian Christians, they don't know. And when they know, it will strengthen them afresh. It's going to be a different vibe. They will decolonize their Christianity. They will stop supporting leaders that are taking things from Europe that have deceived us so much and destroying their country for that. They will understand that things are deeper. Many of them, when they show them on camera or they show their village, they say, oh, we are now on the world map. No, you are at the center of the world. So painful. Some of them will do almost anything just to show up that, oh, yes, come and show us here. Yeah, this is Anambra. Oh, they're talking about Anambra and CNN. The CNN will not talk about Anambra or tell you something negative most times, especially what's the name of that on BBC. So they talk about your village or your country, now say, wow, they're showing our country, they're showing our state on CNN, as if they don't need you guys to survive. Let's not even get there before they start saying they're flagging whatever now. But the self-esteem has been so washed. So washed. They just mention, they even call your name wrongly, they will misspell it, you'll be happy. But then it's not good self-esteem. You need to build that up. So if you know some of this, preachers, around, just let them know these truths. They will stop just acquiescing and they will decolonize their ministries. Very important. Thank God for the fathers that are building structures here. Thank God for them. There's something that they saw. So I know they may not have done everything right, but you can't afford to just criticize them. They saw something. One of those men, as I said in my part 2, I've not even watched the part 2 myself because I was in an interview, but I don't know what the interviewer cut off of the video that I said. One of those fathers, he said God told him that this is the land, build here. But they're criticizing him today. They're still building. They're still building to now. So they may not have done everything perfectly, but then those men know something. Forget. Those men know something. God told him, this is the land. One of them even called their place Canaan land. 100% correct. But people will criticize them. They have not done everything perfectly. But you yourself, are you perfect? You're not perfect, are you? He called the place Canaan land. One of them built a whole city there. And it is fenced around. Just went into the bush and built that. They know something. And they don't know it by the way we do, where we can show everybody. I don't think so. If they did, they would have told everybody. They don't know. But they know it by the Spirit. That's the power of walking in the Spirit. Very powerful. Very powerful. Let's read some more. Let's see how far we go. So they taught those women, sorcery, incantations, and dividing of roots and trees. And the women conceiving brought forth Nephilim, giants. Oh, let me pop up the screen. And the women conceiving brought forth giants. Brought forth giants. If this thing is cutting your screen, just go out of the app, then come back in the app. I think it will refresh so you can see what you're doing properly. So let's see. Yeah, okay, yeah. Anyway, check. Okay, let everybody one F1. This life is going low. It shouldn't be this. It was 50 something before now. Just type F1. Let everybody type F1. Then let's each person like a few times. Get it to 21K. Then let's share. Just to let them know he's alive. F1. Let's go. So, and the women conceiving brought forth giants, whose stature was each, I'll show you something here. Whose stature was each 300 cubits. We're entering the interesting part. In Aramaic text, the Aramaic text preserved the name in an earlier list of names of these watchers. Yeah, just telling you other version of the names. Let me show you something here. So the children that these women gave birth to, of course, I can't imagine they gave birth to those children with that size from the start, because there's no way the woman would have been able to. So, but then probably their full-grown, mature size is 300 cubits. I want to show you something about 300 cubits. So we should be having like 31 F1s now also. Let's push it and get this to 25K or so. Share with you. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Let's share for people to see. Yes. So just share it a few more times to get to 25 shares, then 25k or so likes. So they don't flag us again. All right, where were we? So let me show you something about 300 cubits. Now, it said the stature is 300 cubits. Let me show you something. I've shown it. Those that have watched our world history series, they would have seen it. But look at, I want to show you a mystery. 300 cubits in meters. Can anybody see what's the size of 300 cubits in meters? Can anybody type the answer? Because 1 cubit is what is 300 cubits in meters? From what we checked, 138 thereabout, 137. Yeah, exactly. Did you guys see that? And this 137 is the height of what? Let somebody type in the comments real quick, just to know if you guys are there. This is 137 meter is the height of what? Where did we get the 300 cubits? Is the height of who? Just to know if you're sleeping or you're awake. So, height of the giants, correct. So this is where we got that from, 300 cubits. Whose stature, it said, the women conceiving brought forth giants whose stature was each 300 cubits, and devoured all which the labor of men produced, until it became impossible to feed them. Big giants. They were eating everything that human beings were producing. So they were also lazy, by the way, is what that means. Because with that kind of size, you should be able to work on the farm. I mean, even help human beings or whatever, but they're evil from their heart because of the way they were born. So there are 300 cubits. Let me show you something now. Let's go. Let's open a new tab. Height of the tallest pyramid. What's the height of the tallest pyramid? Can somebody check on the screen? In fact, let me show you a list. This is the tallest by height. These two. Pyramid of Giza, Pyramid of Khafre. They are both in Egypt. What is the height? 138. So 136 and 138. In fact, the two tallest is 136 and 138. Exactly. So what's the height of the Nephilim? 137. Exactly in between the tallest and the next tallest. So it suggests very strongly, give you an idea who built those pyramids. Just an idea. Or, I mean, why is it exactly spot on like that? By the way, if you keep reading Enoch or the book of Jubilees, I think it's Jubilees, to tell you there was a young man who found some writings that were carved on some stones, and they were writings of watchers. And pyramids also built of stones. So you see that. Exactly, almost to the last 1 meter accuracy. Greatest pyramids are 136, 138. This is meters on the top, M meters. See? So these are some of the things you see in some of these books. So those giants built the pyramids, very likely. Very, very likely. Very, very likely. All right, let's keep reading. So these are the kind of things they were giving birth to. Now, let's now look at, to let you know, now listen, that is why we tell atheists, so-called atheists. So what is now the probability that somebody just sat down and just wrote this? Oh, we want to deceive the Africans. What do we write? Just write one story. Just write one story for them. And the story will be matching everything like this. It doesn't make sense. It's just pure ignorance. It's just pure ignorance to say, if you can tell me that they use the Bible to deceive, of course. Some people still even use the Bible today to get money from people, to extort people and things like that. But to say somebody just wrote it's just to deceive Africans. It's just, oh God, you have not read that book. You have not read it. So that is spot on. Okay? I can't even remember how I saw that. I can't remember again. I just know I saw it incidentally. But that's God's spirit and God's grace helping. So it was impossible to feed the giants. Let's go. Now look at what the giants began to do. When they turned themselves against men in order to devour them. Let me check if we have not missed anything. Where is it? Okay. There's a lot of footnote here. Both of them were just 3 races. First, great giants. The giants brought forth sons, slew Nephilim, and Nephilim brought forth the Eliod. And this is increasing power and greatness. Okay, so verse 12, we're going to verse 13. It became impossible to feed them. And they turned, when they turned themselves against men in order to devour men. So they started, I'm not showing you the text anymore. In order to devour them. And began to injure birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to eat their flesh one after the other with the blood, exactly, and to drink their blood, as if I knew. Well, I knew I've read it before. Then the earth reproved the unrighteous to eat the animals like that. Just bite it and eat it. Anyway, let's keep reading. Moreover, Azazel, so this is where we started the other 2 days ago. Moreover, Azazel taught men to make swords and knives. Now they're teaching them atomic bombs, shields and breastplates, the fabrication of mirrors, the workmanship of bracelets, ornaments, the use of paint to beautify eyebrows, the use of stones. So he taught them makeup, doing makeups. I can't say it's bad. I don't know what to say, but look at where they said you can't. Okay, how will you say mirror now is bad? It's like saying cell phone is bad. Is it bad? Yes and no. Because what mirrors does, it begins to show you yourself. Look at yourself 10, 15 times. Now you can take 200, especially our beautiful women. Take 10, 15, 20 pictures and now sit with it and start deleting like a project. And you're not a graphic designer. Just showing yourself all the time. Just yourself. Show yourself. I have fine pictures too. You see it on our website. So, but then look at where these things were invented. Fabrication of mirrors. See. So it's not like we are trying to be harsh against women or something, but look at where this thing come from. Eyebrows. Making eyebrows. The use of stones of every valuable and select kind, all sorts of dyes, so that the world became altered. Impiety increased, fornication multiplied. I think I just jumped. Okay, let me just ask the house. I remember your show, some big buildings. Yes, high gates like last week. Yes. Although I would want to think it's the good watchers that build those ones, or probably the saints. But then most of them just have bigger heights. So should we read? Let's tell in the house. Should we read? Continue 8. I would be here irrespective actually. So that one is not to be voted actually. But should we read 8 or we jump to 20? We have read 8 to 20, I think, yesterday. Or maybe between the last 2 days. So should we continue from this 8? Or we jump to 21 where we stopped? So type 8 or 21. Let's have a quick vote. So we run. Okay, I've got 1 vote. Yes, what? But yes, what? Type 8 or 21. I don't want me say 21. Maybe he was here yesterday. Vote. 21. Vote. I think it's equal now. 21. Okay, I think Real was also here. Vote more. There's 26 people here. So let's have more vote. Some people don't like to participate in life. They just want to enjoy. Someone said 8. Someone said 21. Let's vote some more. If you are in the comment section, vote. Otherwise, we'll just jump you and pass. Jump and pass. Let's have some more votes. They are there and they're not typing anything. Don't get the moderator angry. He can block you if you're not participating. In fact, they might think you are from CIA or something. How to vote? No, just type number is what I mean by vote. Actually, we are saying should we continue verse 8, chapter 8 rather, or we jump to 21 where we stopped yesterday? Eight, please. Okay, we'll read it fast. I think the thing is almost a tie, so we'll read it fast. So now look at Amazarak, and it'll also be a good reminder for those who already have read it before, or who was the one read it 2 days ago. Amazarak taught all sorceries, dividers of roots. Amas taught solution of sorcery. Barakiel taught observers of stars, that's astrology. Akibiel taught signs, that is zodiac signs. See, let's keep going. You see, now it's called astrology straight up, or astronomy. Tamiel taught astronomy, which is really astrology. Asaradel taught the motion of the moon, and men being destroyed cried out. They started shouting, God help us. Which one be this? God help us. Help us. I'll try to read fast. So Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Suriel and Uriel looked down from heaven. Okay, they saw the blood. Now they started talking to God. Okay, oh you holy one. So these 4 angels started praying to God, talking to God, and look at what the other angels have done to the sons of men. So, oh you holy one, look at what is happening. You are just. Then the king said, then they said to their king, Lord, to their Lord, the king, you are Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings. Your throne and glory is forever. That's how they started their own prayer too. Forever and ever is your name sanctified. You made all things according to your power. Okay, so they kept speaking to him like that. Okay, so before you, all things are before you. Behold, nothing can be hidden from him. Yet he's not saying anything, like we said before, waiting for them to speak. So look at what Azaziel has done. He has taught them every species of iniquity. Right? I'm still moving. So he has discovered crimes to them, that is, showed them how to do bad things. So he said the women also have brought forth giants. They're telling God what's happening, even though he knows. Thus has the whole earth been filled with blood and iniquity. I'm just running fast. So, and complaint has gotten to the gate of heaven. So their groans exceeded, and none can escape the unrighteousness which is committed on the earth. You know all these things before they exist. In other words, God even knows before time. And you have done so, and what has been done by them, yet you did not speak to us. Oh, they told God, like, why are you not telling? Why are you not saying anything? They say, God, you did not speak to us. Why? And that's candor there. That's sincerity there. What on account of these things do we ought to do? So they have the power, but they don't have the authority yet to do anything to those fallen angels, to those watchers. And it's beautiful. Then the Most High, the Great One, spoke and sent Asayalalo to Lord, to the son of Lamech. Who is the son of Lamech? That is Noah. He sent him to Noah. Okay? Saying, say unto him, in my name. Wow. Conceal thyself. See, this is a risky thing to say in church. But many times when you hear God, sometimes angels speaking to you, but those angels are literally channeled by God. because they are fully, completely given to him. So they yield to the Holy Spirit. It's still the same Holy Spirit. They yield to the Holy Spirit 100%. Unlike human beings that can still be jumping up and down. So Ara, thank you. I'll go from 8. Ara's been with us for a long time, by the way. So towards the end, we'll get some of these quiet people to come up and talk. They just stay there and they enjoy the thing. And we'll bring them up. Fikayo is still here also. Thank you. So look at this. So sometimes when you hear God from this and maybe other scriptures, but this one removes one more layer from what is going on in the spirit, is what the book of Enoch does, and the book of Joshua also. You will notice in the whole of Old Testament as we know it in the Bible, you hardly hear about activities of demons. It's just in 2-3 places Satan even himself was mentioned, or any demon. Number one is Ezekiel when he said, I will exalt my throne, O Lucifer. That Lucifer place, exalt my throne above the throne of God. That's one. The second one is Isaiah, when he's saying something similar, that you dwelt in the garden of God. Then the third one is when he said he moved Satan to number Israel. After that, nothing else. Maybe Job, yes, the fourth one. Satan also came amongst them. After that, nothing else about Satan. Meanwhile, he was there. Oh my God. If you read Joshua, you will know, just like we're reading Enoch. He was there tempting people, pushing people, causing trouble. So those books, the thing with them is they open one extra layer or even 2 extra layers off of the physical dimension. Literally in their explanation of what it does. Yeah, you're welcome, Ara. So it's what it does. It opens like two dimensions off, so you see what is going on. But the way the scriptures, conventional scriptures that we know does it, it just tells you what's happening outside. Then maybe what God is doing. It doesn't tell you what Satan and his wicked hosts are doing against those people of God. That's the same way you are seeing Nigeria now going the way it's going. Who know their demons working on that, causing some of those terrible things. Anyway. So say to him, in my name, conceal yourself. So when this, by the way, I think this is the Gabriel. It should tell you in the footnote that this is probably Gabriel. This Asayala Lord. So when that Asayala Lord comes, it won't say I am Asayala Lord. Forget it. If an angel tells you that, maybe you cast him out. It's very unlikely. Okay, that they tell you their names. So, but when he appears to that Enoch now, the son of Lamech, he's going to tell him, I am the Lord. Do this, do this. Oh, what am I even saying? Just go to the book of Genesis. You will find it there. And say, and the Lord said to this, and the Lord said to Noah, and Noah did everything the Lord told him. But this is the person speaking to him at the background. You see, the added book directly linked to Christ. Yeah, the link to Christ. Why do you think some of the books were removed? As apparent, because it opens up the African people. Yeah, they kept out of the Bible. Yeah, kept it. Interesting. So when we read, of course, the book of book of Genesis, you just say God said to Noah. God said to Noah. This guy is telling us who is behind that the vessel that God used to speak. So it tells you some level of logistics involved in that communication. So it's not the Most High One, because the Most High One is so powerful. He's very, 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 very far from us. I know it doesn't sound like the New Testament grace. God is my friend, he's my friend. Lord Jesus, you're my buddy, you're my friend. Okay. You don't know what you're saying, no? So it's a two-way thing. You will know him as a friend. At the same time, he's also the judge. He's a great king. He's the great king. So anyways, the logistics is that he went through this Asayala law to give that message to the son of Lamech. The son of Lamech is Noah. So tell him, conceal yourself, then explain to him the consummation which is about to take place. That is, the world is about to be destroyed. The earth shall perish with water of deluge, and all things which are in it shall be destroyed. Now teach him how he may escape. So they'll begin to teach him things, and how his seed may remain in the earth. And the Lord said to Raphael, that's the second angel given an instruction, bind Azazel, hands and foot, cast him into darkness. Okay, put him, he said, cover him under the earth. You see, cover him with pointed stones. There will he remain forever, and he will not see light. So until the great day of judgment. letting me cast into the fire. So restore the earth, still speaking to Raphael, restore the earth which the angels have corrupted. Okay, that's another assignment for Raphael. And so you see that there's nothing evil in this book. It just shows you some just slightly more details. And like I like to tell before people that the book of Revelation is a lot more scary than this. Wow, wow, that's powerful. Look at this. We read it the other day also. Look at how he told him to restore the earth. Restore the earth, talking to Raphael, restore the earth which the angels have corrupted, and look at what he told him to do to the earth. Announce life to it. So do you see the power of proclamation? When they're asking you to pray, declare this, declare that, declare this in the name of Jesus, declare that. Announce life to the earth. Okay, pointed stones, pyramid. Okay, maybe. Okay, but I think that is talking about under the earth, maybe not necessarily the pyramids. Maybe not. But then it's not impossible, you see. And that's plausible. Maybe I should read that again. Real infinity. That's true. Let me read that. And that's what happens when you read scriptures together like that. Let's see. Restore the earth. No, just before that. Okay, it may not be. It may not be because pyramid forms like a pointed stone that points upward. When this one is like jagged stones that's like zigzag stone to pin him down. Is what it looks like. But then it's very similar to that. Although this is watchers, not necessarily the Nephilim. And let me be a little graphic, by the way, just for a few minutes. So let me be a little graphic. It's very likely that the watchers are the same size as humans then. Now, humans themselves might have not have been even 6 feet. They might have been 10 feet, maybe 13 feet. I don't know. But it's likely, logically speaking, from a human point of view, it's likely that the watchers, the one that had relations with the women, were the same physical size with the women. Very likely. Before the logistics of coitus and all that. So it's very possible they were the same size. So, but then maybe somehow, supernaturally, of course, the children they gave birth to just blew up to 300. But if the watchers themselves were like 300 feet, 300 cubits rather, that's 137 that we saw. Logistically, it sounds like it would be difficult for them to have relations with the women, generally speaking. So the watchers might have been the same size and like that. All right, so those are just speculations, things that makes sense. So this may not be the pyramid because it's the watchers is actually binding, not the Nephilim yet. Nephilims were literally destroyed. Okay, let's see. Where is it? So announce life to it. We have not started doing prayers on our channel yet. When God releases us, we'll do prayer. Prayer and worship, because those three are important. This is word study. We do prayer also. That's when we announce things to our own lives. And then we worship the Most High too. But we're doing it step by step as God leads us. So announce life to it that I may revive it. So you see the logistics there. It needs to do that announcement before the life pops up. Those are the legalities of the spirit realm. All the sons of men shall not perish in the consequence. They will not be destroyed, which they have taught their offspring. Watchers have, okay. All the sons of men shall not perish in consequence of every secret by which the watchers have destroyed and which they have taught their offspring. All the earth have been corrupted by the effect of the teaching of Azazel. To him, therefore, ascribe the whole crime. So it's like the offense is more than those who just had that relations with the woman. To Gabriel, this is the third angel is instructing. To Uriah. Not yet. We are still busy. So, and to Gabriel also, the Lord said, go to Beaters. Now, this Beaters is a place. Okay? to the reprobates, to the children of fornication, and to destroy the children of fornication, talking about the Nephilim, those big giants. So Gabriel can even fight, you see. The offspring of the watchers from among men bring forth and excite them excite them. Okay, he did this strategically. One against another, let them perish by mutual slaughter, for the length of days shall not be theirs. He said they would beg you, they will entreat of you, but their fathers shall not obtain their wishes upon them, because they want to live up to 500 years. Human beings by that time was living that long, so they also want to live that long. Number 4, to Michael, a more popular angel amongst men. To Michael, likewise, the Lord said, go and announce his crime to Sam, Yaza, and to the others, and with them who have been associated with the women, that they might be polluted with all the impurity, and with all their sons shall be killed, when they shall see the perdition of their beloved. So they will see their children die, the Nephilim die. Of their beloved. Bind them for 70 generations underneath the earth. 70 generations. We tried, now maybe 700 years. What is a generation in the time of Enoch? That may be 700 years or 7,000 years. Because they lived a lot longer. 700 years, 7,000 years, 350 years. One of those three. Anyway. Underneath the earth, even to the day of judgment. Suggest why it is that long. And for the consummation until the judgment effect of which will last forever be completed. Then shall they be taken away. I'm reading fast. Lowest depths of fire of torment. In confinement they will be shut off forever. Okay. Immediately after this shall be together with them burned and perished. They shall be bound unto the consummation of many generations. Destroy all the souls addicted with the lions. The lions is fornication, an offspring of watchers, and they have tyrannized over mankind. Let every oppressor perish from the face of the earth. The plant of righteousness, rectitude will appear to become a blessing. I think he's talking about Noah. Righteousness and rectitude shall be forever planted with delight, and then shall all the saints give thanks and live until they have begotten 1,000 generations, 1,000 children, while the whole period of the youth and their Sabbath shall be, let's see what this is, shall be completed in peace. In those days all the earth shall be cultivated in righteousness, and every tree shall be planted in it, and in it shall the vines be planted, and for 1 measure 1,000, 1 measure olive shall produce. So that's food coming back. Purify the earth from all oppression, from all injustice, exterminate them from the earth. Then shall all the children of men be righteous, and all nations shall pay me divine honors, and bless me, and all shall adore me. And I can imagine why God doesn't allow angels interact with men so much anymore. I mean, to the point where they know their names, etc. No more middlemen, just go through Yeshua, Yahushua. Pray in the name of Jesus. The earth shall be cleansed from all corruption, from every crime, from all punishment, from all suffering. There will be a deluge, which is the Noah's flood, upon it. Okay, saying after that deluge, neither will I again send a deluge upon it from generation to generation forever. In those days I'll open the treasures of the blessings which are in heaven. Peace and equity shall associate with the sons of men all the days of the world, in generations of it. Next, chapter 12. Before all these things, Enoch was concealed, and nor did anyone know of the sons of men know where he was concealed, where he had been, and what had happened, you see. So they don't know where Enoch was. He was just gone. He was walking with God. He was wholly engaged with the holy ones, you see, and with the watchers in his day. I, Enoch, was blessing the great Lord of peace, and behold, the watchers called me Enoch the scribe. And the Lord said to me, Enoch, scribe of righteousness, go tell the watchers of heaven who have deserted the lofty sky, as the one that sinned, and they have polluted the women, or who have been polluted with women, and have done as the sons of men do, taking to themselves wives. Okay? And have been greatly corrupted on the earth. Behold, will slaughter their beloved. The same thing he told the angels. He said they will not obtain mercy. Okay? Let's read real quick. A great sentence is gone before them, neither shall they receive mercy, and supplication be yours on account of the oppression which you have taught, and on my account of every act of blasphemy, tyranny, sin, which you have opened or discovered to the children of men. Then departing from him, I spoke to them together. So he went to deliver the message to the angels. That's Noah now, Enoch, the seventh from Adam, speaking to the watchers. And they all became very terrified. They became afraid. Now, they now started begging him to write a prayer for them. And he actually did. He was starting to beg God. Let me check. Where did... Adewomi is asking, why did they not allow reading the book of Enoch in church? I don't know. But we're in church already. You know, we started with prayer, so we're already in church. Church is not those four walls. But I understand your question. I don't know. It's because of what the colonialists did. And if you know, even you will not even have had access to the Bible altogether. There are people that fought, like Wycliffe, for the Bible to be translated. They locked it down. Especially, I believe it was once that 1776. They want to lock everything down. Just like you have things in the Vatican vault. And I don't think there's anything they have there really that we're not already talking about. Now, like we're speaking now. So Bible was going to be in Latin. In Roman Catholic Church till today, they still, well, until recently, they still read the Bible in Latin. And you will not hear anything they say. And the early Roman Catholics in Nigeria, they read the Bible to them in Latin. Almost as bad as you read in Arabic today and they still pray in Arabic language in Islam. Exactly the same thing they do in Christianity. They pray in Latin. See, they read scripture in Latin to them. So is what the enemy is doing with those people in that part of the world. So so Enoch prayed for those, wrote a petition for their redemption. Yeah, thanks. So Enoch wrote a petition for them, praying for them. Can you imagine? So I don't know why Enoch himself was that merciful with the watchers. So he prayed for them. I'm just washing my face. I'll get back on the live shortly on the desktop. So he prayed for them, but God did not answer. God didn't answer Enoch's request. So we'll do about 45 more minutes, then we will just let people say hi and hello. Then we close for the day. Come back tomorrow morning. So you can follow the live if you have not followed. If you have not followed us before, follow the live so that when we go live, we don't have to start sharing to you manually. Okay. We're live for about 5 hours actually. So now raise up their eyes to heaven on account of, okay, now the watchers could not even look up to God anymore. You see. Therefore, I wrote a memorial for prayer or supplication for their spirits for everything which they have done. Proceeding, I continued over to the waters of Dambadan, okay, which is on the right to the west of Armon, okay. Okay, so we'll soon see some locations like we did yesterday and 2 days ago. Some locations which happen to be in Nigeria, by the way. Oh, where are we? Okay, I just read that. So this should be next. Reading the memorial of their prayer until I fell asleep. So he was reading that prayer. Wow. Reading that prayer, trying to pray to God for the wicked angels, bad things they've done. Okay. So he fell asleep while he was doing that. And behold, a dream came to me. A vision appeared above me, and I fell down and saw a vision of punishment that I might relate it to the sons of heaven. Okay. When I awoke, that means he saw their punishment. God showed him their punishment. All being collected together stood weeping. My angels weeping before a human being. Obel Seyael, which is situated between Libyanus and Senesar. He will tell us where Senesar is at the bottom. We'll check it. With their faces veiled. So that's where the fallen angels are, not that place where they were crying. I related in their presence all the visions I had seen in my dream. Even angels are believing your dream and you don't believe your own. Don't forgive you. And they began to utter these words of righteousness, reproving the watchers of heaven. This is the book of the words of the righteousness, of reproof of the watchers who belong to the world. Okay, according to that which he who is the holy and great commanded in a vision, I perceived in my dream. Let me jump. So the mighty one has put into the mouth of men that they might converse with it. Oh, and that part is important. So he who is holy and great commanded me in the vision. I perceived in my dream that I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh. Was he not speaking with a tongue of flesh before? That I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh and with my breath, which the mighty one has put into the mouth of men. And the tongue, like we said, is Hebrew. That's the language that Adam spoke, is the Hebrew language. So the logical question is, how did Adam, who is the first, began to speak the language of Eber, who is the 14th from Adam, like his 14th great-grandson, is called Eber, and it's from him they called Hebrews. So how come Adam was speaking Hebrew? Very simple. In Genesis 11, the Hebrew language was taken away from men. I showed us the place yesterday, Jubilees 8:25, thereabout. The language was taken away from human beings, and but rather it was revealed back to the 20th man, which is what's his name? Abraham. So Abraham is the 20th. So God revealed it back to Abraham through an angel. It's written in the book of Jubilees. So, and Abraham was the one that began to speak the Hebrew language back. But because people know him as a Hebrew, a child of Eber, so the other nations of the world that are speaking scattered languages started calling that original language, which was nameless. I mean, if there was one language in the world, that language would not have any name, because there's just one language. So you just call it talking. You won't know that languages exist. You just call it that people are talking, because it's literally just one language. So it didn't have a name, but when it was restored back after the Tower of Babel, later restored to Abraham, they named the language after where Abraham came from, which is from Eber, that's the Hebrews. Okay. I hope you're getting something. Are you learning anything? Let me know if you are still there or you have slept off like Enoch. Like Enoch slept in his vision. You're still there? Type yes. Let's see, like 28 years. I think that will work in place of F1. It's like 26 years. Okay. Alright, I guess it's still there. Okay, good. We'll soon finish by 3 now. There, bro. 3 West African times. Thank you, Son of Grace. So yeah, I should rack F1. Great. So Hebrew is the language of creation. And we have found 20 Hebrew words and Yoruba words that are same. The same thing with Igbo. Okay. So that land is not normal. You cannot expect them to allow Nigeria to just prosper like that. Satan wants the soul of Nigerians. Europeans want the resources of Nigerians. You see. Satan is using their greed for resources to use them to destroy these people. But what Satan wants is actually to punish the people, to make them suffer and deny God. You see a Yoruba man saying the other that is an atheist. Meanwhile, the guy is confused. We didn't engage in more than 3-5 minutes, he has run away. Doesn't make sense. If you tell me you are a Yoruba, you are a Juju man, you can start from there. You say you are native, is such is Europe that got into his head as it is. If he has serious problems, he would he would wake up. Even if it is one Babalawo he will meet. You have one form of spirituality or the other. You can tell me you're African and atheist. It's a contradiction of terminology. African atheist. One person even is Afro atheist. I think there's one lady like that. She's Nigerian also. I've spoken with her before. So you're Afro atheist. I've told her it's a contradiction of terminology. It does not make sense. Afro and you're atheist. Tell me you're Afro Juju. I say okay, good. Afro Juju is the name of a music genre in Nigeria. I still believe you as Afro Juju than Afro atheist. It doesn't make sense. Afro atheist. I've told them my mind. Like we're saying something that maybe even some people from their camp is listening, because sometimes they listen back and so that's the Hebrew language is the African language. It's the language of creation. Let's keep reading. We'll run to 20 now, so that we'll be at the same page with everybody. And understand this in your heart. As he has created and given to the power of comprehending the word of understanding, so as he created and given to me the power of reproving the watchers. Okay, the offsprings of heaven. So watchers are offsprings of heaven, Nephilim offspring of watchers. I have written your petition in my vision. It has been shown to me that what you request will not be granted. Bad news for them. As long as the world endures, judgment has been passed upon you. From this time on, you will never ascend into heaven. Okay? He said that, that on the earth he will bind you as long as the world endures. We're going to get to see the origin of demons. Let's keep going. But therefore, these signs these things you shall behold, the destruction of your beloved ones, that's the Nephilim, and shall not possess them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. They'll start killing each other. It's Gabriel that was sent to do that work, to make the Nephilim begin to slay each other. Neither shall you entreat of them. Let me show you. I don't know the height of this, but I don't know. But it's funny. Petrified giant. So some people, although this is too much of AI, let me show you a real one. But that one, they tell us it's a statue that they built, but people are doubting if they could build that in those ages, in those times. Woman, I think this one's in the United States with sword. Okay, that's one giant sword there. Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay, let me just say, let me not call it giant. Woman, what's that thing? Woman statue with sword. I think it's in Russia. I think it's this one, yes. Now, anyway, I don't know. Although the picture is a little funny. Let's see. Zoom out. So Women's Day. It's Women's Day. Let's find out the name of the statue so that I can use it to search. Oh, thank you, Father. Motherland Call. Do the same thing. Ctrl-C. Okay, I think motherland calls. You can find it in. The reason why I'm thinking about that is because of the fight, the way they were fighting. But then this one was not slain. It's just people are doubting. I think it's in Russia. People are doubting that they built this, and the face is even masculine somehow, but the body is feminine. It's just. But this some of those. But of course, the motherland calls. But the official narrative is that it was built, just like Statue of Liberty, that it was built. So we believe. So it looks like a petrified giant. Let's check what's the height. It's gonna tell us. 279 feet, 85 meters. So of course not as tall. Okay, to the tip. Let's see the sword. Or the height might be different from the standing 85 meters tall from the base pedestal to its peak. Okay, so to the woman height maybe it's just 60 meters there, which is actually still very, very tall. The person's height is just 1.8. But anyway, the official narrative is that it was built in 1967. Well, it's not impossible. But anyway, it just reminds me of that. Is why I pulled that up. Boom, boom. Let's go. Bye. Okay. Neither shall you entreat for them, nor for yourselves. I'm sure if it was regular Bible I'm reading, people will have run away. Because it will sound too familiar. But then we should learn also not to be familiar with other scriptures. Okay. So, neither shall you entreat for them, okay, not for yourselves, but you shall weep and supplicate in silence the words of the book which I wrote. Okay, vision appeared unto me. Behold, in that vision, clouds and mist invited me, and agitated stars flashed, flashes of lightning impelled. Okay, let's keep reading. And pressed me forward, while the winds in the vision assisted my flight. Okay. Verse 10. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded myself until I arrived a wall built with stones of crystals, a vibrating flame. Okay, right. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Oh, careful. Sounded like sound effects. Wrong drum. So, strike me with terror. Into the vibrating flame I entered. I drew nigh unto the spacious habitation, describing the realms he went to, close to the throne of God. As well as pavements were formed, and crystals likewise was the ground. Its roots had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning. A flame burned around the walls. It was portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice at the same time. You see, no trace of delight or life was there. Now that's another place. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In a vision, I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me and erected in the midst of the vibrating flame. Okay. So it says here that it is impossible to describe to you either in the splendor or the extent of it. So it says here, its floor was on fire, above were lightnings, agitated stars, while the roof exhibited a blazing fire. It keeps saying, attentively I surveyed it and saw that it contained an exalted throne, the appearance of which was like frost. Okay, while its circumference resembled the orb of the brilliant sun. And there was the voice of the cherubim from the underneath this mighty throne. Rivers of flaming fire issued. To look upon it was impossible. I wonder how he saw it. Maybe with another eyes. One great in glory, or maybe he could just flash his face once. One great in glory sat on it. That's the Most High, probably. Whose robe was brighter than the sun and whiter than snow. No angel was capable of penetrating to view the face of him, the glorious and the effulgence, nor could any mortal behold him. A fire was flaming around him. A fire also of great extent continued to rise up before him, so that not one of those who surrounded him are capable of approaching him. Among the myriads of myriads, that's millions or thousands of thousands is what that means. He will tell us in the C, in the footnote, who were before him, and to him holy consultations was needless, yet he did not sanctify who were near him. Depart far from him, either by night nor by day. They were with him continually, nor were they removed from him. I also was so far advanced with the veil on my face and trembling. Then the Lord with him, then the Lord with his own mouth, called me. So there's a difference when he sends an angel, when he calls him this way, saying, approach hither, Enoch, at my holy word. In the beginning was the word, and that word was with God. And he raised me up and drew me near to the entrance. My eye was directed to the ground. Then addressing me, he spoke, hear neither be afraid, O righteous Enoch, you scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. Go say to the watchers of heaven, who sent you to pray for them. Now listen to this part. Go say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent you to pray for them. Tell them this, you ought to pray for men and not men pray for you. Like we said yesterday, God was calling the angels Agbaya. Agbaya means old and good for nothing, something like that. Yoruba word. So whether have you forsaken the lofty of heaven and which endure forever, and have lain with women, and have defiled yourself with the daughters of men, and have taken to yourselves wives, and acted like the sons of the earth, and you have given birth to impure offsprings, which is giants, is what it calls here. Okay, you being spiritual, holy, possessing a life which is eternal. You see. So this period means 10,000 times 10,000, the same thing you have in the book of Revelation. Okay, you have polluted yourself with women and begotten in carnal blood, and have lusted in the blood of men, and have done as those who are in flesh and blood do. Okay, so these, however, will die. That's their children will die. Nephilim will die. And I have given to them wives. He's saying that men are mortal, okay, because they will die, but then these angels are actually immortal. So these, however, die and perish. That's the mortal human being, of course, after the fall. Therefore have I given to them wives. It's telling us the reason why we have marriages. Why? That they might cohabit with them, that sons might be born of them, and that this might be transacted upon the earth. But you from the beginning are made spiritual, possessing a life which is eternal and not subject to death. So when we change to that eternal body, we will not need coitus anymore. We will not need that marital relationship anymore, because we've got an eternal life already. See, therefore I made not wives for you, because being spiritual, your dwelling is in heaven. Now the giants which you have given birth to are born of spirit and flesh. They're hybrid, and now watch this. This is the source of evil spirits on the earth. When a human being makes mistakes, the mistakes are mortal. They are things that can easily be solved. But at this level, at this level of things, when mistakes are made, it becomes something out of hand. Now the giants who have been born of spirit and of flesh shall be called upon the earth evil spirits. That's when they are dead, and they're still in idols today. When you hear those ancestral demons, When they require blood, they have been drinking that blood on the earth before, literally. But now they still want to take it as spirits. And on the earth shall be their habitation, so they will stay here. Evil spirits shall proceed from their flesh, because they were created from above and from the holy watchers was their beginning and primary foundation. So that's where demons come from. Evil spirits shall they be on the earth, and the spirits of wickedness of the wicked shall they be called. So they will call them wicked spirits, unclean spirits. The habitation of the spirits of heaven shall be in heaven, but upon earth shall be the habitation of the terrestrial spirits who were born on earth. So this is where their passport is. They don't have passports to the heavens, as it were. So let's type some more F1 as the last lap. We're entering the last lap now. You're still there, type F1. Should have like 25 F1s now. Type F1. I've seen just two. Maybe some of you just kept the phone somewhere and you're just listening. As if it's audio Bible. Yeah. Enjoying audio Bible. Okay. So let's go. F1. Arole Jojo. Thank you. So the spirit of the giant shall be like clouds. And this is what you see sometimes when you cast out evil spirits out of people, which shall oppress. So they are oppressing spirits and they possess people. Because they've lost their bodies. They want bodies. Oh my God. Have anybody, let me ask you a question so that I can confirm. I will try not to be controversial. Have you watched some deliverance sessions? Because I have. And those evil spirits will say, I'm a giant man. I cannot leave this body. I'm a giant man. I've been there for 300 years. How many of you have heard that before? I'm a giant man when deliverances are being conducted. Yeah. So you hear it very frequently. Go and look for. We usually don't mention name of ministries or people here as such, except they come themselves, of course. So if Chika himself was here, I'm sure he would know some of these things firsthand, because he himself is that kind of ministry, prophetic ministry and things like that. So you say, I'm a giant man. You want to, this spirit husband is the same thing. Those things are real. There's white people that have spirit husband, but they call them aliens. There's a woman, like I said before to us. She didn't have any husband. She was getting pregnant. Pregnancy will go at month 6 months. They will take it from her stomach. And she knows these aliens that come to her. She even says she likes them. Know the way Igbo can be. They can carry dogs and breastfeed dog. I don't know. So, but then, it's just fact. It's not hate speech. So they say that I'm a giant man. It's confirming this thing. That is here. That's where they come from. They've lost their bodies, lost their first estate, and they're looking for bodies to possess. All right, let's proceed. Let me turn that back on. Hope this thing, water doesn't get in this thing. Trying to cool it. All right, it's just pouring water. Let's proceed. Where were we? Yeah, so they will possess people, they will corrupt people, they will cause people to fall, content bruise, and they will bruise upon the earth. Verse 10. Yeah. They shall cause lamentation, no food shall they eat. They will be thirsty. Some of those things happen also in deliverance when they're thirsty like that. They shall be thirsty, and they shall be concealed, and shall not rise up against the sons of men and against women, for they come forth during the days of slaughter. During the days of slaughter and destruction. Okay. We should at least be able to get to that 20 or 21, where the others are. Okay, chapter 16. And as to the death of the giants, wheresoever their spirits depart from their bodies, let their flesh that is perishable be without judgment. Thus shall they perish until the day of the great consummation of the great world. Talking about the very end. Book of Enoch has timeline also. We'll get to that when we get there. If we get there actually, because Enoch is one of 5 chapters. Okay, thus shall they perish until the day of the great consummation and the great world. A destruction shall take place, the watchers of the impious. Okay, place of the watchers and their children, which is the impious, the giants. Although English like to say small devil is what they call impious, but it's the opposite here. And now the watchers who have sent you to pray for them, who in the beginning were in the heavens, say, I say, in heaven you have been. Secret things, however, have not. Oh, gone too far. I have to zoom out. We're at 16 just now. No, not yet. So let's see. Okay. So say, in heaven you have been. Secret things, however, have not been manifested unto you. You have yet have you known a reprobated mystery. Okay. And this have you related to women in the hardness of your heart. And by the mystery have, and by that mystery have women and mankind multiplied the evils upon the earth. Say unto them, never therefore shall you obtain peace. Imagine a world where there is no mirrors, where they could see from the water, I think, water surface at least, but not as frequently as mirrors. I'm just thinking out loud. Say to them, never therefore shall you obtain peace. That's those watchers. So they raise me up in a certain place. That's the good angels that are working with Enoch, I believe, in this vision, where there was the appearance of a burning fire, and where they assumed the likeness of men. That means if they like, they can change their form to look like human beings, talking about the angels. They carried me to a lofty spot on a mountain on top of which reached to heaven, and I beheld the receptacles of light and of thunder and of extremities of the place where it was deepest, and a bow of fire and arrows in their quiver. Okay, every species of lightning, verse 4, and they elevated me to a babbling stream and of fire in the west, which received all the setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire which flowed like water and emptied itself into the great sea towards westward. And I showed us that the great sea is what Nigerians will call Bar Beach, is Atlantic Ocean, yeah. What they've called, it used to be Ethiopian Ocean, but now they've called it Atlantic Ocean. So let me open that up if he responds to us on time. Yeah, we're gonna need it. So that's where westward is where the Great Sea is. But those that put Israel in the Middle East, they call the Mediterranean the Great Sea, and it's not so. But we have corrected that here, and that's the Great Sea right there. So let's proceed. So that's the Great Sea. Okay. And I saw every large river. So I think they elevated him to the top of the dome, the top of the earth, the firmament. I saw every large river until I arrived at the great darkness. I went to where all flesh migrate. By the way, you can't see all the large river if the earth was spherical. And I beheld mountains of the gloom, which constitutes winter, and the place from which issues water in every abyss. And I saw also the mouths of the rivers in the world, and the mouths of the deep. Chapter 18. And I surveyed the receptacles of the wind, perceiving that they contributed to adorn the world, the whole creation, and to preserve the foundation of the earth. By the way, let's just say Enoch's earth. So just to see people that have read that, just to create a model for it, is something like what you're seeing on your screen. Some of you have seen it before. Image in the new tab. Let's see if it's clear enough. Let's try this. Something like this. Firmament, this is the earth, this is hell, pillars of the earth, this is the skies. Okay, firmament. Okay, someone else put it like this. Okay, open in image in new tab. Okay, it should be clear. Yeah, so that's it. So gates of winds. So that's Enoch's earth. Mountain of God, like that. So basically he's flat like that, then with a dome. The great darkness here. Okay, and it says there are portals, gates of the sun. So sun goes through these portals and come back through these other portals. Like that. So just to give you a view of what people have reproduced from. Okay, there's also a theory that says the world map is upside down. That too can cause some controversy. Yeah, I think that upside down is two things. Number one is the elevation. Southern Africa is of higher elevation than Northern Africa. That's why they even call the Northern Egypt, they call it Lower Egypt, even though it's in the north. Then also, symbolically also is another thing that translates to. Okay. But then, yes, I understand. We've heard that also. Okay. Let's go. So I also beheld the four winds. So like we showed the map yesterday, we still have maps that show those four winds and they show angels. They're blowing winds on the earth. And I beheld the sky. Okay, it's even here. Which bear up the earth. Wait, I also beheld the four winds which bear up the earth. Wow. And the firmament of heaven. Tells you about firmament. Is firm. And I beheld the wings occupying the exalted sky, arising in the midst of the heaven and of the earth, and constituting the pillars of heaven. So he was seeing things from the broad eye, bird's eye view. I saw the winds which turned to the sky, which caused the orb of the sun and all the stars to set. And over the earth, I saw the winds which support the clouds. I saw the path of the angels. I perceived the extremities of the earth, the firmament of heaven above it. Then I passed on towards the south. Okay. Were burnt both day and night. 6 mountains form glorious domes. 3 towards the east, 3 towards the south. Those which were towards the east were Variegated stone, what does that mean? Variegated stones, real quick. Check the meaning of variegated. Okay. Exhibiting different colors. Okay. Variegated. Oh, I didn't hear that.
Variegated. Variegated.
Oh, variegated. Okay. So, yeah, so it means having different colors. So variegated stones, one of which was, start calling the names of the stones. Antimony towards the south, red stone. Antimony, I think, is the name of an element, by the way, chemical element. The middle of one reached to the heaven, the throne of God, a throne composed of alabaster, the top of which was sapphire. I saw too a blazing fire hanging over all the mountains, and there I saw a place on the other side of the extended territory where waters were collected. I likewise beheld terrestrial fountains. I mean, the picture just tells 1,000 words is what is going on here. All of that is what this person is trying to draw, or something similar to that. See columns of fire there. So I likewise beheld the terrestrial fountains, the deep in fiery columns of heaven. Aha, exactly. Columns of fire is what you have here. See. We're about to read. You see columns of fire. So the person just trying to depict what we've got. We're finishing soon. And in the columns of heaven beheld fires which descended without number on high, nor into the deep over the fountains. I perceived a place which had neither the firmament of heaven above it, nor solid ground beneath it. The place was just desolate. Okay? And I beheld 7 stars like the blazing mountain, and like spirits entreating me. Then the angel said, this place, until the consummation of heaven and earth, will be prison of the stars. I think it's talking about the watchers. Okay, and the host of heaven. Okay. What did the stars do? The stars which roll over fire, which are those which are okay. The stars which roll over fire are those which transgressed the commandment of God before their time arrived, for they came not into their proper season. Therefore he offended with them. Therefore was he offended with them and bound them until the period of the consummation of their crimes in the secret year. Chapter 19. Then Uriel said, here the angels who cohabitated with women appointed their leaders, and being numerous, they appeared in appearance, made men profane, and caused them to err, so that they sacrificed to devils as to gods. And they still do that today. For in the great day there shall be a judgment with which they shall be judged until they are consumed, and their wives also shall be judged, who led astray the angels of heaven, that they might salute them. 3. And I, Enoch, I alone saw the likeness of the ends of all things, nor did any human being see it as I saw it. 20. Because he was, of course, conversing with other people, and they were not seeing that. These are the names of the angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels who presides over clamor and terror. He's telling you their functions. Okay. Over clamor and terror. He said Raphael is one of the holy angels who presides over spirits of men. Raguel, and I think Raphael is one that went to bless the earth, announce blessing all the time. Raguel, one of the holy angels who inflicts punishment on the world and the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels who, presiding over human virtue, commands the nations. Yes, that's why Michael was there in the time of Daniel when Daniel was giving those prophecies about nations. Sarakiel, one of the holy angels who presides over the spirit of children of men that transgress. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, presides over Ikisat, over paradise, over the cherubim. 21. Then I made a circuit. I think this is where we stopped. Then I make a circuit to a place which was completed. Then I made a circuit to a place in which nothing was completed, and there I beheld neither the tremendous workmanship of an exalted heaven nor of an established earth, but a desolate spot, prepared and terrific. There too I beheld 7 stars of heaven, bound in it together like great mountains, and like blazing fire. I exclaimed, for what species of crime they have been bound, and why have they been removed to this place? Then Uriah, one of the holy angels, who was with me and who conducted me, said, Enoch, wherefore do you ask? Wherefore do you reason with yourself and anxiously inquire? These are those of the stars which have transgressed the commandments of the Most High. See, the Most High God, and are bound, and are here bound until the infinite number of days of the crimes be completed. How can you complete something that is infinite? Until the infinite number of days of their crimes be completed. Okay? From there, I afterwards passed on to another terrific place, where I beheld the operation of a great blazing fire. We'll get to a place where it will show us one location in Nigeria soon. So we'll keep that as to be like a reward for us, like a bonus for the day, for those that were not there when we. Terrestrial foundings, does it mean he saw another world? It looks like this same world we're in, but it's like he's seeing both at the same time. Because this our world is very superimposed. Spirits and are trafficking all over the place. And there's more spirits on the earth than there are even humans. So he's seeing those things superimposed together. And that's how spirits see, of course. They see their own world, of course, and then ours. So that's what I believe is happening to him. So wherefore I beheld the operation of a great fire, yes, columns of fire struggled together to the end of the abyss, and was their descent, but neither its measurement nor magnitude was I able to discover. Okay. Neither could I perceive its origin. Then I exclaimed, how terrible is this place, and how difficult to explore. Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, Enoch, why are you alarmed at this terrific place? This, he said, is the prison of the angels, and here they are kept forever. Okay, we'll still be in 22. For there I proceeded to another spot where I saw on the west glory a lofty mountain, a strong rock, 4 delightful places. Internally it was deep, capacious and very smooth. What's the meaning of capacious? Let's have a look at that. Very smooth. Capacious. I think I've read it just before. Okay, having a lot of space inside, roomy. It's like spacious. So internally it was very deep and spacious and very smooth as if it has been rolled over. It was both deep and dark to behold. Okay. 15. Page 15. Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered. Let's respond to this guy. L. That's 5 hours mark. 7. Seriously. I'm answering the puzzles and it still keep telling me error. I hope you guys are seeing. Come on, go through. Yeah, that's it. It's gone through. Okay, let's proceed. Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered, "These are the delightful places where the spirits of souls of the dead will be collected for them, where, okay, they were formed, and here will be collected the souls of the sons of men. These places in which they dwell shall they occupy until the day of judgment and until their appointed period." Okay, so there's a place that departed spirits go to. Okay, according to this at least. The appointed period will be long, even until the great judgment. And I saw the spirits of the sons of men which were dead, and their voices reached to heaven while they were accusing. Then I inquired of Raphael, an angel. No, I think we have gone past something we read. I want to show us something where Damascus is, because Damascus is one of the places where Enoch was seeing this vision. So this is 3 o'clock and we have gotten to 21 as promised. But I think there is somewhere in Damascus, which we showed the last time. We want to show the other people today too. I think we got it from a footnote. Well, I can do this, Control F, Damascus. Let's see how that goes. Okay, there's just one mention of Damascus, which is here. So that's in, we've left it a long time ago, 14. But let me show you Libanus and Senisar. What verse is that? It's A. Where is it? Yeah, so let me show you the context. After this, we'll stop. Then we'll do verse 22 again, starting from tomorrow. So I'll show you Damascus now. We take some guests, then we come back tomorrow. Yeah, Damisak. So some people already was here yesterday. So, and behold, a dream came unto me in a vision. So we'll just show the people that have not seen the Damascus in Nigeria. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions appeared above me. I fell down and saw a vision of punishment. Okay? That I may relate it to the sons of heaven and reprove them. Where when I awoke, I went to them, all being collected together, stood weeping in this place, Obel Seyael, which is situated in Libanus. Okay, I stopped then, but I don't know why I didn't check the footnote. So that place is Obel Seyael. Obel Seyael. Obel Seyael. Okay. So, and he said it is situated in Libanus and Sanessa. So that's where fallen angels were weeping, right? So that's where the crying angels were. So, and it tells us here that that Obesuyael is in Damascus. So you see Damascus, they say it's near Damascus. So I want to now show us where Damascus is in Nigeria. So then for us to see that, we need to know the right pronunciation of Damascus. Interestingly, I just saw now that Elewedu followed us. For those of us that know the Elewedu. The Elewedu that was, we were just showing him some things and he had to run away because he didn't have any point. So sometimes they take time and over time they'll change. Let's see. First mention of Damascus that we're looking for. Yeah, that's it. So where is it at? So I have a quick scripture where you can pull it. Genesis 14:15. I should remember that next time. Genesis 14:15. That's the same place, right? Exodus, Genesis, where KJV, let's check that real quick. That's in place where they were fighting with Nimrod, incidentally. By the way, guys, maybe we'll touch on that one day. But then this Amraphel that Abraham was fighting with is Nimrod. Is Amraphel, king of Shinar. In Genesis 14 is Nimrod. So verse 15, what happened there? And he divided himself and his servant by night, and they smote them and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. Okay, so that must have been northward. Left side, left hand of Damascus. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do anyway, to show you Damascus in Nigeria, but we need to show you interlinear, the way Damascus is properly pronounced. Damascus is Greek sounding. The real way to pronounce Damascus is Damasak or Damasak. So this is a Damascus. Damasak or Damasak. That's the pronunciation of Damascus there. Okay. So that's Damasak. Okay, or Damasek. So then all you need to do is to come to Google Maps precisely. Where is it? Where is it? Loading. Unresponsive. Taking time. Google Maps. Okay. See that response. So just type Damasak, Nigeria. So look at Damasak there. And like I like to show people, when if what I showed you now was a Damasak So I've sent you an invitation, just accept it. Daddy J, I've sent you a request. Invitation, just accept the invitation. Who else? I want people who have not spoken before to speak. Tunde Obasa can come say hi. Robbie, Femi Osinaike, just come say hi. Robbie, come say hi. So let's just fill that space. Whoever comes first will fill those 6 spaces. And those who can come up, if I should be able to come up, but just drop your final note on the chat. So let's start with Shadrach. I don't think he was spoken before. Shadrach, let's go. 2 minutes, you're good to go. Can you hear me, Shadrach? If Shadrach is not ready, let's go with Ara. So you guys can talk about how you got to know about our channel, where you first heard about our channel and things like that. So let me set the timer for the first speaker.
Hello.
Yeah, so I'll just give you 2 minutes to, or let's say 3 minutes, 2 minutes thereabouts.
2 minutes is too much. I'm at work. I'm actually very busy at work right now.
Okay.
But I would say that I have really enjoyed this whole session. I think I first got to hear of you when you had the podcast session with the lady, and I was very intrigued actually. Seeing you on the live just got me to want to get to know more about what you had earlier spoken about, and honestly, it's been an enlightening session. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. I'll keep it brief, and I would like to end it here because I have to go back to work. But I'm still with you guys at the same time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for kind words. Okay, so let's have the next speaker. Are you ready for us, Shadrach? I think he said 2 minutes. Someone said 2 minutes is too much, so I stick. Okay, Shadrach, are you ready? Shadrach he's dropped his phone. All right, so let's all follow the channel, download the Chatroad app, check on our website and subscribe on the website if you want.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Sorry, I'm back.
All right, let's go.
I just stepped out.
You're muted. Yeah.
I didn't get the...
No, just like final words, basically. I think you've spoken once, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I requested, but I wasn't granted.
Okay. So let's go. 2 minutes. That's the time.
What I want to... Okay. Well, personally, it's a great discovery and revelation. It's amazing, really, but at the same time, it brings in some kind of confusion. Where does one stand? After having we've been brought up a certain way with certain beliefs, and now we're discovering that what we believed in all our lives, basically, probably a lie. So trying to find a way to balance it, to balance spiritual stance, for instance, that is why I'm going to continue to follow and listen to you. Probably I'm going to find that balance somewhere because it's quite confusing. All it's been.
Can you ask one question? The most confusing question, if you don't mind. I can still respond to that in 2 minutes.
Okay, the most confusing question right now is basically about, heaven
About what?
Hell.
Okay. What
Heaven.
about it?
Heaven. Is it real?
Oh, you mean the return of Jesus, right? Is that the part?
Real? Yes, return of Jesus. Yeah, return of
No, of
Jesus.
course it's real. Yeah, of course. All of that is
And all that.
all of that is still same. So it's just that's why we don't bother people so much about the rapture part, because most things are still the same thing, despite the fact that Jesus has returned, based on what he said that he was going to return soon. Most things, the way you engage with God, matters of righteousness are still same. So that's the thing. You understand? So what we have is judgment is coming. Yeah.
Okay, if it has come, if the rapture has happened, you understand, where are they? I mean, were they really, was it like people were taken away, like the Bible described it? You understand? And then those of us left are supposed to be, maybe we didn't really, meet up with the requirements.
But then it wouldn't be we, it would be our forefathers. You understand? Because the time when it happened, from what he said, yes. But let's just watch some more videos. They are very, very self-explanatory and they're not so complex, so that I don't keep repeating it. It gets redundant. You understand? Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So just watch some of those.
I'll find the
videos.
videos on your page, right?
Yeah. So you can check. This is our website and we'll display it. Yeah. So you can look for that website is rolling up there. The yellow text rolling there. So the website looks like this, what you can see on your screen. I hope you can see it. So it looks like, looks like that.
All right. Yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for your time. Sheikh Ziman, thank you in this game. So Daddy J, you can still request now if you still want to say something. Yeah. So that Jay, send your request now. So thank you for those that have joined. We'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. Yeah. Okay, I think it's popping up soon. Yeah, you're welcome. So Daddy J, you've got your time. We'll give you 2 minutes. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing. Actually, I came through your page, my FYP, during your interviews with the other lady to whom you were explaining certain things about discovering that actually some parts which have been mentioned in the Bible are actually in Africa and precisely around the West region, like in Nigeria, where we have some of them. I'm a Roman Catholic, but growing up, this doctrine which they give you when you're growing up as a child, it gives you that inner core of believing what your parents will say. But now I believe this is a time where we have to emancipate ourselves to ask questions. Because I, for one, even while back in school, I've always believed in the Catholic doctrine, in the sense that you don't just rely only on the Bible, but you go to some cultural aspects in concluding certain things, coming to a conclusion about certain, maybe what they call dogmas and things like that. So this your channel is giving me an eye opener to realize that the Bible somehow, I think the translation of the Bible or some certain scriptures or why some books are not included into the Bible, maybe they had a purpose. There was a purpose for it. Because like one lady was asking, how come the book of Enoch is not a part of the Bible? And we have so many other texts which are not also parts of the Bible, which we believe that these are people who have lived and recorded in time what they have witnessed or what they also studied or what they read. So I continue to follow this your channel because I really want to have an insight of many things which, some doubt and clarifications and why things are happening. Because like you are talking about the Jerusalem and the one of today, those are two different locations. And if you follow the book of Enoch and maybe some descriptions in the Bible, realize that these places are two different. Was it yesterday or today I was following about your explanation of Lebanon actually meaning like light?
Okay.
And or was it, yeah, like Lebanon, or the word where they talk about the citadel of Lebanon, actually meaning like light. And we try to relate that to the book of Solomon, where he harvested some of these trees to build the house of God. And the Lebanon we have today doesn't have trees as per se, like timber and things like that, which some of these resources are actually coming from Africa. So we realize that there's a controversy which we need to dig inside to find out actually where some of these things are located in our today's world. So my main reason I'm continuing to follow your channel is to get an insight of many of these things, and I really appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, brother. All right then, so that's exactly your time. So thank you everyone that has joined so far. So just follow this channel, everyone. We will be back tomorrow morning by God's grace, same time, 10 o'clock. We'll continue. We can just take guests. If the guest rushes a lot, then we continue flow with the guests. Then we read Enoch 22, continue from 22 forward gradually like that. Explain change of the name Jesus to Yeshua to Jesus by men. Can a name be changed? Thank you so much. Yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, it's like although we see Jesus as the English version of Yeshua or Yahusha, and many people are saying it's a bad name or something like that, but because of how much power that name carries, you know that name is right. I mean, as against Yahusha or Yeshua, okay, the Jesus name is still right. Okay, and what we are saying is with our knowledge of timeline, it's likely to be a new name that was given to him, as was promised in the book of Revelation. Now that we know that many of that Revelation prophecies are fulfilled. So that's why we are saying is likely to be his new name. Although, and yes, even the letter J was created around the so-called Middle Ages or Dark Ages, which is when we believe it's time when Jesus reigned with the saints. And it's still reigning now, but then the saints he reigned with has left, and it's written that Satan will be released. So that's the timeline we think we're in. So between now and tomorrow rather, watch more videos, or till the next time you come, watch more videos. Follow this channel now. Go to that website, our website, and where is it at? Yeah, so just go there, subscribe to it. You get access to the maps and things like that. So that's that. Thank you everyone for joining. We'll see you. Broadcast is recorded, yes. But what do you think we can do to the broadcast, Shedrack? How can you? Maybe I don't know how that part of TikTok works, but I know it's recorded. Yes, welcome, Ara. I know that it's recorded, but how do you get to watch it? Do you have access to it, Shedrack? Or I need to post it for you to see it? Can let me know, Shedrack. Well, it's recorded, I'm sure about that. So that's the part I'm not sure, but it's recorded. You no longer use the name of Jesus. Okay. You can just reconsider it. You can just reconsider it. Well, it's okay. We are all learning and we're advancing forward. It should be automatically added to your page. Yes, it's added to my page, but I don't know how you can rewatch it. But then I don't know why you want to rewatch 5 hours 25 minutes. Okay, but I think some people can crop it and put it on YouTube or something. But then I don't know. But it's recorded to answer your question. So thank you everyone. We are going to see tomorrow. Till then, let's keep okay, Jesus of Nazareth. The real names of Christ in Yoruba. You see, Yeshua. Names are not meant to be translated, by the way. When you translate names, you are breaking a rule of translation. You don't translate some categories of nouns. If say somebody's name is Nathaniel, if you're speaking Yoruba, you will still say Nathaniel. If you're still speaking English, you say Nathaniel. If the guy's name is Trump, when you're speaking any language, you call him Trump in that language. You don't translate names. It shouldn't be translated. So that Yahusha will still be correct. If your name is changed, that means it's not you. Yeah, generally. So it shouldn't be translated even between languages. So it shouldn't be translated. So we'll see. Yes. Not yet. Almost finished. So it's Yahusha, the real name. Unique. So thank you everyone. We will see in the next live, which is tomorrow by God's stream. Study English, the law of international transactions. Name should not be changed. Yes, that's true. Yeshua Yahusha. Yeah. All right then. See you guys tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. West African time. Bye. Follow the account so we can know when we go live. Thank you. Thank you, Real Infinity. I've been sorry, I've been addressing you, but I've been muted. I didn't know I was muted. Sorry about that. Someone should have told me in the comments. So let's power tap as we started. I didn't know I was muted all the while. Richard, you're welcome. Can you hear me, Richard? Richard, can you hear me? Let's tap the screen, tap to first 5K likes. Okay. So that we do our first a quick few hours. Richard, you can request again. I think maybe it's your network that dropped you. So let's tap the screen. Let's tap the screen as we go. If you can hear me, you can type a yes, so I'm double sure that you can hear. Edo boy, you're welcome. Good to have you. So look at the topic. Look at the topic and see if you have any opinions. Then you can share your opinion as we move. And let's share the live. If you're passing by, like you're going somewhere or something, you can follow the account so that we don't need to notify you the next time when you come. Joseph, you're welcome. Joseph Amado. So look at the topic and share your opinion. So look at the topic and share your opinion. So let's power tap. You're welcome, Emperor. User 188. You're welcome. Tap. Praise Dairos, good to have you again. So let's have somebody come up. You can let us just to say hi. Let somebody come up, say hi, one or two persons. Just to say hi, then you can go back to the comment section. I know everybody's waiting for us to start, today's discussion. But I need a few people to come say hi first. Then if you can hear me, type a yes in the comments. At the same time, let's also type F1 so we can get this started properly. So tap the screen. We're still waiting for our 2K likes at least. Alan Pesanti, you're welcome. So, Bob the Builder, it's good to have you. So I know you guys are waiting for us to start, but I need at least one person to come say hi. If you're requesting, let me know. Just request, come say hi, then we start. Josie, you're welcome. Afokoshi, welcome. So we need one person to come say hi and say hello before we start. Lulu
Hello.
Sako.
Hi.
Hey, hello. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good, good, good.
Thank you very much. I like to listen to you,
Okay, go back to.
Yeah, as you're coming in, you can.
I'll go down, to listen to you then.
Yeah, so you can tell us where you first heard about our channel and when, and you can then drop your submission. Good morning. Morning. Yeah, you can go ahead, brother. I think you're muted. We can start with Bob D. So Bob D, you can share your thoughts if just while we wait for a phone call. Bob D, are you there? You are muted, Bob D. Bob D Builder. So Bob D Builder, you're muted in case you don't know. But if he's not ready, let's go with Koshi then. For Koshi.
Hi.
Yes, hello, brother. Good morning.
Good morning, boss.
Yes, brother. So you can tell us where you first heard about our channel and things like that. Then you can do your submission or your greeting.
Yeah. So, I first saw a short with that lady. I've forgotten the channel. It was kind of an interview session with where a certain lady was deep. It was like, damn, where's this guy getting all this info from? Like, it was kind of very laid out, very practical submissions of our history as Black people, the original Jews and stuff like that. So I started following that lady and then going through a lot of your videos. I was like, this is what I want, because it's hard to see authentic people with submissions like this one and who has an agenda, So it was quite interesting. So through that lady, then I found your channel, and then I said, this is the guy. So I started following and checking out your videos, commenting where I can and stuff like that. And I think it's quite interesting, quite interesting. And it's I don't know, but it seems like a very long shot for us as a people to come to the total realization of the truth of the things you are revealing. I think it's going to take a very long time, but I am hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful that maybe the generation, if you keep pushing the agenda, there are people with, like minds out there who probably they've not had the privilege to do the research like you, but, there's this inner knowing that most of us know. There's this knowing of the truth that most of us know that we've not had a chance to research and lay it out like you have done. Wow. And there's a lot of people out there who are seeking the truth, because I think it will work, but it will take time. You just have to keep pushing the agenda, keep pushing the message, and keep putting in the work. And it's good for, I will advise that whoever feels the same, whoever is in sync with the things you are teaching, they spread it. Okay, spreading the word, that's the only way other people can, get the message, and eventually I think it's going to be a very big community
Yeah.
of enlightened people who know who they really are. I think that's where it's all going to start from. Knowing that, okay, this is who I am. All right, we are not mediocre. We are a great people, a great nation. It's rather unfortunate that we've lost all that. We've lost all that, and trust me, as a people, we don't know anything at all whatsoever. We don't know anything. We think we are living the life, but trust me, we've not even started living our lives, because you have to know who you are to live your life. We are living a life that has been designed for us by people. So we've lost touch with who we really are. And that's my major concern as a person, finding out our real identity and then moving according to the way we are supposed to move. That's the way we are in, Africa is in shambles. We have everything, yet we're so poor. We don't even contribute nothing to nothing.
See, that's very true.
You see, yeah, we don't contribute anything. We are only consuming, even though there's so much to do in Africa. There's so much, yet we are doing nothing. We always wait. We are always waiting for others to set the pace. Then we follow. I always liken it to you take a fish out of the water and then have the fish compete with the monkey climbing trees. You understand?
Yeah.
The fish cannot do nothing. The monkey will always outpace the fish, and the fish will struggle very hard and eventually die.
The game is rigged.
It's rigged from the onset. You understand? There's nothing we can do if we go at the pace that has been, designed for us to follow. We need to find out and get back into the water, and then let's see. Let's go back to ourselves, and then let's see if we still have to lag behind.
Somebody's in the comments.
Man,
I don't want her to, or him or her, to go yet. But I wish they can come up as a guest. They are not quite clear about the things we're sharing, and they have a different opinion. Sometimes I like giving people like that priority, but then they're not coming up. If someone can ask them to come up, that's Lulu Sankofa. So Lulu Sankofa will believe that that Enoch is African. Okay, we believe that that the Hebrews, in fact, not just the people, the land, the real land of Israel is not in the Middle East. Not just the people. So if you can come up, Lulu, you can tell from the way we do our lives, we'll listen to you. We'll be very respectful, and we'll be wanting to learn from you. That's the only thing we'll push you about. We want to hear from you and learn from you. And if you have sources, that's fine. You can just tell us your impressions. It doesn't have to be super academic and all that. So Lulu, if you can come up. You're interested about Yoruba related to Hebrews. Yes. Adebayo, you can also come up. I've sent you an invitation, Adebayo, concerning Yoruba's connection to the Hebrews. So we can discuss. But if you guys keep staying, you can't discuss here, Lulu Sankofa. Why? Why can't you discuss here? Are you seeing the person's comment, Efokoshe? Efokoshe, are you seeing the person's comment?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
So I wish they can come up. We are not
Definitely.
Yeah. Honestly,
Definitely.
Yeah. Honestly, myself, there are things I don't have a clue to. I'm still trying to get it. But if you are hiding information from us, what if we are wrong? How do you correct us?
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the most misinformation ever. Yes, Adebayo, thank you for coming on. Look, Adebayo is also not coming up. He's saying that it's misinformation. You are probably from Ghana yourself, right? For crochet.
Yes, I'm from Ghana. Yeah.
So if someone is saying that they don't understand, they don't believe that Africans are the Hebrews, that is a misinformation, and they are not coming up. So Adebayo, I wish you can come up. I think you have come up once before. Michael, your prince, you're welcome. I can type it just like we are talking now. Lulu, you can. It will be faster if you come up, Lulu. To be much faster.
Exactly.
You know, there's literally 4 people that are waiting. And is there anybody on the panel that does not agree with what we are saying? I like giving them priority sometimes, especially if they be respectful. Is there anybody on the panel that doesn't believe in it or doesn't understand? It's not even a belief. It's something you know. Okay, or someone that doesn't think, that is not thinking along that direction, you can let me know. Please, we are still talking right now. Sorry, you can't turn on my camera because I'm at work. You don't need Emperor, you don't need your camera. You can come up without your camera.
Hello, how are you all doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me let this person finish their submission so that we can. But I wish Lulu can come up. So it's faster that way. So Lulu, just give me a minute, guys. Sorry. So Lulu Sankofa, where do I even start? We have found over 25 words, almost 27 words in the Yoruba language, and Adibaya can also hear this. Please let the guests mute, so that I'm hearing myself back from somebody's microphone. So we have seen over 27 words that are African and are the same thing with the Hebrew words. And we can show you that if you were up, but people here, some of them have already seen those videos. It's be like redundant to them. And apart from that, we have checked circumcision, the cultures, because the research is broken into the peoples, the languages, the cultures, the land, and then the timeline. But we have seen, 27 Afro-Asiatic words. There should be more. Yes, exactly. If you come up, you can show us more. What part of the world are you from?
If you come up, you can show us more.
Especially considering Asiatic migration into Africa. Just come up, Lulu. It's So then, looking at the traditions also. Then, have you read the book of Jubilees, Lulu? It would be disrespectful of me to keep 4 guests and I'm responding to someone sending just chat. So, but just watch some of our videos. Let me put you there so that you can. I need to respond to those who have taken the time to come up. I can't keep them just there. So let's go. So just do your submission real quick, brother, so that I can take the next guest. So that's Efokoshi. I think you're muted. Efokoshi, if you can hear me, let me unmute again. I've invited you to unmute, Efokoshi.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes. Yeah, so just do your submission so that we can. Yeah.
Yeah, so just like I was saying, it's hard for us to believe these things. It's very difficult for a lot of people to come to the truth that the real Africa is the real, Hebrews or Jews or all that is Africa. And if you grew up in the village, I've had my own reservations until, I went to the village some time ago and then I met a few people and see people who know nothing about the Bible, all right? But the way they live their life, when you look at during the Exodus times, the way they planted, the way they harvested. They say if you harvest, you need to leave at the corners, leave some of the corn at the corners for strangers, for people who exactly those people they've never been to church. They don't even know what the Bible looks like. But everything was just like it was instructed for the Israelites. And look at the way the guys did the way they worship, the altars, slaughtering cows and animals and stuff. That's Africa.
That's the Hebrew straight away.
That's our ways. That's our ways. if this modern day Israel, they don't do that. They do a few things, they use the fowl, just like they use the fowl, take the fowl, pass it around the head and say stuff. But it's not as brutal as Africa, where you see an altar full of blood and cows and animals and stuff like that. That is us. We're talking of pots with fire and all that. When Abraham met, everything points to us. But unfortunately, we have been so indoctrinated to the extent that we can't see past the Bible. We can't get outside the box. And that's a very big problem for us. That's a very huge problem. We can't see outside the box. It has become very difficult for us to just look outside the box.
Let me let Ado, I get you, bro. Just hang on, stay on, please. Let me have Addison. Then after Addison, we'll go to Ojiako. Addison, can you just do 2 minutes real quick? Addison, you're muted. And while Addison is speaking, someone can help me respond to Lulu Sankofa in the comment, those that have their, because I can't be doing that. Let's go. Addison, are you there? We're on, I believe. Oh, not ready yet. Okay, let's move to Audrey then. Audrey Khan.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
My brother, thank you for the work you are doing, because if not for anything, you have enlightened some of us. I've been following all your videos. I watch it and I share it, even to my WhatsApp. I use it to make my WhatsApp status. Because education is the key. People like you, we have to rally around you, regardless where you come from, because you are trying to bring us out. In the sense that I would like to ask everyone to try to be sharing your programs, all your videos. They have to share it to go viral. Because what you are saying is very hard as a young man like you. Sorry to use the word, you are young.
Correct, sir.
Doing this kind of work. Some of them that call themselves professors cannot do what we are doing. Honestly, anytime, any day I come across your video is a applause for me. I drive joy for listening, to learn more. Brother, please keep it on. Don't allow anything to distract you. Add more courage and more power. By God's grace, we still support you in everything you are doing. I live in Europe, not just that I'm back home. I know what you are doing. Your message is going far. Keep on pushing. God will support you and we will be there for you, honestly. I'm very grateful to come across your page, and I will keep on sharing it.
Thank you, sir.
Keep on trying. We are there for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Papa. Thank you so much for your encouragement. So
Thank you. Thank you. We are here to encourage each other, honestly.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So let's according to what Papa just said, let's try to share. It's like the least we can do. We are not asking for money, at least not yet. We are not. Just share it, check it. Of course, we're not asking you to just blindly share misinformation, but check. GeoKC, you're welcome. Just GeoKC computer, you're welcome. So we're not asking you to just share misinformation and just believe things. Of course not. Fact check it and check. Okay, if it's making sense, you checked it. Okay, just put it there. And if we check the tune and the tone of our messages, we usually say, if just check this. Do you think this is this? Do you think that is that? Then so people can check. We don't know everything ourselves. We have to go scramble for some of those things, and some of it was revealed to us, etc. So, but then let's share. That's the least you can do. Let's also follow this account so when we go live, you can easily see that we are live. So yeah. So that means thank you so much, Papa.
or should we? So let's go to user 910 before we go back to Addison. Is it Addison? Yeah, Addison. So let's go back to user 910 at the very bottom of the screen. So user 910, are you ready for us? Let's get to our 5K likes. Let's get this thing to 20 shares so that we push this morning. User 910 at the very bottom, are you ready? Let me unmute or send it. So if not, let's have Addison. Addison, let's go. Addison, are you ready also? Okay, he's here. User 910.
Good morning.
Lone Wolf, you're
Yes,
welcome. Wellington, you're welcome. Let's go.
I'm just joining because I just woke up not so long. In the part of the world I am.
Okay.
And so I'll just listen for a while, then I'll come back.
That's fine. Are you from the Americas?
No, I'm from UK.
United Kingdom. Okay, that's fair enough.
I was not a Nigerian, so
okay. Thank you so much.
So I'll listen more. Though I've been following some of your short, videos, and I shared them with my friends, and but I want to listen more before I'll come back again and say anything.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much, and that's great wisdom. Even I myself speaking, before I came out to speak, I've listened to many people, so there's a lot of wisdom in listening. That's why that scripture, books of wisdom teach us to let every man be quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to get angry. So thank you so much, user 910. So let's just keep responding to that Lulu in the comments, so that I wish they can come up, but they're not coming up. So it would have been faster if they come up, especially if they are ready to listen, and we'll listen to them. So, but let those that know the things that we have shared and have their own facts can share with the Lulu in the comments. So, yes, Addison, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, everybody. Look, let me start by saying that I'm a very inquisitive mind.
Okay.
I like to question a lot of things. And for some reason, I wouldn't know why, I just stumbled on one of your videos, and ever since then, the algos have been bringing your videos to my FYP. And I find that, I've not really done much research. It's just that when I hear things, I love to just have an open mind. I love to just, not be rigid about new information or fresh information. I'm that type of person. So, personally, I've had a lot of questions. I've had a lot of things that are not just
adding up,
not adding up. You understand? Something with me, I have always believed that there's a lot of history that has been deleted. There's a lot of information that have been wiped off. I wouldn't know by who or when or how or to what extent. Because if you look at, anytime I look at Nigeria, anytime I look at my people, there is something within me that's always saying Nigeria is more than this. There is more to our history. There is more to our origin. I could almost feel it that, I may be wrong. I could almost feel it that, human origin, the start of mankind is not far from Nigeria. Look, every other part of Africa may have the same feeling as to, why they are special or why they are unique people and all of that. But I just knew something very strong is always, ticking that box, like something is not adding up. There's a lot to, the excuse me, the origin of Africans and, especially Nigerians. And when I see all these videos about human creation, the Anunnakis and the Sumerian tablets and the rest of them, you begin to have more questions than answers. And when you look at the way, especially Africans, the way Africans embrace other cultures, other religions, you know that, I mean, Africans may never get out of their issues, their problems, because they've lost touch with their origin. They've lost touch with with who they are, so they can't become who they are meant to become. So when I see videos like yours, I'm really inclined to listening to with an open mind to information, to getting more information. So I mean, that's why when I stumbled on your live, in fact it was your video, then I saw that you're live. I just said, look man, I gotta jump on this live and just listen up and learn more. Thank you, man. Thank you. Good job.
Great. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. So thank you for your time. So that's just it. I wish the person in the comments could come up, especially those who have a different opinion, and like the Lulu that's just down there or anybody else. So let's have a few more people come say hello or hi before we dive into today's exposition and insights. Okay. So is there anybody that has not spoken? Okay, I think I should let Afokoshia finish his submission because he was trying to finish his submission the other time. So Afokoshia, you were about to land on something.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on in the hair now. It's like there's always something to say. I mean, I love the submission of Addison. I mean, trust me, like I said, there are a lot of people out there who are hungry and thirsty for the truth, man. And if you are that kind of person, even though maybe you do not have the facts, you don't have, the facts written down, but there's a knowing within you. As soon as you hear it, something triggers. It was like, that inner knowing, it's stronger than any test you can ever read. And you see this process of awakening to the truth. Unfortunately, it's not for everyone. All right, there are people who needs this at this point of time. All right, even Christ, when he came, he couldn't do everything. It's up to the people who are ready for it. So my prayer will be to, so just like the first guy said, share this till it reaches a lot of people who are in this place at this time, who are in this frame of mind to truly wake up at this point of time. So, we can carry it along and then push the agenda as far as we can. Because trust me, information like this are rare. It's rare. That's why if me, for instance, if someone says, oh, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in God, I don't even blame them. The person who says they are an atheist, they are all seeking for truth, and they can't find truth. They can't find answers, so they conclude. On this journey, it gets to a point where you are stuck. You don't even know whether to turn to the left or right, whether to believe this or not to believe. You get stuck. And people who can't push through, they just conclude, there's no God, this faith. If you draw conclusions, based on what are you drawing these conclusions? It's a very big world. It's a very huge world. There are billions of possibilities and realities in this life. And you are just one person. What conclusion can you draw? So it's better we humble ourselves, find the truth, and then liberate ourselves, and then our people, give people a chance, hear them out, liberate ourselves and liberate our people.
It's very strong.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I'll just leave it here now.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's hope that some more people come on board so we can take it further.
Yes, thank you so much, brother, for that. So let's just touch a few things. Thank you, Timothy Timothy. So let's touch on a few things. You can go on our website. We have this map there that shows you. Just put it, this map is it contains dozens of maps condensed into one. Okay, dozens of maps and references condensed into one, and all of them are matching and putting places and spots in places. So we found the kingdom of Judah to be here. If you're just coming in, you can mute. So we found the kingdom of Judah to be just about here. We found the river Euphrates to be here. Okay, right? We found Damascus to be in northern Nigeria, which is Damasak. We found the Ur of the Chaldees to be here. Okay, we have found Agades or Akkad, the land that is built by Nimrod. One of the cities he built is Calne, is Akkad. It's just there. Then Mesopotamia is the same thing. This is one of the places in the Bible that has the most confused names. It has several names. So, so this has literally 6 names. 6 names like that, and it's the same place, but it has 6 names. It's not necessary for you to have that many names. You see, it's one of the most confused, as it were, names in the Bible. All right, so Padan is the same thing as Aram, is the same thing as Padan Aram. Look at all those names there. So all of that is the same place. So we found Babylon is here, and for all of these things that we are finding, we have references for them. Okay. So why did we put Babylon here, for example? This is a 7-page document. Like somebody said, not like I'm saying it myself, but it's actually the truth. You have not even begun to scratch the surface of what the Most High has revealed to us through this channel and through this website. So you have not even begun to scratch it, with all humility. So we put Babylon here. The question is why? Just scroll down to W, reference W, and reference X. And when you scroll, please let everybody type F1. F1, just type F1, please. Let's have like 30 F1s on the page right now. Okay, let's type F1 if you can hear me at all. So just type F1. So Lulu Sankofa, we've asked you to come drop your submission and your ideas. Okay, like I said, we don't know everything, but we can learn from you. We can hear the things you have to say. But if you have decided to stay in the comment section, we can't really learn from each other that way. Okay, if we are putting out misinformation, then someone should help us and correct us before we go too far. Okay, and that's why we've asked you to come up, but you've not come up. So that's that about it. So, but then let's let everybody type F1. Let's have like 30, 40 F1s on the screen, and let's get this thing up to 10K likes, or let's hit 5 first, then we'll push it up. So then there is 0 shares, literally 0 shares. So these are the kind of people that may just go report you. But the way TikTok is, they would first hurt your account before they find out the truth. And by then you can't go live for several, days or something. So, but anyway, but then Lulu, I've said it several times, you can come up to drop a submission so that we know what's going on. So let's share, let's have at least, 15 shares, or, there's 33 people here. So let's have at least 15 shares and 10K likes, and also F1s. All right, so it's not, let me see, inspiration. No, you admit it's based on divine inspiration and not fact. That's not true. You're not listening, Lulu. So this is Babylon here. Okay, why did we put Babylon in Egypt and not in Iraq? Because that's not where Babylon is. Okay, so why did we put it here? Just check W and X, and W and X will be on page 3 of this document, which you can download for free. So, and what is W? W is this map. Let's pop it up for you. I think this thing is heating up. Okay, so W is a map here. Let's see if we can get that map for you already. By the way, this is one of the maps. It literally tells you. Now, this map is in Spanish. is in 1774, okay, and is a map in Spanish, and all we did was just to translate what is written on it, and the content of the map is going to surprise you. I mean, it's really going to shock you. So, and this is El Puerto de Ophir y la Antigua de Rotades, Tarshish, which means this is the port of Ophir and the ancient map, okay, of the defeat by the Tarshish, okay, and Tarshish then is referring to Spain. Spain and Portugal used to be Iberia, or earlier than that, apparently it used to be Tarshish, okay. So we'll get the W map. Let me just get that one ready for us to see. Okay, let me minimize that. So the content of this map, this La Islas means the islands, okay. This is Tarso, which is Tarshish. You can just fact check it, go type these words down in Spanish. We have done that a few times on this channel for those that know us. And and look at derrotadlos Tyrios Hebreos. And what he's saying is that the defeat of the Tyrians and the Hebrews. And he's telling you that that starts from here, from this latitude 10. And we compare that with a completely different reference of the book of Josephus. Okay, the book of Josephus, I mean, it's quite difficult to make these things up. The book of Josephus, book 3, chapter 3, paragraph 4, is called The Wars of the Jews. And Josephus was trying to describe Samaria in that book. I've read this several times on this page. It says, now as to the country of Samaria, it lies between Judea and Galilee. Okay, that's public knowledge. But look at this. It begins at a village that is in the great plain called Guinea. He's saying that's where Samaria began. You can say that's a coincidence. Let's keep going. And it ends at the Accra, Benin, Topaki. So let's look at Guinea, Accra, and Benin. See, let's have a look at that and see where those places are. We'll still get to this Babylon after this. So where is Guinea? For those that may not be quite conversant with the geography, this is Guinea. Guinea-Bissau, the real Guinea, whatever, is here in the Senegambia. So he says it starts at Guinea, that's Samaria, that's the northern kingdom of Israel, starts at Guinea. Onto the Accra is in Ghana. Benin is here, there is Benin in Nigeria. He's telling you that is the kingdom of Samaria. And you will see even the earth itself, it witnesses to this, in the sense that, you look at this, you see all of that area is green, and everything from the top is just somehow a desert, you see, suggesting that there's something on that land. They call this in the middle belt in Nigeria. Most of the north is Islamic, most of the south tend towards scriptures and Bible. The same thing with Sudan, South Sudan. You see the way they cut it. South Sudan cut to North Sudan. They are closer to Islam. These are closer to the scriptures, Bible, etc. All across like that. All across that straight line. You see that? And then this there's a Spanish map saying this. Let me show you why we put in Babylon here. Because this is where Babylon really is. And not, this is where Mesopotamia also is. Mesopotamia, by the way, means between rivers. Okay? Aram is the name of one of those fathers in the table of nations. All right? And Haran is also the name of a person. So Syria is the same thing as Aram. I don't know why translators did that. Probably intentional. But anyway, let me show you why we put Babylon here. Map W. Reference takes you to W. And what you need to do is just go to, you can see all of that on our website. Then you just go to the W map there and open it up. And it's going to show you how we came about that. So, and while that is loading, we can go to the website and have a look at it, how the website looks. Okay, let's close some of these maps so that it reduces the work that is done on the app. I don't think we need OBS. I was going to project this over to YouTube, but it may not be necessary. So that's the website there. Okay. So you can, all you need to do is just go to Word and Study. You go to a world history. You go to reference materials, and you can find maps there. references, tables of nations, then you can have access to books also on this section. So you can check all of that on the website. So let's see if our map is ready. Why we put Babylon where Egypt is supposed to be. Because really, in reality, these things change over time. Over time, places that are supposed to be to have one name, as you move across space, well, not space, we're talking about location already. So, but as you move across time and dynasties, the name of the same place can change. Okay, a place can be called A at a timeline 1, and when you cross over to timeline 2, the place is called B, even though it's the same place. So this is a map from 1516. Okay, and it's Tabula Africae. It's literally in Latin. So let's see what that map has for us. So all you need to do is just to zoom here and check. That's Memphis. Look at that, Babylon. You see that? That's Alexandria there. But just as a thing, they can tell that that's where Babylon really is. You see. So so look at that. That's Babylon there. So, and then another map X. So literally everything is from Africa. Literally just about everything is from Africa. That's where even falsely so-called science, because science has been heavily weaponized really at the end of the day. But even science will tell you that life started from Africa. Because for us, in our research, when we discover that scripture and science, at any point where scripture and science disagree, we would usually go with scripture. Okay? Because I mean, there are just too many ways. One of them is in evolution. Okay, there's disagreement there, so we don't go with science evolution theory. We rather go with creation. So that's that about that. So if let's show you another proof we have here. By the way, all these things they are on our TikTok channel. They are just they are on our website also. You can have a look at the website and see some of these things that we're saying. They're all recorded there. Please, let's do another F1, please. We need to push. We are normally, I mean, around 60, sometimes 100 on a free work day like this. It should be more than this. Please, let's type F1 and let's not get too carried away with the talk and the teaching or exposition. We should be able to get 10K likes and maybe 20 shares. So we are open-minded. I'm still waiting for people from Europe. A time will come when people will be coming from Europe that's Europeans. You know, I'm talking about full-blood Europeans to discuss on this channel. And most times they come with very interesting facts. So I'm still waiting for them. Why normally they're still listening, trying to get our ethos and things like that before they come challenge some of the things we are saying. So those are the kind of hot intellectual arguments I'm waiting for. Okay, so that's Nubia. So this is another reason why we place Babylon in North Africa. This, of course, this is Spain here. Okay, this is Europe all over there. And this is, see where Babylon is? That's it. Babylonia. Okay, this is one of the oldest maps we have. Second oldest map we have. This map is in 1375. Catalan Atlas, North Africa map. 1375. So that's where we go. Babylonia. That's why I've put Babylon there. So the real Euphrates is in West Africa and not in Iraq. Many sources. So when you download that map, just go to where, okay, these guys, they've said Euphrates is here. How? How can Euphrates be here? So we didn't just, you know, because like I said, this research took the greater part of more than 5 years. It's about over 5 years, really, almost over half a decade before we start coming up, you know, discussing things in the public. Let's do some more F1s. I think those 2 people did. See, the live viewership has dropped. So let's just push it. Let's tap the screen. Okay. Or I don't know if we need to to pause to do that first. So, so let's tap the screen to 10K, and we are doing just a few hours this morning. We're about 1 hour into it, so we will. So let's tap. Some can tap and some can do F1. F1, you just need to do that once, but you can tap multiple times, and then also share. Then let's follow this account, this host account. Follow the live creator so that when we go live next time, you just get it. So those 3 actions are very important. Okay, so let's tap. So as we're tapping, you see that it's coming back up. So it's just the way the algorithm works. You need to understand it. So let's tap it to 5K. I'm sorry, to 10. And let's do F1. You can do just 1 or 2 F1s. That's fine. Then you do the rest in tapping. So then after that, I think about 50% of those watching have not followed. So just follow so that when we go live, you can get it immediately. And we are not having to manually share. So just forgive me. Let's do that in the next 2 minutes if possible, or 60 seconds. Because those are the kind of metrics that they check. If someone maybe forcefully reports us, which people probably have, in fact, they've done that before. People are just funny. Maybe because they didn't have, because there's that saying that when an argument is lost, then abuse becomes a tool in the hands of the person without points, you see. So, so people have done that in the past. So, but then we must stand against that. It is written that, well, it is said rather that those that like oppression, they usually hate any form of writing or information. Okay. So let's win this battle. And which reminds me of Chatroad. You see that Chatroad account up there? Let's go look for that app and download it. Open their account and follow them. Download that app. It's what's that word called? So it's what's the word called? It's an alternative. We've got a Russia app, we've got American app, Chinese app. Russia Telegram is initially Russia, I believe, Russian guy who did it. So we should have an African equivalent and alternative, okay, which is what a Chatroad is. So they're working, and I think they're serious with their work. So let's support them, download it and keep it and work around with it. So let's push up to when it's 8.6K, then I'll continue what I'm saying on the river Euphrates. So archaeology is a very terrible problem. Like somebody's trying to say, it's controlled by Ashkenazi largely, but people don't listen, they don't believe things like that. They think we're just trying to. So but then imagine when you are in a position where the world will believe just about anything you tell them. For you to be in charge of carbon dating and archaeology and radiocarbon dating, it puts you in a place where you can go to any community, dig something, and you have the right to tell them what year they existed, and they will believe you. Put that in the hands of an imperialist and watch him change history to his own, dance to his own tune. See? Anyway, that's by the way. So we put the river Euphrates here. So put the river Euphrates. So thanks for the likes. So let's also follow those that have not. So when we put something here, we put the same river Niger apparently is the river Euphrates. How? Why? There's a reference there. Reference I, reference S1, reference O, and reference P. I, S1, O, and P. So you can just zoom out and go. Let's start with the I. So you zoom down to the reference page, starting from page 3. Okay, so what is I? GHI. So this is the first one. Reference I is there. So when you see this I, then you go within the website and download it. But because we have downloaded that, we have it here. This is I. So the first thing that this reference I shows you is that the rivers in Africa are connected. That's the first thing you need to understand. That the rivers in West Africa is not just one. They are connected like that all through. The River Nile is potentially the longest river in the world. But then they've refuted that. They said it's the second longest No issues. Second longest, we'll work with that. It's not bad. It's still good enough for what we want to say. So, so this to show you rivers in Africa are connected, and that's where we get all that long rivers from. You see the way we've drawn it on the map. It's kind of connected. Okay, so that's what it shows you. Then the next reference is S1. S1 is just a scripture that shows you in the book of Genesis the 4 rivers that come from the Garden of Eden. And then the name of Africa is called Kaabo land. The meaning of Kaabo land is either mother of mankind or Garden of Eden. So that is S1 there. Anything S in our map, we call it KM World History Map. Anything S is scriptures. Any reference S that you see, okay, is mainly reserved for scriptures. So S20, S18 is the 18th scripture in our references, is the way we've put it. So let's see. Yeah, so S1 just tells you about the scripture. So what is O? I think that's the next one. I, S1, O, and P. So let's go to reference O. Okay, so reference O is the Gulam Delhi North map of 1707. Okay, so now let's go to reference O on our list of maps, a list of references rather. I hope you guys are following. If I'm following, just type yes. Let me be sure I'm not talking to myself. So just type yes. Thanks for the 10K likes. So we're good to, we have good standing. We can start running. We'll do 1 or 2 more hours. And like I said, there's hardly anything I'm saying here that is not, thank you, user 91. There's hardly anything I'm saying here that is not on the website. Okay, you can go have a look at it. You can subscribe on the website for free. And yeah, thank you, Addison. So anyway, reference O, let's go. Reference O. If you have not followed this channel before, just follow it. We go live 10 a.m. every day by God's grace in this season. So this is reference O. So we don't just come up with things and just, and by the way, one of the things that strengthen these references is that it's all of the references, many of them are from completely different people, from different backgrounds in different timelines. Some of it is academic, some of it is scriptural, some of it is spiritual, some of it is cartography, completely different pieces put together. So like I said, kings and princes desire to hear what we hear today, but God has decided to show it, to use the foolish things of this world to confound the wise, and the weak things to confound the strong. So this is a completely different map. So this is Gulam Delhi Northwest Africa map of 1707, and when you check there, it says Euphrates there. Now, that word Euphrates, you see, is a Greek word. The real Hebrew is pra. It's not Euphrates, because this guy even put an F, which probably much, at least distinguishes it from the Euphrates that has PH. Okay, in the Middle East, which is just a renamed river. By the way, the Middle East is one of the most renamed places in the world, with almost over 20,000 places named since the time they overcame the Ottoman Empire. 20,000, and I'm not saying you name a barbing salon, you name a kitchen there, no, renaming rivers and mountains and places. They're in the Middle East. One of the most renamed places in the world is in the Middle East. Literal country, whole countries are called Syria. Who dashed them that name? You just call the country Syria. You call the other one Jordan. You call the other country Lebanon. How? Where? After the First World War, Second World War, all of that. They kept doing that. You see, and then you came here in West Africa. Oh, you've discovered some people who are on trees and who can speak a language, and then you decide to call them Nigeria. What does Nigeria mean? It's meaningless. Nigeria is almost 4 times as big as the UK. Go and check that on Google. 4 times. So if a whole land like Nigeria can be renamed, they had their name before. You can rename a whole land like Nigeria. How much more is smaller Israel there? So those places were renamed. They were renamed, and that's Kingdom of Judah there. This is the same place that is the slave coast. Checking the Bible again, that's the same place where that prophecy was fulfilled, that your children will be taken away in ships, Deuteronomy 28. I mean, why are all these dots connecting? Why are all these dots connecting? That is Kurama Beach, by the way, those that know Nigeria, in Lekki. Lagos. That's River Lagos is what they call this, but that's Kuramo Beach. This is 1707 map. That's Kuramo Beach. Now, and that's why we're asking people to come online and discuss with us and show us what they've got, so we can put this knowledge and collate it together from where they've scattered it. See, these people that scattered you, they think that you can never ever figure this thing out. They're like, there's no way they can figure it out. But we have God's spirit in us, and it's helping us. Check this Kuramo, by the way. Don't be surprised it's connected to some Hebrew name somewhere, because this name is too ancient. It's 1707, and you have Kuramo there already. You see. So you name a whole country Nigeria, meaningless. Nigeria, basically the N word, nigger. You talk to another one, you call that name, you call the name Niger. So you even run out of names. A whole territory. Niger is probably as big as Nigeria, if not bigger. That one is Niger. Went to Cameroon, called that one, or rather the children of Judah, really, because they have Yaoundé, which is Yaoudi, as their capital till today. We call them Cameroon, river of crayfish, river of shrimps. A whole nation of people. You call them is Cameroon. That's Benin there. You see. Osobo. Is that not the Osobo people? I don't know if there's a place. Is there people called Osobo in Nigeria? Can someone remind me? This is a 1707 map. Yeah, they were intentional about the mischief. Does anybody know Osobo? Is there an Osobo people in Nigeria? I think so. So to see how ancient, can someone reply? Let me know before I. Is there a place called Osobo? Aha, Peculiar says so. That's 1707. They have not dreamed about naming one Nigeria, nothing. So that's the Osobo people. This is how ancient you are. And someone came and just dumped one name on you and linked you up with your other brothers. They are also your brothers, but you have some level of enmity against each other a little bit. The Hausas and, well, not the Hausas. Actually, you are closer to the Hausas, maybe the Fulanese. But you can't demonize Fulani tribe really as such. But they just look for people that are your enemies around you, and then they try to go through that enemy. And there is no family that does not have fight. People always have issues. But what they do is they go amongst you, right? And they look for the Judas and they sponsor the Judas. They intermeddle with your politics. If the problems you have with, what's the name? With Nigeria, just give 10% of it to the UK. The UK cannot last 6 months. Sorry to say this. I hope they don't flag because of that. Yeah, so people are in Delta. That Delta you mentioned, for example, is a completely English name. It just means it's a geographical description of land and topography. It just means where rivers part. And you will see somebody, hey, you are an Igbo, Ugbo Uku, ancient people. This also helps. Thanks for the engagement. So the battery of one of the mics just got low, so I just changed. I got to change to another one. Let me also turn on the monitor so I can constantly hear. At least. Thank you. So you see, I'm a Delta boy. If you can hear me now, confirm you can hear, please. So see, I'm a Delta boy. I'm a Delta girl. Doesn't mean anything. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. You know, I'm a Port Harcourt boy. Okay, thank you, Addison. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. Port Harcourt is an English kind of construct. It does not mean anything. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. What does that mean? What does that mean? And let me tell you something. The more a threat a people are to, the more you are a threat, the more they will divide your land. Interestingly, so apparently the southern, basically the Igbo people, are so much of a threat to the Western world, and they've transferred that job of further dividing. Now I can't. What's the word? I can't castigate the government for keep dividing, but they keep dividing those southern lands. You check our Nigerian map. See the northern states, they are big land masses. They're just existing there. But as you go to the south, they are further just broken into pieces. Borders that don't exist, only exist here. You see, I'm a Delta boy, I'm not Igbo. Oh, Delta has nothing to do with Isobo people. Isobo has nothing to do with. Look at Isobo here. Usobo. That's Benin. That's Kingdom of Benin. Igbos, Benin has nothing to do with Igbo. Come on. If you say that you don't like Igbo people, that's understandable, which is wrong, by the way. But at least I understand what you're saying. But to say, oh, let me turn on the map view. So if you say you don't like Igbo people as a Benin person, or as an Igbo person, you don't like Benin people, I understand you. Okay. But say I don't have anything to do with Igbo. Come on now. That's too myopic. That's too narrow. The same thing when you go to Kenya is even not maybe as strong there. What's the word? Tribalism you have there. Kikuyu, we are Kikuyu. We don't have anything to do with it. Come on. You are one people. And the hypocrisy is exposed when you see the same person, see a white person come around, you start shaking everywhere. Then you walk with white person as though that's your God that just arrived. I'm not saying don't respect people, but then you raise them above your brother. Why? On what grounds? The way you treat someone that looks like you is a strong indication of how you feel about yourself. You see people that look like you and you hate them, you treat them badly. You see, it means you yourself don't like yourself really at the end of the day. So that's the kingdom of Judah there, where they took the slaves from Badagry, where you have close to Benin Republic there, close to Togo there. That's where the prophecy was fulfilled. They took them by ships and scattered them all over the place. Tell me, out of the Ashkenazi Jews there, this is the Akani in Ghana, the Akans in Ghana. They also have connection with Ileife. This is Akanese. This is 1707 map. This is the Ashanti. Ashanti is Ashan tribe in the Bible. Ashan people, rather, not one of the 12 tribes. But Ashan people, they are there. They still do Mwato today, right? They still do their festive things today, which is just what they got from the Torah. And someone's Nathan what? That changed his name to Luke Hebrew. So we know what we're saying when we say these things. We know what we're saying when we say these things. So let's check the other reason why we put, I think this is reference O. The next one is reference P. Why we are telling you that Euphrates is in West Africa. Let's reference P pop up and we check that one also. Check the map, you see many other places like that. See many other places. Look at the kingdom of Benin here. So now this does not mean Benin is not about, oh, Benin, you see, Benin is big on this map, it's greater than Yoruba, it's greater than Igbo. That's not the point. That's not the point. Kingdoms and dynasties and empires expand and shrink over time. It's a principle. Look at the desert of Seth here. Do you know who Seth is? Do you know who Seth is? Desert de Seth. Do you know who Seth is? Seth is the third person from Abraham. In fact, the second. Yes, Adam said, man said man. Yeah. Seth is the second person from Adam. This is a desert. They call it desert of Seth. The Caribs and Toa, the left SubSaharan and remnant goes never speak of mass from way. Yeah. Desert of Seth. Let's push it up to 15K because the like should be commensurate to the number of viewers. And let's do another F1, please. Thank you guys. 40 F1s. You see, we are not here begging for coins or give me rolls. Give me the rolls that these European countries will take from you before it enters your account. So the least you can do is do F1, follow the account and share the content, and we check these things. If you have more information, give it to us. We would acknowledge you. We would acknowledge you. It's not about we would acknowledge, okay, we got this from such and such. We got that from such and such. This is the desert of Seth. Seth is the second man from Adam. Adam gave birth to Seth. Seth gave birth to Enosh. Enosh gave birth to Canaan, to Mahalalel, to Yared, to Enoch. Enoch is the seventh from Adam. You see? Yeah, some tribes became the Sadducees and Pharisees. Let's type F1. Let's get like 40, 43 F1s and let's push this to 15K. In the next 1 minute, please. This is 11:14 here. Between now and 11:16. Let's push some F1 and go to 15K likes. Just type F1 once and push to 15K likes. And maybe 5 more shares. There's just 5 shares there. Then you also follow the account. Thank you. So this is Desert of Seth. It's not like oh, Yoruba people want to claim the Bible, anything they want to claim it. Or Igbo people like Africans, why do you have low self-esteem? You want to claim the Bible, you are enough without the Bible. Nobody's claiming anything. We're just checking proof, checking what is going on. And we are seeing connections. And like I said, this thing starts from discrepancy. You begin to think, oh, maybe it's a mistake. Oh, maybe the Seth they wrote here, maybe it's just somebody's name, one of the European names. Or maybe the Benin here, maybe it's this. So you keep thinking it's discrepancy. But the more you search, the more you see, then you are still making excuses for your enemy. And you say, oh, maybe they made a mistake. Or maybe they thought we are Niger, so they now call us. Maybe. So you go from discrepancy, now you are sure, no, this thing, I'm sure somebody's making a mistake somewhere. But then when you now begin to see the reason why the person potentially could have made those so-called mistakes, then you are very sure that, hey, this is not a mistake. This is not discrepancy, right? This is not discrepancy. The Mizraim is the Hamites. One of the Hamites is Mizraim. That's Egypt. I'm responding to K0's comment, KO. So you begin to realize, because what you begin to think first, let me turn on the camera so you can see my face. So what you begin to think is, you begin to see these things. What's going on? Everything is connecting. I'm seeing this. I go to Josephus, I go to a map, 1300, you see something. A map in 17 or something, you see something. You check the Bible, you see it. Then you begin to think, maybe it's discrepancy, but later you see that, no, there's an error. Some people have made this big mistake. Let me go and correct them. You see? Let me go and correct them and correct what they're doing. Or by the time you now begin to see the potential reason why they would have made those so-called errors, then you come to understanding that it's not a discrepancy. You are not dreaming. You know what you're saying. It's not even an error. In other words, it was not a mistake, but what you're dealing with is a conspiracy. And it's fully intentional. In your own sincere, honest, innocent mind, you'll be saying, no, maybe they don't know. Maybe they are confused. Or maybe I'm the one not saying it well. Maybe I'm just being African, Afrocentric. Maybe this, maybe that. But when you see the reason why they will deceive you like that, because your land is the land flowing with milk and honey. That is it. There's nothing in that desert land. Nothing. They have to recycle their water. They have to do heavy irrigation. That place was as good as part of Egypt before. It's just a little border from it. You can walk there from Egypt. There's nothing on that land. How can scripture say it's taking them from a spacious land, rather from Egypt, to a land that is too spacious? Exodus says that land is too small for them. I'm taking you to a land that is more spacious, right? And a land that is more fruitful. And it took them from a 1 million square kilometer, that's even today's Egypt, by the way, and took them over to a 25,000 square kilometer land. It doesn't make sense. That land was formed in 1917. Palestine Mandate. Go and Google it. Let's follow this account. Follow. So that you don't forget. When we come live, we don't have to manually start calling after you. So please, let's just follow real quick so we don't forget that. It's not for anything. It's just, to be honest with you, let me not prophesy it in the future. They might still block this account and close the thing. That's why we have a website. Okay? So they might still block the account and take. So just to follow so that when we go live, you can see. Very soon we'll have a backup account, which you already do. So we'll go with that. If they do anything to this one, we'll go on that and we'll keep pushing the messages. And download that chat fraud app. One day we'll be doing live on that app, not here. That app is owned by Africans. And those guys are doing wonderful works. I'm literally just working on. Literally working with them, partnering with them. And they should be paying me anyway, by the way. But they're not paying me anything for this publicity. But then I understand the vision. In fact, if I have any money, let me even, support them. That's the way this thing should be. It's not about money. Money does not exist. Money is not real. Forget it. Anyway, where were we? So when you begin to see the reason why they are potentially, potentially making the deception. They want you to keep going there for tourism. So you're going to a fake land for tourism. Okay? And you leave your own land. They caught a guy in southern Nigeria some weeks ago. Apparently someone from British Army, but of course the British denied it. You wouldn't find it in mainstream. Apparently someone from the British Army who was taking ammunitions into southern Nigeria. Check the people taking ammunitions to northern Nigeria with helicopters. Now the terrorists are having more sophisticated weapons than the people of the land, than the actual military of the land. And they check the people in the helicopters. This is their skin color. This color, not this one. This one. That's their skin color. So they want to choke the land, choke the people out. The same thing when you take people out of slavery and when you conquer them, the way Shalmaneser did, the way Nebuchadnezzar does, they will take away the top of the notch of the land and leave. The name of the app is Chatroad. Chatroad, you can tell them your app thing so that they can download your app. So they take the top of the top people of the land, take them by slavery, take them by force, take them by visas is basically the same thing. Just the same devil wearing different clothes. Wearing different attires is what it is. So they take and they leave the basest people of the land there. And then they give those ones lands and they give them houses. They give them lands and they give them houses. So if you that were poor, hopeless, homeless person, maybe you're even a thief and you're just living on the street, they came to ransack your land and they gave you a whole house. You will do the person's bidding and they make you a president. Now, that's not to speak to anybody personally, but then they make you into leadership. You would bow to the person that put you there. So they conquer your land. They don't come there and rule. It's be obvious that someone looking like this is looking someone that looks like this. They have gone past that stage. That's slavery times. Gone to colonialism. Now it's neo-colonialism. You see. And it's done by proxy. The same people. And like I used to tell people, all we needed to do is that mainstream keep telling us with one mouth that the Bible is a myth. The Bible is a religious book. It's just, no, it's just that. That's the history, right? So we have history. By the way, with the same mouth, they're telling you that there's a nation of Israel, which is recognized in the United Nations, recognized everywhere. So which is it? UNESCO, United Nations, educational, whatever. What are you telling us? Is the Bible a real story or it is not? If you say it is not, why do we have a Middle East Israel there and the guy quotes scripture in United Nations and you accept him as Israel? Which one is it? Is the Bible real or is not? You got to pick one. You see, you got to pick one. So they tell us in mainstream there is a history, there's no people for it, and there's no land. The land there is apparently not real. Okay? So history, no people, no land. But then there's a land and a people in sub-Saharan Africa. You can't hide them, you can't suppress them. They've used Mercator projection of map to make them look small. The people and the land, no history. There's a land, there's people and a land without a history, and then there's a history here that doesn't have the people and the land. We discover they are the same thing. I've said that many times on this channel. Same thing. Two sides of the same coin. The Bible history, no land, no people. Some people even lost their faith by going to that Middle East land because it doesn't make sense. And then here you have a people, you have a land. They tell you they are monkeys. They are closer to apes. They are negroids. They are useless people. They don't have a language. We put clothes on them. They are stupid people. They are less than humans. They don't have any history. Their history starts from slave trade. You see, they are hunters and gatherers. No history. Land, people, no history. History, no people, no land. The same thing. But they separated it in your mind. When we tell people about Bible, they say, I don't discuss religion. Okay, tell people about what is going on in the world. I don't discuss politics. You see. Let's go back to that. So, so let me show you that. So this is Benin here. So kingdoms expand and contract over time. Royaume de Benin, that's the kingdom of Benin. Okay. So Benin, of course, is a kingdom. Of course, was a kingdom. Okay. So it's not about saying, oh, Benin is greater than Yoruba. Oh, no, this Yoruba is greater than, oh, Igbo is the greatest. That's not the point. That's what they want you to do. Don't you get it? That's what they want you to do. So these kingdoms expand and they shrink over time. At this time in 1707, also based on what the cartographer saw when he came, this whole area was influenced by Benin at that time. This whole area. So don't see this map and take it to some Yoruba group and argue with Yoruba. Benin is greater than Yoruba. Yet your king is called Oba. Or you take that to an Igbo group and you say, you see, Igbos, we are your fathers. No, that's not the point. That's not the point. But anyway, one of the points really is this is Benin, and that's 1707. That's 1707. But then we are here. Apparently I'm speaking to you even in their language right now. But it's what we have to do at the moment. We have to start from somewhere. Okay? And I won't be surprised if this Araba is probably even Yoruba, the guy wanted to write, and wrote Araba here, but irrespective. See? So that's your Euphrates River there. Let's go to the last reference on Euphrates. Then maybe we'll take one or two more guests, or we'll continue teaching if there's no questions, or we'll take questions. So Hebrew, we are all fathers. Sounds like Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah, you have this map. Thank you, Lakadis. So you can get those maps from us for free. They're on the website. Knowledge is supposed to be free. That's what we've been doing in school. When you don't know these things and they tell you your father is a monkey and you came from tadpole in the river and you became a monkey, you're gradually changing. No, tell the white man that let me not sound how can someone tell you? That's even insulting to your ancestors. When somebody tells you that, tell him that he's the one who came from monkeys and rats. Okay, let's go to the last reference for why we put Euphrates in West Africa. Then later we'll go to Tigris. Okay, I've opened that map twice. So let's go to why we've put Euphrates in West Africa. The other map was in 1707. Let's see. Follow the account if you're just passing by so you don't forget. Follow the account. Follow the account so you don't forget. So when we come live, you can easily just pick up. Now, this is National Geographic Magazine. This is 1918. That's 200 years apart. The other one is from Guillaume Delisle. Excuse me, a completely different person. They probably don't know each other. But this is National Geographic Magazine, 1918, volume 32, page 395. Look at what this person wrote. By the way, look at what it's saying about the cities. This kingdom contains 8 great cities. That is in West Africa, by the way. You soon see what he's talking about. 8 great cities is what it contains. Cities, not villages. Let's read. In the kingdom of Amenuan, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates. It spells the Euphrates with an F. Okay? Yeah, they've educated us to feel less than we should. Yeah. Yeah, greetings, Ikamani. So, yeah, people with big platforms. Yeah, you don't even need a big platform, but yeah, it's understandable. But if you can reach some of them, and let me say something real quick. Thank you for that comment. Let me say something very quick, especially now that we have at least half full house, maybe not a full house. But when we do videos, if there's anybody that needs to hear these things that have some level of platform, I want you to be mentioning them in our videos. Sorry, yes, in our videos as a comment. Okay, because somebody said figures who have big platforms are not allowing to talk about this information. Yeah, so when you go on our videos, as you share them, thank you for that. But also mention people. Let's say somebody is Mr. ABC. So you say at ABC, let them come and see and understand those things we are discussing. Please don't forget. I don't know if some of you take notes or you are someone that work with reminders, put it on your reminders somewhere. Okay, we have nothing to gain from this, but our people must rise. The time is now. The time is even past already. Time is past. We are literally behind schedule. That's what Ibrahim Traore is doing there. Pushing. So when you watch our videos, you can even go back to the past ones, please. For those of you that you don't mind, go and mention anybody with a so-called big platform. Okay? But please don't say anything abusive about anybody in those accounts, But But at mention them and say at Mr. ABC. What do you have to say about this at Mr. Just because our research covers, yeah, the awakening is long overdue. So our research covers a fairly wide, very, very wide area. Covers languages, peoples, lands, and timeline. Okay, so just at mention them. At mention them. Princes, pastors, leaders like that. At mention them so that they can know. Some of them sincerely do not know. You can't expect some of them to be on TikTok. We ourselves, we make some, what's the word, sacrifice to put aside some things to be able to come here almost daily, in fact, literally daily like this, 10 o'clock every day. So they don't, some of them sincerely do not know. Some of them know and they're not sure. They don't have the time to do that research. So when you're leading people, it's a very time-consuming task to lead human beings, very time-consuming. So our own ministry is more evangelistic in that sense. We don't have a church and have people around. Of course, we've got a team. Talking about team, by the way, we're looking for social media, video editors, managers, and things like that. Just contact us for that volunteer role. So when you lead people, it's a very, 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 very busy task. So at mention people. So let me proceed. Like someone is requesting. So put it on your reminder if you need to. Okay. So look at this. In this kingdom of Amenuam, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates. Let me answer this TikTok thing, so I don't cut the live. And I hope it doesn't do like yesterday. It should go through anyways. Okay. It's kind of slow. Let's refresh that. So let's tap this thing. Let's push to 25. I don't know why it's slow like this. It's brought up this puzzle thing, and I don't know why this thing even exists. So let's clear that stuff. Or in case this live goes off, please just follow the account now. In case it goes off, so we can, because we are still on for another 2 hours or so. So in case it goes off, just follow this live so that we don't lose the flow of our talk. So they always do this after every 1 hour or 5 hours or something like that. Okay, it's popping up. So follow Chatrod and download Chatrod app. So one day we'll be going live on it, or we project our live to it or something. Okay, let's see if this is responding. Okay, let's hope this goes through. Okay. Excuse me. All right. So we've cleared that. CPU under locking detected, improving computer performance. Okay, so both just follow this live. Let's type F1 so that we keep this live alive and don't end it. If you have not followed, it is the time to follow in case this thing goes off, in case they take it down. So okay, I think we should be, yeah. So at mention people that you think need to know these things, and so that the knowledge can go far. In this kingdom of Amenuam, there enters a branch of the river Euphrates, and it tells you the name Niger, because they've renamed it by then. The Freya, that means the person moving around is not confused. He said the Freya does not confuse this with the Mesopotamian Euphrates. Now this person even still thinks Mesopotamia is Iraq, but we forgive him because that's what he knows. It does not confuse this with the Mesopotamian Euphrates, but assumes two rivers with the same name. You see why we put Euphrates in West Africa? That's Niger. Now, in case you still think maybe you are confused, maybe he's not talking about Niger, look at it, tells it here. When I crossed this great river, I first made a long journey along its banks, which are very, very populous. There's a lot of people there, referring evidently to the river Benue, a tributary of the river Niger. You see, and it says that is Euphrates. So that's where we know that Euphrates is here. So that's the next reference there. So that's how to use this map. There's a video on how to use the map. I mean, literally spoon feeding. But like I said, for some reason, people still like to hear you live like this, and they want to hear you just talk. But it's okay. You can start. You can start from somewhere. But wish you yourself can go check these things. Most people like to be believers than they like to be knowers. Because believing really actually takes a lot of work off of you, honestly. So, but then you are stronger if you're a believer that also knows whatever it is you are believing in anyway. So that makes you stronger. And also there are some things knowledge can handle anyway. It's got to be faith. So yeah, I know. But really, Richard Craig, I know you wish you can record, but well, you can record, you can screen record. I think I can give you the permission to do that, except we are seeing very sensitive things, which we can't. But what I've done is, on some of our YouTube lives, we screenshot where we take some of this live and we project it there, and we just stream it on YouTube. Or you can screen record if that's okay. Knowledge is better than belief. Yes, having both is great. True. So so Roland, is it Roland? Richard Craig, yeah. So you can screen record if you need to and repost it wherever you want to. Except, of course, we're discussing things that are quite sensitive. So there are things we intentionally see on TikTok Live because it's not easy to capture like that. But we know it's true, but we don't want to say them out in the open like that. So after we show you Tigris, then we'll take questions and guests. So let's see. So Tigris, that